अगले इवेंट के बाद ये है भाई उस चेस कप 3 भाई 2026। नौवे चेस में तहलका मचाया गुकेश और प्रग ने। एंड उनके दो अलग इंडियन काउंटर पास आ चुके हैं, अर्जुन एंड विदित। भाई एज एन इंडियन चेस फैन देयर इज ऑलवेज some event happening, something to entertain ourselves with. So chat, मैं रेडी हूं, क्या आप रेडी हो? चैट लेट्स गो। एक बार जितने भी लोग चैट में हैं, 20 लोग ही क्यों ना हो, जल्दी से एक बार हाई लिख दो, पता चले कौन कौन चैट में घूम रहा है। And of course, the games have just begun. They have just begun. Of course, पूरा टाइम कंट्रोल क्या है, प्लेयर्स कौन कौन से हैं, हमारे कमेंट आते गायब क्यों हैं, सब कुछ करेंगे चैट, ठीक है। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल चैट, नॉर्वे चेस क्रेजी प्रग वन इट अहेड ऑफ मैग्नस कार्लसन, उनको 2 बार हराया, दैट वाज फैंटास्टिक। नाउ वी हैव उस चेस कप, ठीक है। सो उस चेस लास्ट टाइम प्रग ही जीते थे। इनफैक्ट आई थिंक Arjun played it, Prag played it, and Arvind played it. Arvind के लिए, I think this was the event which basically went tragically for him, and he lost like 4 games, and then he उस तरह से decline ही चल रहा है उनका, I think. So this is the event that changed his career, so to speak. And अब हम आते हैं उस चेस के पास। By the way, अर्जुन तो खेल ही रहे हैं, who's India number 1. We also have Vidit Gujarati. I wonder if we have a scam already. But वो खेल रहे हैं, and he's playing मम्मी दियारो। याद है वो मैच टाटा स्टील का, भाई मम्मी दियाल से खेल रहे थे वो, तब भाई क्रेजी मैचअप था जहां पे उनको वी सॉ विदित क्राइंग लिटरली ड्यूरिंग द गेम व्हेन ही ब्लंडर्ड इन दैट फाइनल राउंड टाटा स्टील। सो with a very important having a comeback. And then at the end, we also have top players like Nodirbek playing. We have Ian Nepomniachtchi playing. And chat, I don't know if you saw that clip. वाह भाई, ये नेपो कैमरा उन्होंने टेढ़ा क्यों करा हुआ है? आई डोंट नो। मामिदोव मुखीदी के साथ खेल रहे हैं नेपो जी, तो उस पे गेम पे भी आएंगे। एंड ऑफ कोर्स अगर एक बार हैंस नीमन की क्लिप पे भी अगर हम जाएं, हु इज आल्सो प्लेइंग दिस इवेंट चैट, भाई हैंस नीमन और नेपो की क्लिप पे चैट, पहले बताओ किस किसने देखी किसने नहीं देखी, पहले ये बताओ। हैव यू सीन दैट क्लिप ऑफ हैंस नीमन एंड इयान नेपोनियाची? यस और नो बता दो बस, ठीक है, मैं तुम्हें डिटेल दूंगा उसके। सो गोइंग टू अर्जुन्स गेम, बाय द वे। एंड चैट, आई नो आई हर्ड सम क्वेश्चंस और भी आएंगे लोग पूछने के लिए, वेरे सहज भाई, वे जाकेश भाई। चैट ये क्या पता है, कई बार ना इतने सारे इवेंट हो चुके हैं, इट्स वेरी हार्ड फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस टू बी देयर फॉर एवरी इवेंट। एंड ये इवेंट में आई थिंक वी आल्सो रन सम एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एंड सो ऑन। तो सहज भाई आएंगे कभी कभी बीच में, बट नॉट फॉर द एंटायर इवेंट. Would love to go into this more detail as the days goes on, but it's not always easy to all of us, for all of us to be there for every event. It's not that easy, chat, because हर दिन नया इवेंट है भाई आज के जमाने में। इसके बाद आएगा बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप instantly afterwards. There Sahaj bhai will be there for the entire event, but we'll try to get him for a few days in this one as well. And coming to the nip, yes, the not shaking hands, by the not shaking hands. By the way, अर्जुन और दोनों उठ के चले गए यार। Wait, before we come to the not shaking hands, E4 खेला यहाँ पे शमशीद्दीन ने, C6 D4, एंड उसके बाद अर्जुन बोर्ड पे है ही नहीं। वेट, वेयर इज अर्जुन एनी गई सी भाई? एंड बाय द वे, कई लोग कह रहे हैं भाई स्ट्रीम वाज डिलेड। यू नो व्हाई इट वाज डिलेड? बिकॉज वी थॉट कि स्टार्टिंग एट 3:30, Arjun came and sat at 3:25, by the way. He was at the board at 3:25 and kept sitting for 20 minutes. So I was also sitting for 20 minutes and now he gets up. भाई वॉशरूम ब्रेक तब कर लेते। Yeah, I think there was a clip jahan pe, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. So basically, all the players were sitting during the inauguration of whatever this tournament. Ian Nepomniachtchi आते हैं, सबसे हाथ मिलाते हैं एक एक करके. He shakes his hand with everybody playing the event, skips Hans Niemann, and then goes to the next guy. Bro, what the hell was that? भाई हैंस नीमन ने क्या बिगाड़ लिया? एंड देन आई वेंट एंड सॉ हैंस नीमन्स ट्वीट, अपेरेंटली कुछ ड्रामा हुआ था उनका आपस में एक इवेंट में, एंड देयर वी सी विदित गुजराती, लेट्स गो, ग्लैड टू सी हिम बैक इन एक्शन. चैट, डू यू रिमेंबर द लास्ट इवेंट विदित प्लेड? द लास्ट इवेंट ही प्लेड वाज दैट ऑनलाइन इवेंट जो इंडिया राइजिंग था, एंड ही वन दैट इवेंट. लाइक ओके, ही इज इन द फाइनल्स एटलीस्ट. एंड उससे पहले का मुझे याद ही नहीं आ रहा. लाइक विदित हैज नॉट बीन प्लेइंग एज ऑफन नाउअडेज, एंड जब भी आते हैं तो भाई खतरनाक खेलते हैं. आई वुड नॉट बी शॉक्ड इफ ही विंस दिस एंटायर इवेंट कंफर्टेबली. देखते हैं क्या होता है. एंड उसके सामने उनके पुराने राइवल बैठे हैं, शकील अहमद. उनकी गेम भी देखते हैं भाई क्या चल रहा है बोर्ड पे. ओ लुक एट दिस भाई, लुक एट दिस, लुक एट दिस. D4, knight F6, knight F3, D5 एंड C3. भाई पहली ही गेम में लंदन. ओके, आई ऑलरेडी लव उस चेस. आई ऑलरेडी लव उस चेस. पहली ही गेम में लंदन. होपफुली विदित भाई ने मेरा कोर्स देखा है लंदन का, एंड देन इट शुड बी ऑल ओके, अदरवाइज ही इज अंडर सम ट्रबल हियर. यो चैट एक बार सबके सब लोग स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो, एक बार बता दो कहां कहां से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, वेयर इज द लोकेशन यू जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम, लेट अस नो. Vidit Gujarati, by the way, playing black, and very important, both the Indians got black in the first game. So Vidit ke black hai. If we go back to Arjun's camera, he also has the black pieces. And is he at the board? He's still on the board. भाई अर्जुन कहाँ है? तुम में से किसी ने अर्जुन को उठा के ले गया क्या? ओके, देयर ही इज, देयर ही इज, देयर ही इज, देयर ही इज. ही वाज गेटिंग वाटर. वाचिंग फ्रॉम कनाडा. अरे भाई कनाडा में तो अभी क्या टाइम है? कुछ भी. टोरंटो. टोरंटो ही कैपिटल है ना भाई. टोरंटो टाइम क्या है? टोरंटो इज 6:21 AM. ओ माय गॉड, 6 AM आप ज्वाइन कर रहे हो. वेलकम भाई. कॉली. भाई कॉली की स्पेलिंग वो नहीं है, कॉलीफ्लावर नहीं है भाई. ये इट इज COLLE. दैट इज द स्पेलिंग ऑफ कॉली, नॉट COAULY. भाई दैट इज कॉलीफ्लावर. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट COLLE. भाई दैट्स डिफरेंट. Okay, by the way, looking at the game, finally कुछ खेला उन्होंने. I think it is pawn to D5. I think so. I see the pawn. Sahaj bhai, I think chat अगले event में आएंगे. We'll try to get him for a few days here as well. As I mentioned, it's not always easy for all of us to show up for every event because बहुत event है, and there is no way he played Caro Exchange. Really? Do we have the ability to go full screen? I think he played Caro Exchange, if I can see it correctly. नहीं नहीं नहीं, knight C3 में भी है भाई. Wait, we don't have the moves. I'm checking. So I think what he played was, I see the knight on D4. I don't see the pawn. Wait, what just happened? I think D5 was played. Then I think he played. Wait, I'm trying to check. भाई चला क्या भाई ने? We have the moves. Yes, D5, E5. E5 was played. C5, knight F3, C takes D4, knight takes D4, and knight to C6 खेला है. And now the knight is attacked, the pawn is attacked, so E5 pawn बचाना पड़ेगा. Either we take on C6, or he basically, let's say, plays bishop B5, pins the knight, and queen A5 पे there is, for example, bishop B5, queen A5, check, there is always knight to C3, and everything is okay. So, शमशीदीन फिलहाल के लिए प्रेप में लग रहे हैं. Arjun Erigesi, by the way, India number 1 right now. Very very important. Hire new commenters. नहीं नहीं, I think देखो हमारी core team is me, सहज भाई and राकेश भाई, so हम तीनों रहेंगे ही रहेंगे हमेशा. And I think it's not about getting new people, it's just about the fact कि it's very tiring. Lots of budgets involved, lots of time involved. It's not easy to have everybody for every event. That's the only thing. In fact, we are not even sure till last moment कि कैसे करेंगे event stream, because literally हमने परसों ही decide किया है. So because Sindaro was supposed to play this event, by the way. He was supposed to play, he withdrew at the absolute last minute. That's what I know at least. So event में काफी changes हुए हैं, but I'm just glad to be here, to be commenting here, and of course chat cover करेंगे इसको exclusively. Who knew Tikku is a COB level chess coach? भाई साहब, भाई crazy था वो COB वाला, to be honest. And I'm glad कि प्रखर won, but I'm telling you, I think we can show it at some moment. But basically मेरा जो वॉच होती है ना, जो ये वॉच होती है, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, स्मार्ट वॉच व्हाटएवर, इट स्टार्टेड बीपिंग कि माय हार्ट रेट वाज टू हाई, एंड आई सेंड दैट इमेज टू सागर एंड समय बोथ, एंड दे बोथ स्टार्टेड लाफिंग. आई एम सेंडिंग इट टू समय. आई डोंट नो इफ यू कैन शेयर दिस. दिस वाज ड्यूरिंग COB. आई विल ट्राई टू फाइंड दैट पिक्चर. भाई क्रेजी था भाई. The COB file was insane. But meanwhile, Arjun now has played knight C6. Samshidin सोच रहे हैं, wonder if this is like a surprise for him somehow. Like maybe he didn't expect this. Yeah. It's possible. समय भाई कोई भेजा मैंने एक फोटो, चेक करना भाई. कैन वी शो दिस somehow at some point? I've sent the photo to you. Bhai, I got this. I was like genuinely like crazy nervous by doing the finals, and even semi-finals. दोनों में beep हुआ. Remember Arjun Wokidov last user match? Great Arjun. Yeah. I think like we should not discount Wokidov. Yeah, he's a very strong player. Will be potentially part of the Olympiad team as well. So इनसे हमें खेलना पड़ेगा. So we could again see the same matchup during the Olympiad chat. It's totally possible. Vidit versus Ardogma's coach. Oh, that's a good point actually. So Vidit is playing Shakhriyar Mamidyarov, and Mamidyarov is Ardogma's coach. Bhai sahab, that is crazy. So bhai, Ardogmas, by the way, is just behind Gukesh now. Like one loss by Gukesh and he would fall below Ardogmas. So Mamidyarov must be like on full coach mode, yeah, like full opening prep mode. But I still doubt he's going to be like a tough challenge. I think Vidit should be the favorite still because Amitabh is now more of a coach and doesn't play as much. And also that age is a factor, right? So he will not get as many invites. I think maximum invites youngsters jate hain. Look at this event, for example. We have so many youngsters. We have Vokidov, we have Madaminov, we have Yakubov, we have Nodirbek, we have Arjun, Hans. Like the only non-youngsters I see are Mamidyarov and Nepo. The only two. Rest are all youngsters, yeah? Everybody. I don't know how Nicholas Theodorou is, but I think majority of them are youngsters basically. And with game, wait, what? लगता है मुझे और सहज भाई को अपना कोर्स अपडेट करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज A5 was definitely not part of my course. भाई ये क्या मूव है यार? What is A5? Wait, what? I mean, it's useful, I guess. I mean, it makes sense. You're getting space on the queen side. But A5 is something interesting. I'm checking if we have games here. A5 खेला गया है in around 36 games. And after bishop F4, then we kind of transposed, yeah? Like bishop F5. I'm guessing the idea could be at some point queen B3 pe, there could be A4. Like that could genuinely be the idea here. Like in some cases, like queen B3, maybe like A4 works. Bishop F5, does it work? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ah, the idea could also be rook A7. Oh, that is so tricky. That is so tricky. Okay, that is interesting. If that is the idea, I have not seen this before in this particular opening. So very interesting. Vidit यहाँ पे कुछ crazy prep लाते हुए, even though he's not been playing for so long, I think at least over the board professional chess, he's still coming with new ideas. And I wonder if Mamitarov has seen this. सहज भाई आएंगे यार होपफुली few days, but I think most likely he'll be back for the next event, the Bullet Chess Championship. भाई विदित ने एक ठीक दिया क्या होता है भाई? Hands game please. भाई Hans नीमन जी, भाई Hans नीमन की लगी हुई है. Let's just put it that way. भाई pawn to G4, ये move Alexei Shirov ने आई थिंक बहुत पॉपुलराइज करी थी. सो आई थिंक दिस इज गोना बी ह्यूज प्रेशर फॉर हैंस नीमन. H6 खेलते हैं. आई वुड नॉट बी सरप्राइज इफ H4 या डायरेक्ट G5 भी आ जाए. So under huge pressure, Hans Niemann is now like world number 12 or something. So he is trying to enter the world top 10. भाई अगर यहाँ पे अच्छा इवेंट उनका चला गया, he could genuinely enter the world top 10. So chat, Arjun is world number 9, Vei world number 10, Prag is world number 11, Firuza 12, Duda 13, and Hans Niemann is 14. One rating point ahead of Vishy sir. So I think Hans full shape में लग रहा है अभी. Meanwhile, going to Arjun's game, we have a few moves. Let's have a look क्या हुआ यहाँ पे. आफ्टर यहां पे नाइट 6 अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट ने मार दिया. अर्जुन टेक्स बैक ऑफ कोर्स. बिशप D3 आता है, वेरी लॉजिकल. यहां पे हमारे पास E5 पॉन है तो ब्लैक नाइट F6 नहीं खेल सकते. उनको कुछ पैसिव खेलना पड़ेगा. मे बी E6 खेला अर्जुन ने इनफैक्ट. एंड नाउ नाइट टू D2. द प्लान कुड बी टू ब्रिंग दिस नाइट टू F3 G5 अटैक ऑन द किंग साइड. C4 ऑल्सो ऑन द कार्ड्स. सो फिलहाल के लिए ऑनेस्टली आई काइंड ऑफ लाइक व्हाइट्स पोजिशन. आई थिंक अर्जुन विल हैव टू बी वेरी एक्यूरेट हियर टू नॉट मेक अ मिस्टेक. ही हैज काउंटर प्ले है उनके पास. बट फिलहाल के लिए व्हाइट के पास एक पोटेंशियल अटैक है. 97 प्लेड. दिस नाइट कुड गो टू G6, कुड आल्सो कम टू C6 टू प्रेशर दिस पॉन. सो अर्जुन यहां पे कोई भी कमिटमेंट करने को भी रेडी नहीं है, आराम से खेल रहे हैं. द रूक ए7 मूव आल्सो प्लेड. क्या बात कर रहे हो, खेल दिया क्या? नहीं भाई, नॉट येट. आफ्टर बिशप F4, बिशप F5 वाज प्लेड. अब वो रूक ए7 तब खेलते अगर क्वीन B3 आता, मगर क्वीन B3 आया ही नहीं. सो आई थिंक शैक अंडरस्टूड द आइडिया ऑफ A5 बिकॉज 17 ही सेकंड में उन्होंने E3 खेल दिया है. बट नाउ आई थिंक I kind of feel Vidit का objective achieve हो गया है. A5 move is not that bad. I'm going to play C6, still control the B5 square. And maybe Vidit's gamble worked. So Shaq did not really challenge him on his setup. And Vidit should be very happy with the opening. Going back to Arjun Erigasi, 97 आखिरी चाल. Nepo ain't even good now कह रहे हैं. यार I don't know, Nepo, यार I don't even know what the drama was with Hans Niemann. उन्होंने कुछ बोला कि भाई हैंस में ट्वीट किया था कि उसने कुछ कहा था कि यू आर प्लेइंग गुड लाइक योर ओल्ड डेज. आई डोंट नो व्हाट ओल्ड डेज मींस बिकॉज उन्होंने कुछ बोला. सो इट्स ऑल कंट्रोवर्शियल. हैंस नीमन की काफी चीजें ऐसी चलती रहती है. सो हार्ड टू मेक एग्जैक्ट प्रेडिक्शंस कि ये हुआ होगा. आई थिंक अर्जुन विल विन. आई होप अर्जुन विंस. इफ ही विंस देन अर्जुन Erigasi will be doing very well. अर्जुन की प्रेप हमेशा आती है बोर्ड पे. यार पता है, I'll tell you one thing. I think so I'll tell you what I saw while preparing Prakha for COB. We were looking at this move, ठीक है. आफ्टर D4 जोएल को ना ये स्क्वायर कंट्रोल करना बड़ा पसंद था, तो वी लुक्ड एट D4 E5, ठीक है, वी लुकिंग एट दिस गैम्बिट एंड वी वेंट वेरी डीप इनटू दिस, लाइक मतलब वेरी 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 डीप, मतलब इतनी लाइंस थी कि भाई मतलब दिमाग दर्द कर गया हमारा। अंत में जोएल ने कुछ खेला ही नहीं। बट माय पॉइंट इज कि यार, if we can prepare these deep lines, I mean, of course, these top players can with years and years of experience. And I feel like it's not even a surprise कि Arjun हर line में prepared है. Like for somebody like him with a great team, with a lot of momentum, energy, youngster भी है, has played some amazing chess, confidence भी high है, अभी टेपिस सेगमेंट में tied first थे कार्लसन के साथ. So I think there's no doubt in my mind कि he'll be prepared in every opening. कुछ opening होगी ही नहीं जो देखी नहीं है उसने. Time control, by the way, good question. Time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes milenge after 40 moves. And of course, there's an increment of 30 seconds. So it's not a very long time control, but also not very short. I think normal game है जहां पे players को 40 मूव तक निकालना है. आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर कि ये गेम 40 मूव चलेगी दो. आई फील लाइक यहाँ पे या तो अर्जुन 15 चालों में काउंटर प्ले ले लेंगे एंड ही गेट बेटर पोजीशन, और ही इज गोना रियली सफर इन दिस गेम. देखते हैं क्या होता है. What are your bold order prediction for Olympiad? Great question. I think Olympiad is just around the corner now. June आ चुका है. July, August, September. 3 महीने रह गए हैं सिर्फ. And of course, it's a very, very important event for all the Indian players. And I think we've discussed this with Sahej bhai, Rakesh bhai. I think move order change ho sakta hai. But the main question is, I think we can keep what we had last time, but Gukesh is not in form. Gukesh right now is India number chat. India number one is Arjun Erigesi. India number two is Pragnanda R. India number three is Vishy Sir. India number four is Nihal Sareen. India number five is Gukesh. And if Vidit has a good event, he could cross Gukesh with just 2 wins here. So iska matlab Gukesh could be India number 5 or India number 6 at the Olympiad. I don't know if he's playing some classical event before the Olympiad. And even if I knew, I will not reveal it. So mera point ye hai कि considering he stays in the same rank, do you think कि भाई मतलब like somehow like he could be not on board number one? That's a genuine possibility. Man, this is gonna be tough. I feel like Gukesh अगर India number 5 है, board number 1 पे रखना doesn't make sense. But then he had great results on board number 1, right? He had like 8 on 8 in the Olympiad. So उसको वहां से हटाना also feels wrong. So I don't know what's the correct order. I think मेरे हिसाब से I would still keep Gukesh on board number 1 because we kind of need him to gain that confidence back. Just having Gukesh on board number 3 tells him कि भाई तुम्हारा level गिर चुका है, अब तुम board number 3 पे खेलो. उसका confidence उसी से कम हो जाएगा. He might not even play the Olympiad on board number 3. I genuinely feel so. He might not play the Olympiad if he's on board number 3. What do you think about that, chat? मुझे बताओ. मुझे लगता है he will not play on board number 3. हाँ. एंड चैट कैमरा थोड़े से हमारे दिख रहा है, ग्लिच कर रहे हैं बिकॉज दे आर कैमरा का अलग ही गेम चल रहा है. वाओ, ब्यूटीफुल भाई, ब्यूटीफुल. आई थिंक एआई अपस्केलिंग चल रही है कैमरास की इन रियल टाइम चैट बेसिकली. No country is first कह रहे हैं. Yeah, I know, but that's why it's a very tough order. I think where should Mukesh be? Where is the World Championship? भाई chat आज तुम crazy सवाल पूछ रहे हो भाई, crazy. The World Championship is in last week of November, and very important, total World Chess Championship is just before the main World Championship. So I can bet कि गुकेश और सिंदारो वो नहीं खेलेंगे. So इसका मतलब कि गुकेश के लिए the only event I see is the Olympiad, and if that's the case, the cameras will be back chatting in a few minutes, couple of minutes. इसका मतलब Olympiad board 1 गुकेश के लिए necessary है. I think he needs to play on board number 1. Because I spied on you like Dhurandhar last night, 4 a.m. watching you playing chess. By 4 a.m. I was asleep by 2 a.m. So I don't know who you saw at 4 a.m. That was not me. Hopefully my account is not hacked. Gukesh better give the title. I hope Gukesh wins, man. We need a world champion from India. Vaishali, of course, will have her chances, but वो शायद 2026-7 में होगा actually April में. So we don't want 4 months of not having an Indian world champion. You have been chess club maybe, but I feel like it's also a team event. Sometimes you're playing for the team, so I don't think he might even play that. And for example, I see Sudarshan's board order: Prag 1, Gukesh 2, Arjun 3. I also like it. But I want to see Gukesh on board 1. I feel like for the Olympiad, the order is not as important. I feel like all of them could be shuffled. You could have Arjun on board 1, would not make a huge difference. But from the World Championships perspective, I think we need Gukesh on board one. See, if he gets crushed on board one, he's anyway low on confidence. But if he somehow wins, तो पूरा confidence उनका flip हो जाएगा and he could finally gain it back. So, and that's his only classical event that is publicly announced. इंडिया विल लूज बोथ द वर्ल्ड। अरे यार ये मेगा जून भाई तुम यार जून महीना ही खत्म कर दूंगा भाई मैं, तुम जून क्या ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई, ऐसे नहीं यार, इंडिया को जीतना है यार। Same order is fine. Something that's not broken should not be changed. I agree with you. I agree with you. And by the chat, we have a couple of moves after Castle's A5 was played. And chat, कौन बताएगा what is the idea of A5? Why this move? So Arjun ने, he could have not played this move, kept the pawn here. What is the idea behind pawn to A5? It's a very, very important strategic idea here. Vidit, Arvind and Nihal fighting for board 4 and 5. Agreed. I think Vidit is already in, मेरे हिसाब से. विदित का तो कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं. By the way, good question. नहीं, हाँ नहीं, I think Vidit is already in. Vidit is already in. I think Indian Olympiad team is already decided. As long as Vidit completes his games, requirement games, I think it's gonna be Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, Nihal and Vidit. To stop knight b3, yes, I think वो एक problem है, which can be useful, knight b3 पे a4. But I think the knight might actually prefer going to f3, जहां पे king side attack कर सकते हो knight g के साथ. The main idea is to actually play bishop to a6. And very important क्यों? Because I think ये bishop is an attacking piece. Greek geek sacrifice सकता है यहाँ पे. That's why bishop a6 कि भाई हम इसको trade कर ले. And let's say bishop a6, rook a6, suddenly white का attack कमजोर हो गया. Like there is no bishop h7. Black has somehow neutralized white's most, I would say, dangerous piece here. That's why वो कहते हैं मैं तो नहीं मारूंगा, और वो यहां इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस खेलते हैं. Yes, the rook now defends the bishop. Bishop to d2. This is the first move of the engine. So Samshidin Vokidov is clearly prepared, bhai. He's clearly prepared. तो अर्जुन को ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा यहां पे. Fun fact, Hari's also playing a tournament, so he's also trying hard to make it in the Olympiad team. I think Hari would have to gain like 30, 40 points, man. And also, it's an average rating of 3-4 months. So let's say April, May, June, or May, June, July, something like these. 3 months की average rating है. It's gonna be impossible, यार. मतलब एक ही month की rating से वो average counter करना. For example, why Gukesh is confirmed for the Olympiad is because उसके पहले 2 months की average rating is already high. So there's no stress for him. Sage आएंगे भाई. I think he'll be here for some days, maybe, hopefully, and of course the next event he'll be there. India team will not think of as Gukesh PO. They'll do what's best for the team. Agreed. But Gukesh could, for example, say, मान लो Gukesh ने बोल दिया कि मैं board 3 पे नहीं खेल रहा Olympiad, मैं खेलूंगा तो board 1 पे, तो क्या करेंगे फिर? It's a tough choice, right? What do you do then? So, and also from the team's perspective, like they've kind of done very well where they are, so they might also agree. They might not mind Gukesh being on board 1. So I don't know. It's a very complicated decision that luckily we don't have to take. Srinath bhai, good luck for that one. Of course, he will take that call and let's see what happens. Why Gukesh is playing so bad? Bhai, that is the toughest question on every Indian chess fan's mind. Why is Gukesh not playing well? And I think it's the pressure. I think pressure really puts you under this spot जहाँ पे you don't play normal chess. And I'm going to make a COB analogy again, but I think recent है तो मुझे याद है प्रखर पूरा event dominate कर रहा था, and then pressure में जब वो आया, he played knight a2 to knight c3 and simply knight hang कर लिया, like simply. And एक बार black का bishop यहाँ है, रुक के सेवन मार दिया, यहाँ भाई free का रुक मरवा लिया. Like pressure makes you do stuff which you would normally never do. And I think Gukesh के ऊपर इतना pressure है, which is not even, we can't even understand how much pressure he has. And by that, c5 played by Arjun. Whenever you have the cameras, let's have them. Very logical move, I think. Gaining space. कल को knight यहाँ आ सकता है. And now look at this. White has to play pawn to c4 here. Either directly, या फिर takes, and then pawn to c4. If you play rook to e1, for example, black is already better. And this is where Arjun is so good. उसकी prep ऐसी होती है कि there is a single sequence of moves जहां से you can potentially get an advantage, but you make one mistake, brother, one mistake and you'll be worse. So for example, bishop takes d3, pawn takes, knight to c6, and black is already slightly better. So I think यहाँ पे c4 खेलना, इस pawn move को रोकना is very, very important for white. Hare Krishna nahi khel raha. So two Indians playing in the Masters section of the UzChess Masters. First of all, it's Arjun, and second, it is Vidit playing against Mamidarov. By the way, let's have a look at this game. A5 के बाद Bishop F4, Bishop F5, E3 खेला, E6, Bishop E2 played. I think very logical chat plan क्या है? अब यहां हम बिशप एक्सचेंज करेंगे तो दिस विल बी अ ट्रेड. ये हमारा स्टार पीस है, ये इसका लुल्लू पीस है. सो वी प्ले बिशप E2 ताकि कल को मैंने G4 स्क्वायर कंट्रोल कर दिया. नाउ आई कैन इन सम केसेस प्ले नाइट H4 and you don't have bishop G4 and I can simply take the bishop चाहे F5 पे या फिर G6 पे. I want the bishop pair as white, so bishop E2 makes a lot of sense. And look at the clock time for Vidit. Already he's been thinking for 18 minutes. So that tells you विदित को जो कार्लसन में थोड़ा सा जंग लगा हुआ था ना, we saw Carlson taking a lot of time, fall in time pressure because he's not been playing classical chess too much. Vidit also facing the same issue because he played very well in that online event जहां पे intuition based decision ले रहे हैं, he can play very quickly. जहां पे over the board classical chess super serious, you can't just play on your whim. He's also taking more time because he's not been playing so much. So practice matters a lot. Hopefully he comes out of this alive, but right now he is behind on the clock by a significant margin. Prag उससे क्यों नहीं खेल रहा? Because Prag just played Norway chess. I think maybe he didn't want to play back-to-back events. I think that's the logic, and it makes sense. No, वहां Prag मुकेश खेल रहे थे, यहाँ विदित और अर्जुन खेल रहे हैं. That's very logical. अगला event Bullet Chess Championship है, and as far as I know, वहां पे I think Nihal and Arjun are playing. So you have Nihal, but Nihal also played an event by the way recently. I think it was Stefan Memorial something. So I think Indian players spread out है भाई, फैले हुए हैं सारे events में दुनिया में, and ये अच्छी बात है because everybody gets chance. With on his best also takes time. I agree. That's a good point. That's a good point. But I think he's improved on it, right? With it 1.0 really sucked at this. With it 2.0 got better. With it 3.0 got even better. So I feel like he's getting better at this. But देखते. Meanwhile, checking out the game of Mr. Nepoji, let's call him. ये 3 pawn थोड़े से weird लग रहे हैं. I think D5 उनको break करना चाहिए. And I hope he doesn't lose. Otherwise फिर से कोई viral controversy हो सकती है. Controversy ना हो तो better है मेरे लिए. Don't want to address it on stream. By the way, look at this. Nodirbek Abdusattalov, by the way, also playing. The guy who potentially, at least according to me, is the favorite to win this event right now. Chat, he's world number 4. Very, very, a strong player in peak form right now. So I think अगर हम objectively देखें, he could be the favorite to win this event right now along with Arjun and Bishop E7. उनके against खतरनाक attack लगाया हुआ है दूसरे नोदरबेक ने. यहाँ पे भी नजर रखेंगे कि भाई कौन जीतता है. So going back to the game of Arjun now, देखते हैं move आया कि नहीं. And yes, bhai, he took on A6 and played C4. So Svokidov is absolutely in prep. And now Arjun has to find the move pawn to D4. And very important, D4 के बाद, the knight doesn't have the D5 square. So that pawn is very, very important. ये भी एक weakness है. And of course, ये खेलने के बाद E4 square ही मिल जाएगा, which my pieces can potentially use long term to create an attack. Nihal Arvind playing Stefan, then Gukesh Prak playing Norway, now Vidit Arjun playing UzChess. Exactly. This is the perfect atmosphere for Indian chess chat. And we have the cameras back. Let's go. Maybe not, but आ जाएंगे. But yeah, I mean, isn't C4 hanging? That's a good question. So Chad, if you take on C4, first of all, look at your structure. Okay? Forget, first of all, there's a tactical idea. I can play Queen A4 check and just pick up the pawn. That's the first thing. I get the pawn back instantly. But let's say मुझे pawn directly नहीं मिल रहा था. I just play Rook C1. And ये pawn को बचाना मुश्किल है, नामुमकिन है. You have to play something like Queen D5 to defend it. And you can see how your king is not feeling happy about it because you're not developed. Now Queen A4 check is even stronger. आपको Queen को वापस लेके जाना पड़ेगा. फिर Knight C6 आए, भाई Bishop G5 is winning because Rook D1. Let's say you play H6 chat. Rook D1, Queen E4, White to play chat. What is the best move? Come on, let's go. Prakhar is also a decent chess player. He is. I think Prakhar and I both had the same childhood coach. It was this guy called Devinder Suri from Faridabad. I think very good coach. If you are in Faridabad, you can definitely, I can highly recommend him. And we both learned from him. And I think strategy-wise, I think structure-wise, he's very good actually. Yes, the knight is pinned. So Rook D8 is actually checkmate. So you see how dangerous it is if you make a mistake. So I think going back, that's why this is going to break your structure. Let's keep it all together. D4. Also, this is a protected pass pawn. कल को end game में this can be very very useful. I think. Sack the queen. हाँ भाई, बस दूसरों की queen sack करते रहो भाई. हाँ, अपनी मत करना. और वैसे इसको ब्लंडर बोलते हैं भाई, सैक नहीं. ये क्या हो गया भाई? भाई ये देखो, देख रहे हो? फोल्डर खुला, यहाँ लिखा हुआ है प्रेप जून 2020. दिस वाज द प्रेप फोल्डर फॉर सीओबी. भाई साहब, अभी सब लिख हुआ था. अधिबान भी क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है? अधिबान यार, आई थिंक ही इज प्लेइंग सम इवेंट्स, बट आई थिंक अधिबान लॉस्ट अ लॉट ऑफ रेटिंग, आई थिंक. सो आई डोंट नो. यार इंडिया में इतना कंपटीशन है, you don't get invites basically. It's very hard to get invites because इतना सारा कंपटीशन है. Bhai, don't worry. Arjun is in form. True. Prag is back in form. True. They are killing it. Nihal is killing it. Agreed. So Ukesh will also be less tense with Olympiad so he can play good chess. I absolutely agree. I think Indian chess में सारे players साथ में बढ़िया खेलने लगे थे, if you remember, yeah. चारों के चारों बढ़िया chess खेले 24 में. There was literally nobody who's playing bad chess. And now 3 of them have kind of got their form back. अब सिर्फ गुकेश बचा है. And I feel like बोलते हैं ना, गुकेश हमें एट द एज ऑफ अ सीट रखेगा एंड वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से जस्ट पहले ही इज गोना बी बैक इन फॉर्म एंड गिव अस अ ट्रीट. सो दैट्स गोना बी आइडियल. साल भाई, उस चेस खेल लेते, क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है? अब मेरा पूछ रहे हो मैं क्यों नहीं खेल रहा हूं, इस सवाल का जवाब मैं चैट को दे दूंगा, अगर अब वो क्वेश्चन था आपका तो. आई थिंक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन टाइटल हैज बीन cursed since Magnus left. By Magnus' shoes are, not easy to fill by. It's very hard to fill. He's like the greatest chess player of all time, man. So unke shoes fill karna is next to impossible. By the way, Sahil, your boards. What do you mean by my boards? Sahil is too strong. Yes. Thank you, Arun bhai. That is true. That is absolutely true, I think. Sahil, मछली का यूज बंद कर दो. भाई देखो, मछली खाता नहीं हूं मैं, तो आई एम वेरी मछली फ्रेंडली इन जनरल इन लाइफ. सो आई विल ओनली यूज इट ओकेजनली ड्यूरिंग द कमेंट्री जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड क्या चल रहा है गेम में, बट वेरी मछली फ्रेंडली भाई. चले जी, हमें कौन कौन पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है? यू नो, I kind of have an idea कौन कौन पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है, but I will let you see it on their socials. So follow Chennai GM on Instagram and you will know who the players are. And I can tell you the lineup is absolute fire. Fire मतलब आग लगा देने वाला लाइनअप है. So रेडी रहो उसके लिए. सर भाई, अच्छा, your board for Olympiad. I would keep the same. I would say Gukesh 1, Prag 2nd, Arjun 3rd, and then Nihal / Vidit 4th, and we'll decide based on the team, right? कौन कौन सा टीम है, सो देखते हैं. Who are the UzChess stars? Is UzChess for China? I would say, I think Uzki team is very clear. It's gonna be Nodirbek board 1, Sindarov board 2, or the opposite, regardless. Board 3 will be, Nodirbek Yakubov, who's also very strong. World Cup में 4th आए थे, so he's a great player. Is playing right now against the other Nodirbek. Board number 4, I think, is their weakness. That's the problem. Board number 4 is the weakness, जहां पे Indians can crush them. But it should be okay. How to prepare for a chess tournament? Bhai, solve a lot of tactics. Get a chess.com diamond, solve Puzzle Rush, and it will help you a lot. हाँ सर, उस चेस खेल लेते फेस. अरे बिल्कुल भाई, खेले अगले साल खेलेंगे भाई, मे बी 20 years later. Is Uzbek or China? I think Uzbekistan is the stronger team. China में Wei is very strong, but Ding is not in peak shape. Unke, I think who's there? I think I forgot the name of the players. The third player, is it like? I forgot the name. But anyways, I feel like Bu Jiangji, right? I don't remember exactly, but I think their team is slightly weaker than Uzbekistan's team. So did you lose weight by doing 10K steps? One thing. I've lost like 4 kgs in the last 2 months. It's not much, but it's consistent. And yes, I did it by just walking. So it does work. It will not get you 5 kg, 10 kg losses, but it did work for me. I think the difference basically was there was not a single day where I gained weight, essentially. Like, okay, maybe minor, but weight loss में I think ये होता है कि basically you lose some weight and you gain it all back and then you get pissed. So the trick is to basically make sure you never gain weight on 2 consecutive days. So if you're walking 10K steps, you're unlikely to gain weight, I think, back. But okay, अभी बहुत दूर जाना है भाई, बहुत weight lose करना है यार. मोटू से पतलू होने में बहुत टाइम लगता है. साहब, नॉर्थ इंडिया से अच्छे प्लेस क्यों नहीं आ रहे यार? कल्चर है ना यार. साउथ इंडिया में विशी सर आए, He became the world champion from Chennai. अब imagine करो आपसे घर के 2 किलोमीटर दूर एक world champion रहता है. That's gonna be much more inspiring than somebody living on the other side of the country. So I think if let's say कल को we have a top player coming from let's say Delhi, let's say Sahaj Bhai decides to become the world champion and does it, then I think it will inspire many more people, right? So I think it's all about बोलते ना adjacency, like आपके आसपास कौन से players है, that really matters. How do you complete 10K steps? By walking. So I will have some job I have to do. I have to call somebody. जो भी काम मैं walk करते करते कर सकता हूँ, I just walk during the time. So that's the way I do 10K steps. Doesn't take that long, no? Like 1.5 hours, 1 hour 45 minutes. कैमरा है भाई, कैमरा है हमारे पास, ग्लिच कर रहे हैं. We'll have the cameras day one, typical glitches. We'll have the cameras for you. अभी अर्जुन दिख रहा था हमें, so we'll have it very soon. Bhai, news coming. North Korea is ready to win Olympiad. Wow. By the way, North Korea, do you know Pakistan has an Olympiad team? Like they genuinely play the Olympiad. So it's going to be exciting to see. I think Pakistan का 2024 में या 25 में I think का top seed was like 2080 or something. So they will also potentially play. I'm just hoping round one India Pakistan हो जाए. I've been dreaming for it, bhai. I've been dreaming for it. Sabe, are you the secret second for Vidit? Usually I would say no, but maybe after CO भी कुछ possibility हो सकती है. You never know. Why are you not playing? नहीं भाई, I'm too weak for this event भाई. I think 2 में इतने ओ लगाने पड़ेंगे कि भाई there's no limit to that. पाकिस्तान तो साहिल खेलेगा 1 versus 4. Actually, I could win that. I could genuinely win that. रशिया प्लेइंग ओलंपियाड, वो मिस्ट्री है भाई, हमें पता नहीं है अभी. हमें पता नहीं है कि रशिया खेलेगी कि नहीं. इफ दे डू प्ले, आई स्टिल डोंट थिंक देयर आर टफ कंपटीशन. दे आर वेरी स्ट्रांग, बट उनकी टीम क्या है? इयान पुनाची नॉट इन पीक शेप. ऑलरेडी ही इज अ बिट tilted, I feel, in life in general. थोड़ा सा he's a bit, ऐसे वो I don't know why I sense a lot of frustration, like he's not happy with his play, I feel. So Nepo hai, then we have Kramnik. I'm not sure Kramnik plays. Then we have Dubov. I think he will be very strong, of course, but it's still not like that A-list team jahan pe they could potentially win gold. So even if they play, I think it will not be a big issue. Check with the game. Of course, see what Arjun is thinking. So let's check out Vidit's game meanwhile. Oh, we have a few moves. So bishop e2 के बाद bishop d6, very logical move. And usually London में यहाँ bishop g3 खेलते हैं, but he plays bishop takes d6, also possible. And now Shaq simply castles. I mean, hard to really say कि this is bad for Vidit. Yeah, completely even, I think. उन्होंने bishop exchange कर लिया, h file भी open नहीं होने दी. He's brought his bishop outside the pawn chain. c5 incoming next. Castle रोकने में कोई stress नहीं है. So I have to say, I mean, Vidit has completely equalized. And I don't even see why he can't just play knight d7 and e5. So White will have to likely play c4 to stop it, yeah, instantly. So I think Vidit is very, very happy with what he has. I think completely equalized out of the opening. So how many controversies in World Rapid and Team Blitz Championships? Arey baap re bhai. That's another event. We don't have cams for that, so नहीं करेंगे stream. But उसमें ही बड़े ड्रामे होते हैं. मुझे याद है, I think कुछ हुआ था, अनीश का हुआ था, touch and move something. And also like कुछ एक अनीश नेपो कंट्रोवर्सी हैपेंड, राइट? लास्ट टाइम कुछ हुआ था, हिकारू वाज आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड. आई डोंट नो, लाइक कुछ तो हुआ था, समथिंग. चैट तुम याद लाओगे, मुझे याद है, तुम्हें पता होगा ऑफ कोर्स. हाउ मेनी इंडियंस क्वालिफाई फॉर द नेक्स्ट कैंडिडेट्स? वुमेन्स में आई थिंक एटलीस्ट 2 क्वालिफाई करेंगे ही, एटलीस्ट 2. आई थिंक हम्पी विल क्वालिफाई, दिव्या विल क्वालिफाई. नाउ ओपन में आई थिंक एक तो क्वालिफाई करेगा. प्रग / अर्जुन में से एक तो करेगा. अब whether both the categories increase by 1 number depends on whether Gukesh and Vaishali win. So ये हमें पता नहीं है. अब Gukesh अगर जीतता है, then we don't need that spot, and Vaishali wins, we don't need that spot. So उस पर depend करता है. But I think at least 2 in the women's section, at least 1 in the open section, and most likely 2 in the open section and even 3 in the women's section, I think. Arjun 250 कब करेगा again? भाई, he's moving towards it. Arjun, by the way, world number 9 है. If he just wins today, he'll be world number 7. He'll cross Anish and Wesley both in just 1 game. And if he wins again, he'll be world number 6. If he wins again, he'll be world number 5. So he's, in fact, world number 3 he could be. By the end of this event, Arjun could be world number 3. All he needs to do is gain around 17 points, which is not too tough at all because he is one of the top seeds here. He could totally do it. भाई विशाल सरीन उससे तो क्यों नहीं खेल रहे भाई, ये मुझे पता नहीं। विशाल सरीन कहाँ से आया भाई इसके लिए। इसमें आर्गुमेंट होगा नहीं, इसमें आई थिंक क्लासिकल चेस है, ड्रॉ है तो ड्रॉ। बट अगर पूरे टूर्नामेंट के एंड में टाई हुआ देन होगा आर्गुमेंट। याद है प्रग का हुआ था, प्रग सिंदारो एंड नोदिरबेक हैड अ टाई ब्रेक लास्ट ईयर, क्रेजी इवेंट था। तो ये वही इवेंट है भाई। Yes, Anish versus Arbiter, Anish Nepo Hikaru, Anish touch move, then a kid had some controversy leaving a piece or something. Yeah, I remember. बहुत crazy controversy थी. Women's Olympiad team, bhai, that is a great point. And I think, yaha, maybe I would change the order. So, board one, if Humpy is playing, I'm really hoping she's playing. Last time she did not play. So, Humpy board one, I would put maybe Vaishali on board two. And it's purely because she'll be preparing for the World Championship and she might be in peak prep. So, like somebody who's playing the World Championship might be in their peak shape at that point. So, प्रिपरेशन चालू हो चुकी होगी ऑलरेडी. सो आई फील लाइक वैशाली बोर्ड टू, दिव्या बोर्ड थ्री, and then Harika board four. Now Harika has a lot of experience, so you could totally put Harika on board two. Divya is India number two in peak shape as well. You could put her on board two, but that's my board order at least. That's what I would choose because Harika on board four, she'll crush everyone. So I think we'll get like 1 point confirmed in every single game. So that's why I will put that order. I think. VD का वन से समय है नहीं नहीं भाई. I think time wise yes. I am Saga क्यों नहीं कर रहे? I think they would be streaming. No, wait, are they not streaming? I think they should be streaming. Uh, they're streaming from 5 p.m. I think. Yeah, I think understandable. Yeah, ये event it's very hard as I mentioned. Wait, I don't see the stream. I think I saw it earlier. But anyways, like it's very hard to stream this event chat because basically इतने event हो गए हैं ना, like इतने commitments है. For example, World Championship की तैयारी already चालू हो चुकी है. Like ऑलरेडी प्रिपरेशन हैव स्टार्टेड कि भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने वाली है, क्या क्या हमें तैयारी करनी है उसके लिए. सो इतने सारे इवेंट है कि भाई देयर समटाइम्स नॉट इनफ टाइम, बट आई थिंक ही विल स्ट्रीम एट सम पॉइंट, आई एम गेसिंग. Can you improve at chess by watching tournament? Yes. So, Chad, the simplest way to improve, by the way, at chess is to look at top player games, see what they do. For example, Arjun game वापस आते हैं. After c4, he played queen to d7, and this is so typical of Arjun. d4 was the best, but he chooses the second best move in the position, which stops queen a4, gives his opponent a chance to play this ताकि वो night game में आ जाए. And this is so typical of Arjun, like giving his opponent a chance to go wrong. And camera hai hamare paas, we'll have the camera soon. Sahaj bhai usse kyun nahi? Actually, he could technically play. He's strong enough to play the challenges. Like, actually, that's a good point. Like, Sahaj bhai should definitely approach these organizers, like, and see if he can play because he can technically play the challenges. But I think maybe they go for like super youngsters. Yeah, matlab it's like जो बिल्कुल बच्चे 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 हैं, and like maybe that's why I think it's maybe not going to happen. Who is the strongest Olympiad team? I think on paper it's the US. If Hikaru plays, by the way, super important chat. Thank you for reminding me. Hans Niemann has confirmed that he is playing the Olympiad for the United States of America. इसका मतलब क्या टीम है उनकी? Fabi will play, ठीक है? Wesley will play, Hans will play, Aronian will play. Now the question is, will Hikaru play or not? If Hikaru doesn't play, then Dominguez steps in. I think. I'm checking the rankings. Oh, Dominguez is ahead of Arunian right now. Also interesting. So maybe Arunian doesn't play. So now the question is, bhai, will Hikaru Nakamura play or not? That's the big question. If Hikaru plays, US team by far is the strongest. By a huge margin, by the way. That team is absolute golden. I agree, man. That team is so strong. And it's going to be very, very tough for any team to match that. But देखते हैं भाई, you never know. If Hikaru is on the team, he'll either lose or draw all the games, and US will lose terribly. I disagree, यार. पता है Hikaru अगर Olympiad खेलेगा ना, I think he's gonna be in good shape. He's a very very strong player, and it's very hard. I thought we sometimes I say joke about Hikaru losing or whatever, but I mean, बहुत tough होगा. Like ask any Indian player, would they prefer facing Hikaru on board two or somebody like Hans or Aronian? They will all choose Hans or Aronian. Parag board 1, Arjun board 2, Nihal board 3, Ukesh board 4. No. Ukesh board 4, he will not play. I can guarantee Ukesh is not playing on board 4. There is zero chance. उसका कॉन्फिडेंस वैसे ही पानी में डूब जाएगा भाई बोर्ड 4 पे खेलने से. बाय द वे चैट, क्वीन डी के बाद डू वी हैव द कैमरा समय भाई? मतलब कुछ लग रहा है कब आएंगे? अरे यार, ग्लिच, अच्छा मतलब वो ग्लिच कर रहे हैं, मतलब वो ऐसे से हिल रहे हैं ना मतलब। हाँ दिखाओ एक बार कैसा लग रहा है भाई कैमरा देखने में। चैट, क्वेश्चन टू यू नाउ, ऐसा कैमरा रखना है कि हटाई दे, यस और नो, कीप दिस यस और नो। ये ग्लिच क्यों कर रहे हैं, ओ रखते हैं भाई। हाँ जान दो, रखे रहने दो भाई, जान दो। अबे अबे अबे, अबे ये क्या है भाई। भाई ये कैसा कैमरा है यार, मेरा फोन ले आते यार इससे बेटर। नोकिया आशा में बेटर कैमरा आता है यार इससे तो। Uh, 15-year-old Shubhi Gupta might make it. I think I saw that interview by Saga Bhai, I think at least on my timeline, but I think the problem is ki she might not fulfill the average rating wala. Like it's tough. And I don't even know what her exact rating is right now. What's the rating? So I think वो 3 month की average होती है. And I think she might not fulfill the average rating criteria. I think somebody else will be ahead. By the way, checking the Vidit game, we have a move. I think after Castle's knight d7 was played, and very important, उन्होंने castling will delay इसलिए किया because he wants to play e5. अगर e5 आ गया, the game is a draw. They can shake hands and go home. That's why c4 instantly by Mamidyarov. He doesn't want black to play e5. c6 very important क्योंकि हमने a5 खेल दिया है. We can't control the b5 square. तो ये स्क्वायर कंट्रोल करना बहुत जरूरी, अदरवाइज नाइट a3 या नाइट c3 नाइट 5 will be very strong. And now knight c3 on the board. So optically white has more space, but black ने piece exchange कर लिया एक. It's very solid, has gained space. I see zero problems in with its position. I think h6 खेलेंगे ताकि knight h4 bishop ना मरे. Then he will play castles. He will put the rook to c8 maybe and keep e5 in his grasp at all times. कभी भी possible है dc4 and e5 for example at some point. And this is a dead draw chart. I think ये game draw होगी. I'll be shocked if Vidit loses or wins this. Actually, either way. So draw is very high. Going back to I think Nodirbek for a second because सबसे crazy game actually. Oh, we have this camera, but okay. Bishop e7 खेला था. Bishop e2, h6, bishop h4, rook c8. Always a good move in the Sicilian defense, putting it opposite the king. Wow. चैट मुझे नहीं बता, बट मुझे बताया गया था चेस सीखते हुए, यू डोंट पुश पॉन्स ऑन द साइड यू आर वीकर. जहां ब्लैक अटैक कर रहा है, डोंट प्ले दीज मूव्स बिकॉज आफ्टर a3 ब्लैक कुड फॉर एग्जांपल प्ले b5 b4 and it's a hook for him to attack. So the only reason why he's played a3 is because he knows b5 b4 nahi aa raha hai. And that's only possible if after b5 he's going to play f5 or e5. He has to strike now. अगर एक चाल वेस्ट कर दी with a very normal move, I think rook f1, it might be too late already. So a3 risky move. Let's see how Nodirbek counters it because it's not been played before at all. Complete surprise. I'm genuinely shocked by this move. So let's see क्या होता है. Nodirbek सोच रहे काफी टाइम से यहाँ पे. So going back to the game of Arjun now, do we have a move? Yes. After c4, queen to d7, and look at this by halka, so not a mistake per se, because now there's a huge threat of taking and taking the rook, but at least not the best move by Vokidov now. Shubhi again, 170 elo in 1 month. By so I think that's really commendable. Kudos to Shubhi Gupta for gaining it. I don't know if she had a K factor of 40. I know of people who gained 400 points in 1.5 months. So I personally gained, I think, 180 points in 1.5 months as well. 2020, no, 2016 actually. So I think it's been done before, but of course it's crazy. Like if she's done it, that's amazing. 2426 okay rating, that's insane. So, but she might still not qualify because it's an average rating of 3 months. And ye 2426 agle mahine aayegi. That will be July. So I don't think she'll qualify, unfortunately, for the Olympiad. WGM for a reason. Do you think we should change his coach? I don't think so. I think adding some new perspective will help. कि कोई नया बंदा आके बताए कि भाई क्या issue चल रहा है. But I don't think he should change his core team. That's the team that got him to the World Championship. Why is camera play so far? That's a good point. Is there a point to zoom the cameras, समय भाई? ऐसे इसको उठा के ऐसे घुस जाए अंदर उसके थोड़ा सा ऐसे मतलब. कोई बात नहीं, कर लेते भाई. ग्लिच तो होगा अपने उसके बाहर है. लेट्स ट्राई टू जूम इट इफ पॉसिबल. वुड लव टू सी क्लोज अप. Um, who is the fifth in women? That's a good question. Fifth wala, I think right now it's gonna be Vantika slash I think Savita. Tanya, I think could be it, but Tanya has not completed the games. I think हमने discuss किया था Tanya से, right, during the candidates. I think she might not. कैम ही चला गया, बढ़िया। लाते हैं जट, लाते कैमरा लाते हैं। एक बार इंडिया वुमेन्स रेटिंग की रेटिंग देखो, फिर अपनी टीम बताओ भाई। आई थिंक टीम फिक्स्ड है भाई, मैं बता दिया। बोर्ड 1 फॉर मी इज हम्पी, बोर्ड 2 इज वैशाली, बोर्ड 3 दिव्या, बोर्ड 4 हरिका, एंड बोर्ड 5 विल बी Vantika slash I think Savita. Tanya, of course, if she gets the games in, but I don't think she's getting the games in. He said he is playing classical to play Olympiad, but will we see Indian team without Vidit after a long time? Um, for me, it depends whether he has the games in. I think Vidit की rating थोड़ी बहुत घटेगी भी, तब भी he'll qualify for the Olympiad. So the main question is, has he done the required games in? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What are good terms for casual players? अरे thanks for the bhai. I think rapid events. For example, मुंबई में बहुत rapid होते रहते हैं, तो I also play sometimes. If you play some rapid, you likely might see me there if it's a free weekend. Play rapid events around you. Just go to asf.in or go to chess results. Filter by your state and find out the best tournament for you. I think एक दिन का rapid होता है, Sunday को होता है. It's fun and rapid rating थोड़ी खराब हुई फर्क भी नहीं पड़ता. WNM I'll take for a reason. Imagine round 1 Norway versus India. Oh, बट ऐसा होगा नहीं, बिकॉज नॉर्वे इज अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम। यूजली पहले राउंड में वीक टीम लगती है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल लाइक पाकिस्तान लग सकती है पहले राउंड में, लाइक दैट विल बी नाइस। आई वुड लव टू सी इंडिया पाकिस्तान। ऐसा हुआ तो भाई उस दिन तो मतलब 100 के वॉचिंग। आई एम प्रेइंग कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान का पहला राउंड पड़ जाए भाई, प्लीज फिटे कुछ करो। लाइक मतलब आई एम जेन्युइनली लाइक मैं प्रे करूंगा भाई ओलंपियाड से पहले कि आई होप पाकिस्तान में कोई एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर चला जाए, उनकी एवरेज रेटिंग बढ़ जाए, एंड देन यू प्ले देम इन राउंड 1। आई एम रियली होपिंग फॉर दैट। सिर्फ कहा यार पता है यार, मैंने बताया था स्ट्रीम पे पहले यार, बेसिकली ना इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू गेट एवरीबॉडी फॉर एवरी इवेंट। देयर आर मल्टीपल कंस्ट्रेंट्स, द टाइम, द अवेलेबिलिटी, द बजट, एंड ऑफ कोर्स लाइक जैसे इंडियन प्लेयर्स ना, लाइक पहले 2 लोग खेलते हैं फिर 2 लोग खेलते हैं, इस साल इतने इवेंट है ना, तो वी माइट नॉट, ऑल ऑफ अस माइट नॉट बी अवेलेबल फॉर ऑल द इवेंट्स भाई, यही प्रॉब्लम है। सो वील ट्राई टू गेट एवरीबॉडी, बट समटाइम्स इट गेट्स टफ भाई। वी गोना प्ले कॉन्बॉक्स चेन्नई ग्रामर। आओ कैसे पता रख सर भाई, ये कहाँ देख लिया आपने? मुकेश आप खेल रहा है रियली? हाँ, पाकिस्तान के प्लेयर्स के अगेंस्ट तो मैं ही जीत जाऊंगा भाई। भाई यार मैंने एक रील बनाया था, एक मुझे याद है। मैंने कहा था अगर हमारी इंडियन टीम बिजी हो, तुम्हें कॉफी वॉफी पीनी हो, तो आई एम अवेलेबल। वही तो, आई एम रेडी भाई इफ दे नीड मी पाकिस्तान खेलने के लिए। Nihal, Arvind, or Vidit, who is most likely to get a spot? I think Nihal is confirmed in. Nihal Sareen is confirmed in. Now Vidit और Arvind में से एक बंदा qualify करेगा. That's the end final team for India. Mukesh World Champs, any changes? यार देखो, there will be some changes. There is no doubt. Mukesh, struggling as he is, to keep the exact same team would be risky. Also, Vincent Keimer now has become stronger than Mukesh in the ratings. So getting Vincent now might not make sense because he's an easy target, right? Everybody knows Vincent has been a second. So uski opening se sabka dhyan rahega. So I don't think Vincent will be there. And I think कि बाकी कोई नया top player आ सकता है. And by the way, look at this move. Knight to E1 by Samshidin Wokidov. And it's very interesting because Shadi, Knight on D3 is an excellent piece. Why? Multiple points. First of all, it blockades this pass pawn. It cannot move anymore. Number 2, it defends the weak E5 pawn. वो तो चलो यहां से भी कर रहा था. Number 3, it also defends the weak B2 pawn now. Number 4, it frees up the F pawn for moving as well. भाई सहज भाई नहीं तो आज F pawn तो आजादी में घूमेगा. So very nice move, even though इंजन की first preference ये नहीं थी. I kind of like this move. Now what does Arjun do? I think Knight F5 या Knight G6 makes a lot of sense to open the bishop up, jaldi se castle karo, and then pressure down the B file. Maybe even A4, then Rook B8, really put pressure. Ideally exchange these 2 pawns and then attack this B3 pawn with full pressure. That's the target for him. And long term, ek protected pass pawn hamare paas hai. So we will have some chances to win this game. Why will you second is a strong second that eventually beats you? The thing is, Vincent at that point was not even world top 15, I think. And also you want a strong player because their ideas will be very strong. By the way, अरे बढ़िया zoom in कर दिया है भाई समय भाई, crazy भाई, this is perfect. And now we have zoomed in. Maybe I don't know if it's possible to shift हल्का सा left में ताकि अर्जुन की कुर्सी भी दिखे. कल को shake करेगी तो we can see it, but otherwise बिल्कुल perfect है भाई. Leon Mendonca is not playing UzChess. नहीं भाई, he's not playing भाई. Uh, it's a good move. I think he's playing at 267 GM. Yeah, agreed भाई. अरे मुकेश मैग्नस को 2 बार हरा के नौवे जीतता प्रक की तरह तो उसका कॉन्फिडेंस स्काई रॉकेट होता. वही ना भाई, अगर अगर इज अ बिग वर्ड भाई. अगर मैं बोलते हैं, अगर मैं बचपन में चेस खेलना चालू किया होता और मेरे को कोचिंग मिली होती मम्मीदारों से, मैं भी बोलते ना लाइक वो छोटा बच्चा, वो क्या नाम है उसका, डॉगमस होता. अगर बहुत होता है भाई. You think Mukesh will get to form before World Chess Championship? I think that's the biggest question in our minds, right? Chat, I'm going to ask you first, okay? Do you think Mukesh will get his form back before the World Championship? या फिर in time for the World Championship? Yes or no? Simple one-word answer, bhai. Come on, chat. And you know what? I like this answer. He has to. I think Renu, what you said is correct. He has to. And sometimes now, like um, when you have time on your hands, you hesitate. But big players, strong players, clutch moments को पकड़ लेते हैं बस. Like they don't let go. And जब भी World Championship आएगी, I have this belief कि Mukesh will find a way to get back in form. He will find a way to get back in form. So yeah, hoping कि ऐसा होगा. I am also of the belief कि he will be in form for the World Championship and likely even for the Olympiad. If Salah was playing from childhood, he will be women's world champion. ये क्या है भाई? Does he really have to? Ding wasn't in shape, but Ding had health issues. By Ding had health issues. Ding was stuck in China for 2-3 years. Couldn't play professional chess outside of China. He had serious limitations, and he didn't even enjoy chess. To be honest, देख के तो ये लग रहा था. He didn't play chess too much. So I think Ding had other issues. Mukesh does not have at all. His opening is outdated. I disagree on the opening. I feel where Mukesh has gone wrong is basically he plays with a lot of confidence. Like he'll play aggressively, sharp lines, and then he'll make a mistake. So it's kind of if I have to put it bluntly, a skill issue. Yeah, matlab, he's not able to play great moves in pressure in critical positions. I think so. It's not really. I feel like yeah, बहुत deep plus में घुसना पड़ेगा किसी games में for his team की. भाई, where are we going wrong exactly? I think Mukesh might lock in when the time comes and play better even out of shape. It is possible, why? It is possible. Skill issue is not like he cannot play good chess. I feel like he's going wrong somewhere. There's something wrong about his play, which I think he'll have to figure it out. Like वो क्या गलत है वो. It's not like कि वो बोल okay भाई confident हो जाओ and he'll become confident. It's not that sort of block. There's something deep in his play which his team will have to go and analyze कि भाई इस तरह की position में he's struggling, he's over pushing or he's doing something else. It will require a detailed analysis of each of his games. It's not something we can understand out of the back. कि हाँ भाई उसका मूड खराब है तो खराब खेल रहा है, उसकी ओपनिंग खराब है तो खराब. It's not that simple, I think. Opening wise, he's doing well, man. He has the most amount of money to put into chess. I don't think opening is an issue. कैसे साल बढ़िया हो भाई, आप बताओ कैसे हो यार. नेपो का गेम देख. भाई 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 कुछ होने वाला है, कुछ होने वाला है. लेवी को वीडियो मिलने वाली है. And it's so impactful. The rook sacrifice is so strong that gravity has bent the table towards the left side. Do you see it? Do you see it? By board, the floor has tilted towards the left. Inception movie ki tarah. And let's look at this. Why is it so strong? Bhai, black apparently should have castled. And the game was roughly even. Maybe white is slightly better with knight a4 with some knight b6 and pressure here. But he plays bishop e6 and 14 move ke baad Ian Nepomniachtchi is struggling. And the idea is chat, rook takes c6. भाई स्लो मोशन में चल रहे हैं कि कैमरा स्लो मोशन में, बिकॉज इट फील्स लाइक इज मूविंग इन स्लो मोशन. Pawn takes e6, bishop to g6 check. King f8 is already lost. King f8, queen e2, followed by this. It's resigns. It's resigns. Queen d7, knight f4. It's +3 for white. So he can't play king f8. Bhai, this is gone. This is gone. He has to play king d7 now. there is there is no way. There is no way, man. He's going to survive this. Man, knight f4 looks so strong, forking king and rook. I'm wondering what to do. Like knight f4 to me looks like very, very, very strong. Queen e2 still, man. Bishop f7, queen e6. Checkmate. See this. Rook g8, bishop a, rook a, queen e6 mate. Simple mating 2. Bhai sahab. Khatam bhai. Hi, Nepo bhai. I think for me, I feel like Nepo is out of his form now, like out of his peak. And I feel like it's going to be very hard for him to maintain 2700 rating. बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा. What is his rating right now? He's 2734. I think he's going to lose a bunch of rating, I think, after this. This is very tough to handle. Rook takes e6. So Nepo definitely struggling. And look at him. उसकी चाल भी नहीं हो, बैठा हुआ तब भी सोच रहा है. That tells you how scared he is about the position. So Ian Abernathy under huge pressure right now and likely to lose his first game against Madaminov Mukhidin. भाई 2500 से हारने वाले हैं अपनी पहली गेम. वाओ भाई, इसे तो 7-8 पॉइंट जाएंगे रेटिंग के. सो दैट इज गोना बी हार्श. मीनवाइल लुक एट दिस. मैं बात ही कर रहा था A3 के बाद B5 इज द क्रिटिकल मूव एंड नोदिरबेक अब्दुसत्तारोव ने खेल दिया भाई. ही प्लेड इट. So that means कि भाई अब E5 is the move he has to find. Otherwise, B4 is incoming. Nepo was a 2-time world champion. Exactly. And now he's kind of on a slump. Why Magnus suffered a slump in form in Norway chess? That's a very good question, I think. And I'm going to go to Vidit's board while I address it. I feel like Magnus is past his prime, man. I think he's what? I am 33. So he's 35 years old, 2 years older to me. So I have 2 years to become the GOAT, basically. But I feel like Magnus has gotten married now. He has a kid. He probably is entering a new phase of his life. He's not going to play as much classical chess. He's already not been doing so for many, many years. I think he enjoys chess. He loves the game. But he might not prepare as much as he used to. And जब preparation कम हो, उसका फर्क क्या पड़ता है? First of all, your opening prep is not as strong. So other players can catch you in the opening and you get a worse position. Number 2 is you are rusty. So you play slowly. For example, Vidit ko yahan dekho. He has 50 minutes. His opponent has 1 hour 20 minutes. This is a typical sign of somebody who's playing after a while. This is exactly what Magnus is also facing. And it's very hard because Magnus blundered in time pressure. Most of the games he lost was in time pressure. Prag ke saath wo draw tha king e2 pe, but he played king f4. Against Jordan in that, tape segment, he lost that rook, bishop, knight, whatever it was. So I think ये दोनों points, opening and also your time pressure management is very, very difficult. And that's the problem, man. So it's very hard. Either he has to come back to professional chess, play seriously, prepare like he was doing it earlier, or he is going to lose rating eventually. Like he might even fall below a 250 by the end of the year. It is totally possible. Yeah, but Prag is preparing, man. Prag is preparing like crazy. Even Prag, मैं break खेलने से नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं Prag practice से बोल रहा हूँ. So you might be not playing over the board chess, but you might have a 2-month camp with somebody. So that's the difference. And I think Magnus probably with this new phase in life, I think is not taking out as much time for chess. And by the width ka game dekhte, I think we saw it till c6, knight c3, h6 kela, very nice move. Knight h4, bishop h7 hai. C takes d5, e takes d5, knight h4 anyways. And now bishop e6 ke baad, bishop to d3. So basically knight f5 is potentially a plan. Maybe if you're very lucky, you want to squeeze in this, but that looks too hypothetical. I think your game close to equal. Vidit should castle very, very quickly and then hope for the best, basically. So roughly balanced, but time is a big issue. And traditionally, Amidarov has a great record against Indian players, especially Vidit, by the way, has a great record. So Vidit has to be very cautious. Psychological block ho sakta hai against Amidarov. So he should be very careful about how he places his pieces. Meanwhile, oh, is he going to play Rookie chat? Wait, did he play something chat? Wait, do we have a move? He got up, no? Wait, Nepo's clock is running. Did he play rook takes e6? Can we go full? Do we have the ability to go full screen here? I don't see it. Has he played rook takes e6? I don't think so. He played this. Did he miss it? Why did he miss it? Wait, there is no rook on e6. I see the pawn on f7. I see castles. I see. Wait, I don't see the move. What did white play? Wait, very interesting. Wait, chat. He's not played bishop e6 actually. Nepo's bishop is still on c8. So I think maybe he brought the bishop to e6, realized it was a blunder, and then put it back. Oh, is that what just happened? Wait, the Nepo's bishop is on c8 right now. Chat, yes or no? Do you see the bishop on c8? I see it on c8. Wow. And a good question by Shivam Bhai. Who will be world number one next? 2824 cross karna hai. Could it be Dogmas, Arjun, Gukesh, Sindarov, Prag, Nodirbek? I think it's gonna be likely Arjun, Prag, Sindarov और Nodirbek. I think इन चारों में से एक बंदा हो सकता है. Who could be world number one? Yeah. Looks like he's not actually played bishop e6. He put it there, realized it was a blunder, and then put it back. Arey baap re yaar. I thought he had played this, but okay, theek hai. Let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, going to the game of Apna Arjun Erigesi again. Let's see what's happened. We have a couple of moves. Oh, I love the full screen angle actually. Queen d7 ke baad, he played queen e2 as we saw. And now d4, one of the best moves in the position. And knight e1 we saw. And this is where, look at this, Arjun plays the best move in the position by queen to c6. This is so hard to find. I'm still not sure about the actual intention of the move either. So let's say I play knight to f5, right? What's white's plan? He's going to play knight to d3 anyways. And maybe the plan is queen c6 and knight h4 even to threaten checkmate here. So very active move, brings the queen out. And now white is thinking what to do. The plan could also be to pressure the b file later on. Do you think Gukesh's overpressing the position intent will cause him to lose the world championship? I think that's definitely a problem. Pehle he used to overpush, but he used to play good chess. Like he used to play perfect chess after that. Nowadays he's making mistakes, so the overpushing is not working. But that's his style, so very hard to control. So mera manna hai ki I think it's if he gains back his confidence, then that overpushing style will work. But it could cost him the world championship. It could totally cost him the world championship. By the way, सोच रहे हैं वोकीडोव क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे. नेपो तो बस वॉक कर रहे हैं. He's just walking casually as if nothing just happened. नेपो ही है ना भाई वो. ये नेपो ही है ना ये सामने जो गया अभी. What if Vasara is wait what? ये क्या भाई क्या रे यार तुम लोग कुछ भी बोलते हो भाई कुछ भी बोलते हो कई बार. एंड चैट बाय द वे वुड लव टू नो कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हो. जहां ज्वाइन कर रहे हो वहां कितने बजे हैं. इज इट आर देयर पीपल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड ऑफ इंडिया आल्सो. वुड लव टू नो स्पेशली इफ यू आर फ्रॉम उज्बेकिस्तान. बाय चांस कोई खिलाड़ी कोई चैट में है बंदा तो बताना भाई जरूर. According to WGM, Priyanka Nihal on board one. Oh wow, I think Priyanka was here for one day. I think I remember I was not there that day. I wouldn't put Nihal on board one. I think it's too much pressure. It's his first Olympiad. It's very risky, right? Because he could just lose, and you can't change the move at a mid tournament. जो board one पे है वो board one पे ही खेल सकता है. So I think I would put him on board four, जहां से he can gain the experience to later potentially in future Olympiads play on board one. I think it's very tough to handle the pressure as we see with Dukesh. अर्जुन साल में पॉइंट लॉस. क्या 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 चल क्या रहा है. व्हाई डू आई रीड ऑल दीस मैसेजेस. मैं ही बेवकूफ हूँ. पुणे आ जाओ. साल बारे में आया था पुणे यार. आई केम टू पुणे. आई थिंक इट वाज अ मंथ बैक और सो. आई प्लेड अ रैपिड इवेंट आल्सो अटेंडेड सम वेडिंग एंड यार इट वाज ट्रैफिक बहुत है भाई पुणे में. मतलब इतनी गाड़ियां इतनी बसें कहाँ से लाते हो. जैसे मेरे प्रखर ने आपको कितने पैसे दिए भाई. अभी तो कुछ नहीं आया है एंड आई डोंट इवन नो एंड आई डोंट इवन केयर एक्चुअली टू बी ऑनेस्ट. फॉर मी आई थिंक आई हैव बीन हेल्पिंग प्रखर फॉर 3 COBs now. And I think it's always a nice experience because Prakhar is one of the strongest players and he's the guy who loves chess the most, I feel, one of the most. So he puts in the most effort also. So it's always fun to coach him because he's not ki, haan bhai ho gaya bas. He wants to prep more and more and more. So it's fun to work with him actually. सर भाई वाई आर द मॉड्स प्लीज, अरे भाई मॉड ने आपको ही बैन कर दिया भाई, क्रेजी। हमजा अली फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान, who do you think will FIDE World Team Rapid? Oh, by the way, wait, what? Wow, very interesting choice. By A4 played. So, and surprisingly for me at least, it is the engine's first preference. So I understand the logic. First of all, you are fixing a pawn on A5. Kalko, my plan could be, on a good day, yeah, very good day, Rook A3, Rook B3, Rook B5 as well. And that would completely lock everything in. This pawn I can defend with knight d3, so not easy to attack. And also, most importantly, I have fixed this pawn on a5 as a permanent weakness. But it's a committal move now because you can never really play b4. I mean, you can in some tactical variations like b4 by ye hanging and a5 by a5, but it's very tough to do it. And iske baad, I think you are essentially headed off into some committal chess. Also, this knight could now come to b4 long term. So I'm kind of thinking Vokidov is going for the kill, and iska matlab we could get a result very, very likely in this game. Draw ke chances kam hote hue with that a4 move. क्या हाल है? बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ यार। हे फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान, अरे बाप रे भाई। भाई आपकी टीम में स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्लेयर कौन है भाई? तहीर भाई, हु इज योर स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्लेयर फॉर द ओलंपियाड? टिकू दिल खुश कर दिया नॉर्वे चेस में। अब क्या कमबैक होगा इंडियंस का? भाई कमबैक चालू हो चुका है। प्रग का कमबैक चालू हो चुका है, अर्जुन का चालू हो चुका है, निहाल तो ऑलरेडी कमबैक कर रहा है। नाउ इट्स ऑल अबाउट मुकेश। जीएम लड़न क्यों नहीं खेल रहे यार? पता नहीं यार, लियोन को क्यों इनवाइट आया, वेरी हार्ड टू नो। ही कुड हैव प्लेड एक्चुअली, ही वाज स्ट्रांग इनफ। बाबर आजम स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्लेयर नहीं भाई। आई डोंट थिंक बाबर आजम क्रिकेट छोड़ेंगे। ही लव्स क्रिकेट। क्योंकि विल रिटर्न इन डूम्सडे। अबे यार भाई, डूम्सडे वाली दिसंबर में आ रही है ना, लाइक वुड बी फन टू वॉच इट एक्चुअली। लास्ट वीक ऑफ दिसंबर में। Pakistan has a team by and they do play every Olympiad by the way. They just didn't play the one in India जो 22 में हुआ था. They didn't send a team. I mean reasons are obvious. But बाकी सब Olympiad पाकिस्तान खेलता है भाई. Prakhar 10K. 10K by the way he gave to Joel for Queen D5 blunder. So that was nice actually. आप अकेले क्यों हैं टिक्कू भाई? भाई लाइफ में अकेले हैं तो भाई कमेंट्री में कभी अकेले क्यों नहीं हो सकते भाई? एक्चुअली लाइफ में अकेले नहीं है, बट ठीक है, सुनने में अच्छा लग रहा है। चल देखो इसका कमबैक होगा क्या भाई? साइड कमबैक हो चुका है भाई, हो रहा है धीरे धीरे करके। If Sindarov wins, Nodirbek bold opinion will become true. I mean, that is true, but I don't think Nodirbek predicted Sindarov world champion banega. I think he expected कि भाई he's gonna be the one, and we'll discuss this, right? Tiger 1, Tiger 2 में discuss किया था, but I feel like it's gonna be a rivalry between the two Uzbeks. Like they are both at the exact same rating right now. 2777. दोनों ratings dot same है. So if Nodirbek loses even 1 point at UzChess, Sindarov will become Uzbekistan number one for the first time ever. And he's going to be world number 4 ahead of Nodirbek. Agreed. Royal Indian given by Gukesh is getting great positions. He's unable to convert. That's the point. His play has flaws in the middle game and the end game. आपके जीएम बनने का प्लान क्या है यार? पता है यार, बन जीएम तो पता नहीं, आईएम तो मैं बन जाऊंगा। लाइक व्हाइल आई वाज प्रिपेयरिंग सीओबी, आई केम बैक yesterday, I played some online chess when I had time and I was playing so much better than normal. I could realize कि if I prepped for example a year, I would easily become an IM, but I'm not really sure my life would change at all. It would not change. I think I would still do content, I would still commentate, so getting an IM title doesn't really affect me at all. GM title definitely would be more valuable, but there's no guarantee I'm going to get the title. It's very tough. I think, is doable. Ultimate team announced. Where is it? It's not been announced. The team is still a mystery, but we do know the location. It is Uzbekistan. So Uzbekistan की home turf में Olympiad होने वाला है. So already a slight edge for them, I think. And they will have 3 teams, by the way. Uzbekistan 1, Uzbekistan 2, Uzbekistan 3. Sold. प्लग इज फादर ऑफ क्या भाई, तुम क्या लिखते हैं कमेंट्स यार? एक तो अकेला होना, फिल्टर कमेंट्स करने का टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है मुझे। Why is the prize money low here? Yeah, prize money, you should not take it at face value because all the players get appearance money as well. So every top player, when they play an event, they get appearance money, which is fixed, and then they get prize money on top of it. So I'm pretty sure the players are getting a decent amount of money from this event. प्रखर का दौरा देगा कि आपके अलावा वो नहीं पता. I didn't hear that and I don't care honestly. I think I'm just glad he won. I would say Prakhar winning and me not getting anything is better than Prakhar losing and me getting something. I think I love he won that tournament. There's so many positive memories now about COB, and I think it's gonna, and also it's a lot of content, right? Itni games, itna content. I just recorded a few shots today morning about COB, and they will come out in the next week on my Instagram and YouTube. So it's like a lot of stuff, a lot of content also. Also, by the way, I'm recording a video with Saga Bhai today, later on in the day, जहाँ पे Prakhar and I will go through our preparation for COB. So I think it's like इतनी stories मिलती है ना, like you can really learn a lot about content also through that. आप जर्मनी में करने क्या गए थे टिक्कू भाई? भाई जर्मनी क्या करने गया था मुझे भी नहीं पता. वो मिस्ट्री है भाई. By the way, look at Arjun. I think he was also a bit surprised by this A4 move because he's been thinking for 6 minutes plus already. And I think uski move thodi obvious hi hai. So first of all, knight f5 is what I really want to play here. Like this is the move. But you know what the plan for white is, chat? If knight f5, question to you, what is white's best move? Come on, chat. And I've already mentioned this once. White to play, what's the best idea? Pakistan has no GM. I think they have one GM, which is Sultan Khan. He was awarded the GM title like recently, I think. Not G4. I think G4 is possible, but it's also weakening, right? Because knight H4 के बाद, अगर knight D3 खेला, तो queen G2 is mate. So it's risky. It's risky. There's a better move actually, and I mentioned this earlier. And the move is rook to A3. The plan of A4, and let's say you play bishop E7, now rook to B3, and very important, this pawn is not hanging. If queen takes A4, there is rook B8 check. If the king moves, the rook is gone. So bishop D8 khelna padega, and now bishop G5, game over. That's basically over, I think. So if I put the rook on B5, this is a perpetual weakness till the end of the game. You don't have the light square bishop to attack it, and I think Arjun is gonna absolutely suffer in this game. So knight F5, just normal development would be a big mistake, and Arjun very likely could lose from there. So rook a3 is not difficult, chessmate. That's why he played a4. That was the point behind a4. Even I saw it. So I think he will find rook a3, rook b3 if Arjun makes a mistake. आपको कैसा लगा ट्रेसी ने अमेरिकन में हेल्प करते गए उसने रिजेक्ट कर दिया भाई? दैट वाज हिलेरियस एक्चुअली. और प्रखर और वो मजे में ले रहे थे, बट एक्चुअली ट्रेसी, आई मीन शी वाज वेरी सीरियस actually, like she was not interacting with anyone, and in fact she met me later and said अरे sorry वो मैंने realize नहीं किया, you came to help and so on, and she said that on the stream also. She was very sweet actually. Can happen sometimes, bhai. I think you don't know the context. So it was funny though. In the moment I was like अरे यार भाई मैं क्यों आया, but I think it was at the end a funny story. Again, the point stands. COB gives you a lot of stories, a lot of content. Salve World Team Chess Boxing में who will win? If professional chess players played chess boxing, I'm thinking who would win. Maybe Nepo is a strong contender. Maybe that's the world championship he can win. साहिल भाई, राकेश भाई ने आपकी सैलरी कट करे कि नॉवे चेस डिच करके? नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. और राकेश भाई आई थिंक डजंट डिसाइड माय सैलरी एक्चुअली, बट नहीं ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. आई थिंक आई वाज आल्सो काइंड ऑफ कंटेंट कहीं से ही मिले भाई. कंटेंट है भाई, वी आर हंग्री फॉर कंटेंट, कहीं मिल जाए. सागर बहुत हंसी भाई, हंसी तो आ रही, मुझे खुद को हंसी आई थी यार. मैंने लुक लाइक क्या फनी मोमेंट था. बट आई थिंक इट वाज फनी, ओवरऑल फनी था यार. चार भी हंस रही थी. आई सॉ कुछ लोग कमेंट में देखे जो मेरे पर हंस रहे थे भाई. याद है मुझे कौन कौन थे वो लोग कमेंट्स में, बट इन जनरल इट वाज फनी भाई. बट ट्रेसी वाज वेरी स्वीट एट द एंड. आई थिंक वो खुद आके बोली, स्ट्रीम पे भी बोली, मुझे आके भी बोली अलग से. सो वेरी स्वीट. क्या आपकी नेटवर्थ क्या है भाई? गूगल करते हैं मेरी नेटवर्थ क्या है. दैट विल टेल यू. ठीक है, साहिल टिकू नेटवर्थ. Who the hell is Sahil Tiku बोल रहा है Google? So that tells you, bhai. That tells you. Oh नहीं, actually कुछ और है. Sahil Tiku's net worth is not publicly disclosed, as official final records for independent content creator national masters are not published. Oh wow, bhai. So clearly Google doesn't know. It's a secret, bhai. Salve, can you beat Gukesh now? No, I cannot. You will crush me 10 on 10. And by the way, Arjun, you can see, has 54 minutes. He realizes the critical moment hai bhai. Critical moment hai. And by the way, somebody said Vidit has 38 minutes. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? Bhai, we saw it till CD5 and I think knight is dekha tha maine, bishop D3. And he took a lot of time to play B5. Okay, this makes sense. You want to play knight B6, knight C4, possibly. You also want to kick this knight back. Like, it's an ambitious move for black. But bhai, 13 chale hui hai. He's used up an hour almost and now has to play what? 27 moves in 38 minutes. भाई अच्छा विदित नॉर्वे चेस नहीं खेल रहा था वहां पे तो सारे गेम आ टाइम पे भाई. This is insane time pressure, by the way. Insane time pressure for Vidit. Wow. भाई that's tough. That's tough, man. That's tough. राकेश भाई आपके बॉस है ना? नहीं, actually there is Awadh Shah. You might have seen him in the video. 500 yellow versus players. He's both my and Rakesh bhai's manager. But to be honest, अपनी इंडियन टीम बहुत चिल है. कोई किसी का मैनेजर नहीं है, सब चिल करते हैं भाई. So it's not like a typical वो होता है ना, like वो हायरार्की होती है, वैसा कुछ नहीं है चेस कॉम पे. डैनी रेंच और हम भाई भाई basically भाई क्लिप करके भेजना उसको. By the way, going to the game of Arjun again, I don't know, Vidit is taking a lot of time, man. And Nodirbek, by the way, is shocked by B5. He didn't expect this. So clearly some pressure on Nodirbek यहाँ पे. And he's maybe a bit tired also. I don't know, is the travel kind of getting to him? But now Rook C1 feels very logical, controlling that C5 square, pressuring C6. And there are some weaknesses like Rook C1, Knight E2, and suddenly yaha weakness hai. And then you can also plonk the knight to F4, D3, E5. This knight comes to E5, Queen F3 possible, doubling of the rooks. So kafi plans hai. And B4, but there is knight A4, so not possible to do that either. Some pressure on Vidit Gujarati here. Salve, if you had money, then which top play would you sponsor? Choose one, dead or alive. Oh, good question. If I had infinite money, who would I sponsor? Considering कि यहाँ personal मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ, like I'm not sponsoring my wife, for example, I'm going to ignore that. So let's say अगर top players में choose करना है, I would choose maybe Nihal. I think I feel like Gukesh के पास sponsor है, Arjun has a sponsor, Farag has a sponsor, Adani है literally sponsor भाई. I mean और क्या चाहिए? So I would choose Nihal maybe, yeah. Like Vidit doesn't play as often, so I would choose Nihal maybe because Nihal I think probably could use it the most. And for me, Nihal, I think, is been one of the most talented players. Like pure talent-wise, I think Nihal is just absolute goat. I know Kapil and some youngsters are also there, but I would choose Nihal. By the way, look at this move, chat. Guess what Arjun just played? By not in a million years would I consider this move, and it is the second best position in this move, chat. Arjun played Queen to A8. And this is where I'm missing Sahaj bhai because iska idea unke paas bhi shayad hi ho bhai. Queen to A. Of course I understand कि knight C6 खेलने का plan है, but why not just knight C6 here then and then Queen B7? I think knight D3 for example. Now like what was wrong with this? Why first play Queen C6, right? Then play Queen A8. Like that's a mystery. Why not Queen B7 and Queen A8? By very interesting maneuvering by Arjun Erigesi. Queen to A8. And now the knight is coming to B4. As we discussed, this A4 move had a drawback. अरे मंदर भाई, what's up? जोक मारो, हायरार्की आ जाएगी बाहर. भाई मंदर भाई ने इतना पैसा दिया है ना वो सेम जोक पे. अगर इतना पैसा मुझे डायरेक्टली किया होता मैं अब तक रिटायर हो गया होता. एक ही जोक पे, वो भी एक ही जोक. आपकी शादी कब हुई भाई? पिछले साल दिसंबर में. Are you doing research on quantum chess technology? Yes, by daily. I'm trying to analyze why do I blunder at chess so much. Apparently, it's just quantum, fluctuations. Like split. क्या था वो? Double slit experiment कर रहा हूँ भाई मैं अपने blunders के ऊपर अभी. अगर मैं queen यहाँ से भेजूं या यहाँ से भेजूं, why is it always ending up blundered? Like वो कर रहा हूँ मैं अभी. Queen knight c8 नहीं खेल सकते थे यार. Knight c8 knight जा कहाँ रहा है? Because I don't think the knight belongs here because I can play b3 and block the knight. for example. So the knight actually belongs on c6. I think that's the best square. Attack c5 can come to b4. I think that's the best square. So queen a8 makes a lot of sense actually. And now I think Samshidin, देखो कैसे अटके हुए हैं बाय द वे, ही इज जस्ट होल्डिंग ऑन टू द बॉटल, इतना शॉक्ड है कि वो मूव ही नहीं कर रहे. लुक एट दिस चैट, द कैमरा इज स्टक. ओ नाउ इट्स मूविंग, नाउ इट्स मूविंग. अरे हैव यू, अरे यार शिवम भाई, मतलब लगता है आप ज्यादा ही मतलब कुछ आप खा पी के बैठे हो, एक्स्ट्रा सामान कुछ. साहिल भाई सिंदारो ने आपकी स्ट्रीम देखा, कब शुरू किया? सहज भाई said you said that he will, yeah, Sindaro watches our stream in time pressure chat, and you know what, the one event where he might watch is UzChess, because he is from Uzbekistan. So Sindaro, if you're watching, love you brother. We thought Sahil Kale got married instead of you. No, I think he knew I got married because I met him in GCL, but he maybe thought Sahil Kale also got married. But yeah, that was hilarious. I was also. साहिल इतना कॉमन नाम है भाई, यार क्या करे भाई यार, मतलब कुछ उसका कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं है मेरे पास. Vinit said, Sahaj Bhai is chilling. Is it possible that Arjun and Prag will help Gukesh for World Chess Championship? Very unlikely, bhai. Just imagine, will Nodirbek help Sindaro for the World Championship? Very unlikely. I think it's not that they don't want to help. It's just that बचपन से ये लोग एक दूसरे के competition रहे हैं. They are friends also, but they're also competitors. And it's very hard for them to support each other. I don't think so. So he's about to play, I think. I think इसी मुझे खेलेंगे वो. By the way, Vidit has castled chat, very important. After rook c1, best move by Mamedyarov. He has finally castled. And I think now knight e2 likely could be the next move. h3 also could be a move to prevent bishop g4. But plan हमारा knight e2 ही है. And this knight can, of course, hop into many squares long term. So c6 pawn could be a big weakness for Vidit Gujarati right now, who luckily played the last move very quickly, hoping he plays the next few moves very quickly. Otherwise, pressure बहुत पड़ सकता है. And wait, what? I am sorry. What? भाई, look at this. सिंधारोव के second है हमारे सामने, by the way. Mukhidin Madaminov is Sindarov's second. And look at this. What has he played? After bishop e6, he didn't take on e6. He played queen to d2, basically preparing bishop takes h6 brilliancy. Yo, Prakar bhai, what's up? भाई अपनी कॉल पेंडिंग करेंगे वो, बट भाई कैसा लग रहा है एसयूवी विनर? भाई look at this move. Bishop takes h6 and c4 only move to distract the bishop, and now not pulling the bishop back. Bishop takes g7, and if you take it, just queen g5 and you can resign. So he had to take the bishop now. भाई खतरनाक अटैक लग रहा है. बाप रे भाई, क्या क्रेजी पोजीशन है भाई शमशुद्दीन की. But now, sorry, Mukhidin ki, now he has to take the rook though, which is not ideal, I think. But we have rook e3, rook g3 ideas. खतरनाक अटैक लग रहा है भाई. Your video with your wife game, that DVI shot was really good. Yeah, it was very nice. I did lose that one on my wedding day, so makes sense. Bhai, the final against Joel was crazy, man. Like crazy final, actually. Like, rook SC was brilliant. ऐसा ही कुछ यहाँ पे आई थिंक नेपो को भी चाहिए. But okay, let's see क्या होगा. Meanwhile, going to Nodirbek, quick look. b5 के बाद e5 played, takes, knight c6 only move, takes, queen g3 only move. So लग रहा है कि Yakubov is in preparation. Look at him standing in front of Nodirbek right now. Knight d7 is the only move apparently for Nodirbek, which is not easy to find. Yo, Ayushman bhai, what's up? By knight d7 and allowing queen takes g7. Bhai, this is very tough. Rook is hanging, bishop hanging, pawn hanging, knight pin, bishop h5 आ रहा है. भाई क्या tactics है? Rook f8. Let's say मैंने rook बचाया black से. Oh my god, chat. White to play. Look at this move. Look at this move. So best move in the position is bishop takes c7, queen takes, and rook hf1. Great. Very logical. Can you find the second best move in this position, chat? It will blow your freaking mind. Come on, chat. What is the second best move in this position? And yes, Samshin is a very good player. You cannot discount him. Come on, chat. What's the move? What's the move? Rook sack. Almost true. Almost true. Not rook d7. कुछ और better है. Rook h5 कैसे जाएगा भाई? I think even bishop h5. Also logical bishop hanging है. So we can't do it instantly. But your thinking is in the right direction, Joy Life bhai. The second best move is rook to d6. Oh, what a move, man. Good to see Prakhar bhai need a Prakhar versus Tikku game. Karenge bhai, bilkul. I think we played games on every single day. In fact, on one day, Prakhar was dominating chess against his games against me. So he's a very strong player. We'll do it at some point for sure. Rook d6 bhai, what a move. And you can't take the rook because the queen is hanging. And now bishop h4 free bishop, but rook takes e6. What a move. You can't. I mean, this is insane, yeah? If pawn takes bishop h5 is checkmate. Wow. And you have to play bishop e7 back and now bishop h5. Bro, if this happens on the board, I am going to lose my mind. This is insane. Crazy chess. And now apparently the best move is queen c7. हाँ वही सोचा था मैं, queen c7. ये सब hanging है, but queen c7 makes sense. Bye, this is insane chess. Piece sack करके यहाँ पे rook e6 पे बिठाना. So I think this game is going to be very sharp. Nodirbek under huge pressure. If he loses today, Sindarov becomes Uzbekistan #1. Bye, huge pressure on Nodirbek. So going back to the game of Vidit, by the way, जहाँ पे move आ चुकी है. After rook c1, castles, knight f5 was played. Takes. आया यहाँ पे rook e8, and this is the current position. I think bishop मिल चुका है, which is a good piece. I think Vidit under some pressure now because ये c6 square weak है. Knight e2 now attacking this pawn, queen c2 attacking this pawn, and ये knight घुमा फिरा के c5 पे आ सकता है, as we discussed. So Vidit under some pressure. 36 minutes to play 24 moves. This is not looking great for Vidit here. I think he's taken on more responsibility than he can chew on by playing this move b5 here. Tough one for Vidit Gujarati. Going to the game of Arjun Erigesi. क्या चल रहा है वहां पे? Look at this, by the way, after queen a8. Wait, what? Samjha. Look at this. So he could have played knight d3, which I think is the best move, and the Indian kind of agrees. But he goes for knight c2 instead. And basically he's saying, instead of rook a3, rook b3, rook b5, I'm going to play knight a3, knight b5 and threaten knight c7, forking the entire black army. Bhai Sahab, great find. Now, it has some risks. And chat, question to you. यहाँ पे तुम्हें पता है chess करना tough है, ठीक है? You will understand why chess is so tough. Black के top 2 moves तुम्हें बताने हैं according to the engine. What are Black's top 2 moves in this position? Come on, chat. I know stockfish analysis is there, but you know what? You will understand that chess is tough, and Arjun might even find it actually. What are the top 2 moves for Black here? Come on, chat. Let's go. This is impossible. Impossible. Rook b6. No, not rook b6 actually. I mean, it looks logical, but knight a3. And if rook takes b2, knight b5, and the rook is trapped. Actually, at some point, I'm going to play queen d1, queen c1. आपको विषय को देना पड़ेगा. So that's a trap by Samshidin Wakilov. Oh, look at what Arjun played. Arjun played knight to f5, which looks very, very logical, right? But not the best move. It's a decent move. Gives equality. But the top 2 moves were pawn to h5 with the idea of h4, h3, combining with the queen, and also king to d7. What? Why, who the hell was going to play king to d7 here? Insane ideas. Okay, chess is hard sometimes, chat. Very hard. I think knight f5, the move Arjun played, makes a lot more human sense. Yes, a couple of people said that. Nitya, I think you said that. That's insane, king d7. Why not in a million years? you expect king d7. So I think knight f5 normal move. I think काफी logical चाल है by Arjun here. And now I think black can continue on his plan, like knight a3, knight b5, and simply block the b file. I think black will play knight h4 at some point and mate here. So black का play on the king side, white का play on the queen side. Can engine be wrong sometimes? I think engines can be wrong. Sometimes in some, sometimes कुछ positional decisions it can get wrong. कई बार एक, it can be very tactical, give higher importance to material over initiative. So even though objectively maybe engines are rarely wrong, but practically they can really be wrong. In fact, Alpha Zero, जिसको याद होगा, it used to play in probabilities. So for example, chat, let's say यहाँ white के पास एक ही चाल है जो draw कर रही है. Let's say that's bishop to g5, random. The engine will give an evaluation of 0.00, right? But एक ही चाल है जो draw कर रही है. So that means the odds of white finding it are very low. Alpha Zero, what used to do is, it used to deal in probabilities. So for example, वो देख रहा है कि बिशप g5 की क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी है, नाइट a3 की क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी है, रुकी 1 की प्रोबेबिलिटी, रुकी 1 की, एंड इट यूज्ड टू incorporate those probabilities into the play and into the evaluation. So I think that's a better to judge who's better and who's not. So sometimes it might even choose like not the best moves because it thinks that probability wise it gives his opponent a higher chance to go wrong. For example, let's say knight a3, best line ke according is the strongest move, but queen d3 mein black has a higher probability of going wrong. It will play queen d3 even though it's not the best move. By the way, we have a move knight a3 on the board. Math class by टिक्कू probability. नहीं भाई, ये possible है. This is definitely a consideration for top players. And by the way, look at this. Bishop e7 played. So Arjun playing normal chess and he's just in time. So knight b5 pe, the king is ready to castle. You can also play queen c6 when knight f5 on the board. We are not getting the moves for some reason, but okay, I'm going to do it myself. Knight f5, knight a3, bishop e7, and knight b5 on the board. Why stop freaking out with little moments because it won't hit the same when it. Why yaar, aisa kya? Why, you have to be natural to who you are. I think faking upwards and faking downwards, both is something is very hard to do by merely at least. I just stay myself and that just says that's the best for me. But we have the moves now on the board, luckily, thank God. And now, of course, even if you castle, I think knight c7 forks the queen and rook. So aapko usko hilana padega. So then again, the queen on 8 is misplaced, yeah? I think queen c6 maybe has to be played again. अकेले कमेंट में बिल्कुल भाई. I think very hard for everybody to be available. I think for every event, so we'll try to get as many people as possible. But meanwhile, अकेला मैं हूं, but ठीक है भाई. अकेला हूं लेकिन घातक हूं भाई. Okay. Meanwhile, okay, no moves in the Vidit game. Okay, one move actually. Knight e2 was played by Mamityarov. So he has locked on to the best plan. And now queen c2 incoming. So rook a c8 played, defending that pawn. But now queen d2 maybe, attacking a5. Queen d2 से a5 मर रहा है. And if a4, for example, he dark squares बहुत weak हो गए. Now rook c2, rook c1. And this is very, very dangerous against Vidit. And okay, he plays knight f4 instead. Also a logical move because black would love to play c5 in some cases. In that case, d5 is already hanging. And this knight will now come to d3 and potentially go to c5. Even this knight is pinned, chat. So a lot of pressure. Ye knight e5 bhi ja sakta hai because this knight is pinned. The rook is hanging. So Vidit under serious pressure now and is under serious time pressure as well. Okay, he plays quickly rook to c7. At least he's playing fast. That's the good news. Yes, this is normal classical. By the way, let's look at this. I am sorry, what? Did Arjun just find king to d7? What? Did he just find king to d7? Why, this guy is insane. Wait, what? एक बंदा लिख रहा है obvious move by the way. घंटा obvious. You are telling me in this position, जहां knights and fork आ रहा है, you have to control the c7 square. You're not gonna control it with the queen. You're not gonna control it with the rook, but the king. Wow. Okay, that's an impressive move. That's a really impressive move. And I think Arjun, ये गेम ड्रॉ नहीं होगी भाई अब. ड्रॉ तो नहीं होती. After king to d7, either white breaks through in the center, like b4 takes and takes on d4 at some point, and he wins, or Arjun squeezes this out in the end game. I think this is very tough to end in a draw now. Very unlikely. In no way that is obvious by. I think not in a million years. Like if I had no clue how to play this position, king d7 तो मैं 100 साल में नहीं खेलने वाला. Uh, queen on 8 is well placed. Why is the queen on c6 worse placed than the queen on 8? I think the queen on c6 is better placed than the queen on 8, to be honest. Obvious for Arjun. That's a good statement. Arjun के लिए obvious हो सकता है. That's possible. And now I think you also want to play h5 to stop g4 from white. H5, h4, as we saw, is a very strong plan. So हम देखा था h5 and king d7. He's already played king d7. So very likely he's next going to go h5 chat. And if he finds h5, he's basically found the best plan for black with that the engine's suggesting. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Chat, no moves in the Nodirbek game just yet. In fact, knight d7 was played. So now queen g7 is the move we are waiting for. After queen g7, rook f8, bishop e7 is best, but what I really want to see is rook d6. I really want to see rook d6 here. That would be a psychological shock for anybody. Very easy to miss. And he's taken on g7. He's taken on g7. Come on. Yakubov, rook d6. Come on. Rook d6 by, please. I know it's not the best move, but it's the second best move. But come on, play it. I want you to play this move. Yaar, bishop e7 mat Mario, bhai. That's going to be a bit boring. Come on, rook d6, Yakubov. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. He's ready with his move. I think kabhi bhi khel sakta hai. Play rook d6, Yakubov. Come on, bhai. Never thought I'll be cheering, but come on. खेल दे भाई. दो मैगी rook d6 के ऊपर. भाई, look at how he's adjusting the chair, yeah? He's really pumped up right now. He's really pumped up. Nice, taking the bishop. I think he's taking the bishop. He's playing the best move. Arey yaar, rook d6 would have been awesome, but theek hai. Also very nice move actually. And now queen takes will happen instantly. And now rook f1 is the best way to move forward. But okay, I think it makes sense, right? Because at the end, usko piece sack karna padta. That's a risky way to play chess, right? That's a very risky way to play chess. Because if you sack a piece, you have to justify it. So from his perspective, very logical. And now rook f1 will happen over the board. So Yakubov still really better against this. And look at this, bhai. Ian Nepomniachtchi is losing. After c takes d3, bishop takes rook, queen takes pawn, bishop g7, rook a4. Bringing the rook into the attack. दोनों rook game में आने वाले हैं. Queen c7, h3, आता है rook b8, big blunder, and now Mukhidin can just pick up the pawn, and suddenly king side पे play and queen side पे play. So Ian Nepomniachtchi is struggling today. भाई हारेंगे वो मुझे लग रहा है. I think he's going to lose. I think he's going to lose spectacularly today. Very likely he's going to lose. Wow, beta, wow, wow, manna, wow. So that's going to be hard for Ian Nepomniachtchi. Hopefully, कोई controversy नहीं होगी दोबारा. That's what I'm hoping for. Now going to the game of the Indian players again. Vidit first. Okay, no moves in Vidit's game. After rook c7, he's still thinking. Mamitarov, that is. So let's go to Arjun. जहाँ पे king d7 was his last move. टिकू भाई ज्यादा जोर मत लगाओ. तुम्हारी बैटरी अंत तक डाउन हो जाती है. नहीं भाई, मेरा गले में लग रही है. That's the problem. But बैटरी डाउन नहीं होगी भाई. Like I will be dancing without audio. Bro, show Moke's game. भाई Moke की game अभी equal चल रही है. So we'll come to it later maybe. I'm more excited for this one. So let's spell Ian's surname now. Nepomniachtchi. Do you think this is my first time, brother? Huh? First time? भाई इतना आसान है भाई. मेरे को सबके नाम है. सिर्फ यान क्रिस्टोफ ड्रूडा मुझे याद नहीं है भाई. क्रिस्टोफ की स्पेलिंग याद नहीं है, बाकी सब याद है. What was between Nepo and Hans? Bhai, it was crazy. It was a draw, four each. And then there was some controversy. Nepo ने कुछ बोला था कि पैसा कम है, ये है, वो है. और कुछ Hans को बोला apparently, you play like your younger days or something. I don't know what happened. I read that tweet by Hans. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read. And Nepo ने Hans के हाथ नहीं मिलाए. Uh, when he came to, Uzbekistan chess. Will Gukesh help Sindaro for World Chess Championship? Wow. Great question, by the way. Huh? Great question. I will answer it, yeah. I will answer it soon. Tikwai, why you scream? Yeah, I'm way too passionate about the game, man. Nikal jata hai bas. I can't control it. If anybody has any suggestions to control it, they are welcome. Nepo bhai super grandmaster hai. Haan bhai, he's a super grandmaster. Very strong. Sindaro for the win. Nepo is... अरे भाई 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 भाई. इंडियन से क्लासिकल मैचेस कितने टाइम में फिनिश होते हैं? भाई चलते रहेंगे, उनको क्या है भाई, खेलते रहेंगे 4-4 दिन, दे डोंट गेट टायर्ड नो. बट यूजुअली दे हैव द सेम टाइम कंट्रोल, एंड देन उनकी एक्यूरेसी इज लाइक 99.999999998. बट द थिंग इज, अगर दो इंजन खेल रहे हैं तो हम एक्यूरेसी किससे मेजर करें? दैट्स द मेन क्वेश्चन हो. इफ दो, अगर इंजन ही खेल रहे हैं तो एक्यूरेसी किससे मेजर करें भाई? बिकॉज if you measure with one engine, then the accuracy is different. दूसरे से measure करो, दूसरे different. So I'm not sure we can measure the accuracy also. Personally, I think Ukesh is getting good positions but unable to convert. Agree, bhai, I think. Absolutely agree. I think, oh, by the way, Rook A3 played by Vokidov now. I think this rook might go to f3, h3 or somewhere, yeah, to try and attack now. For example, rook f3, rook takes f5 could also be a move. Like, it would not be out of the picture completely. I don't think Sese is stronger than these computers, by the way. I'm not sure, at least. बेड बग्स होंगे नेपो की चेयर में, रियली? बाय द वे, याद है किसी ने मूवी देखी है? क्या मूवी थी वो, बॉबी फिशर वाली, जिसमें वो स्पाइडरमैन बॉबी फिशर बनता है? भाई, ही फाउंड h5. भाई, Arjun is crazy, man. He found both king d7 and h5. This guy is absolutely insane, man. How can he find all of this? And he took just 1 minute for it. Crazy chess. Pawn sacrifice, yes. भाई, अर्जुन अलग ही है. उसमें दिखाते हैं ना, लाइक मतलब स्पैसकी वंस ही लूजेस अ कपल ऑफ गेम्स, ही थिंक्स कि फिशर की कुर्सी में कुछ है, एंड ही इज लाइक, ओके, लेट्स गेट हिज चेयर चेक्ड. एंड उसमें दो मक्खियां निकलती हैं. किसी ने देखी है मूवी? लाइक इट्स लाइक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में ना, लाइक देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स दैट हैव हैपेंड. फॉर एग्जांपल, एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप थी कोर्चनॉय कार्पोव की, जहां पे अपेरेंटली रूमर तो ये है कि भाई कार्पोव ने वहां बिठाया हुआ था एक हिप्नोटिस्ट जो कोर्चनॉय को हिप्नोटाइज कर रहा था. So Koshnoi started wearing like reflective glasses ताकि वो उसको देख ना पाए. So इतना controversy चलता है भाई in these top world championship matches. Okay, कैमरा तो is back now. मेरा कैमरा उड़ गया था बीच में. ऐसा तो कैमरा क्यों नहीं चल सकता है? I can literally do this commentary late के. That's the best part. कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है. But नहीं, हम करेंगे प्रोफेशनली. हाँ. By the way, h5 के बाद क्या करें चैट? h5 played. So now white का plan could be rook b3 still keeping the rook ready to enter the b file. He could play rook f3 for example, but I feel like black की best move ugly might even be knight h4, offering the repetition. So rook g3, knight f5 back, and then white has to go back anyway. So will Arjun take the draw after rook f3 is a good question, but at least it gives black a draw, at least a draw. Black can even play g5, for example. Rook f3, g5, just go for the attack. So not an easy move to play for somebody like Vokidov. So I think कुछ और खेलेंगे यहाँ पे. Come on, come on. By the way, यहाँ time pressure बहुत जल्दी आ रहा है. Look at this, 45 minutes for both players, yeah? Wait, what? Nodirbek has blundered? Wow, look at this chat. After bishop e7, queen e7, queen at 6, he played b4. But look, but it's not easy still. After a takes b4, queen takes b4, he wants rook b8. So white की इकलौती चाल यहाँ पे है. White has only one move, chat. It's not easy for white. And I think this is what Nodirbek missed. Can you find that move, chat? White to play and get a winning position. What is that move? Not easy. सीरो की D1 वेव के नाम विदित क्यों आया था? नहीं यार, नहीं पता लगा एक्चुअली, वो गलती से आ गया होगा मेरे को लगता है. एंड क्वीन B4 on the board, by the way. We have it on the board. The move is the blue arrow F5. That's the only way. So is Yakubov prepared? And it's completely winning for him. If EF5, for example, believe it or not, chat, it is rook to D6 again with rook C6, rook E6, bishop H5, completely winning. So Nodirbek could be losing to the Uzbekistan number 3 if he can find F5. And F5 pay, if you play rook b8, trying to mate here, let's say, you don't care. Just take on e6. And if queen b2, king d2, there is nothing. White is winning. And he's about to push the f pawn. Wow, Nodirbek could be going down in round 1 itself. Why I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked if Nodirbek loses. And this is great prep by Yakubov. He's shaking his chair, by the way. He's really excited right now. What will Nodirbek do if F5 happens? It's the only move in the position. But he could collapse after it. Bishop H5, chat, there is queen F4 check. That's Nodirbek's idea to trade queens. That's why F5 is so strong. F5, if queen F4 check up trade karte ho, queen takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, and now very important rook E1, and this complex bishop H5 incoming is falling apart. But कुछ भी और खेला तो game is completely equal. F5 is the only move. He's about to play it. I think he's about to play it. Come on, Yakubov, F5. पता है भाई तो ये दोनों लोग हमारे साथ ओलंपियाड में खेल रहे होंगे. सो अगर ये F5 खेलता है, इनकी आपस में लड़ाई हो जाएगी एंड देन फिर ये आपस में टीम स्पिरिट में नहीं खेलेंगे. ओके, कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी, बट मजाक कर रहा हूं. Come on. F5. भाई he's stopping, yeah? He's considering other moves. नहीं, F5 खेलो भाई. Are these guys brothers? I don't think so. I think Nodirbek is a very common Uzbeki name. I don't think they're real brothers. Although it's worth checking. Chad, do you think he plays it? Yes or no? Do you think he finds F5 and crushes Uzbek number 1 and world number 5? World number 4, actually. Chad GBD Stockfish will win. Bhai, of course Stockfish. Bhai, Chad you chess को समझ ही नहीं आता यार. Assist ये क्या था भाई? What? आपका नाम रटा छोड़ दिया वरना बैन बनता था भाई इस बात पे तो. Wow! He finds F5. And Nodirbek Abdusattarov is losing the first game itself, and all 20 moves by Yakubov have been opening prep. Imagine this, chat. 20 चालें हो चुकी हैं, and all of it was his prep. This is how deep the rabbit hole goes. All of these moves Yakubov घर पे देख के आया है. By Nodirbek about to lose, he's gonna fall below Sindarov, and Sindarov is now world number 4. Bhai, crazy. This is insane. So iska matlab chat, I think Sindarov under huge pressure. So let's see what happens. Yep, 20 moves prep. This is indeed. And now we should jump back to the game of Nepo and then the Arjun also, because Nepo is also completely lost after rook to b8. You know, Sundarov second chops off the pawn, who by the way looks a bit like Anish right now. Rook takes b2, queen d3 back, defends the knight and the pawn. And now a pawn is basically, being pushed. Bishop d7, Rook A1 and D4 was a big blunder. And you know what the best move is, chat? Take a guess. Knight attacked. What should white play here to get a winning position? Let's go, chat. White to play and win. Wow. By Nepo going down, Nodirbek going down, the Uzbeki youngsters are crushing the favorites. Knight D1 is possible, but that's like a accepting move ki bhai, D4 is great. In fact, you can just push the pawn, chat. It is over. If taking the knight A7, bishop C6, and now very important move, queen takes C3, attacking the rook and pinning the bishop. A8 queens are hai. There is no defense. He's completely winning. If he finds A6, Ian Nepomniachtchi is lost. लगता है एक एक करके सबसे हैंडशेक करना छोड़ देंगे वो, मुझे लग रहा है पहले हैंड से नहीं किया, अब मदमिनो से भी नहीं. Crazy chess by Madhavino. By the way, Sinal के second है, Sinal भी नहीं है. So Nepo gonna lose this one. Nodirbek gonna lose today as well. Let's go to the Indian players now. Vidit Gujrati की move Rook C7 last देखी थी हमने, and now Queen D2 played. Very logical, attacking the A5 pawn and preparing the. Oh, he plays B4. Very interesting. B4 played, and now Queen D3. So देखो पहले Queen D2, अब Queen D3. So he wants to enter on A6 potentially, and also now doubles of the rooks. I think that's always the plan. And I think if C5 is going to take and then play Rook D1, pressure D5 again. So, काफी interesting. With this slightly worse, has 35 minutes to play 21 moves. Time is a big problem here for Vidit. Wow. Crazy chess man. And chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. I know बहुत जल्दी है stream आज. Usually हम रात को 11 बजे stream कर रहे होते हैं. आज दिन को आ गए. But this match is very, very important, chat. We could have Arjun gaining a lot of rating here. We could have Vidit showing a comeback before the Olympiad. It's a lot at stake as at UzChess as well. Last time Prague won this and got important points to qualify for the candidates for the FIDE circuit. Let's see aaj kya hoga. So Vidit Gujarati in deep thought here, in a slightly worse position. So let's go to the game of Arjun now and see what's happening. Wow. Bhai, look at this. The game has sharpened. After rook to a3, h5 is where we left it, right? This is where we're thinking rook f3 pe, there is at least 90 for repetition. And white ne f pawn push kar diya. सहज भाई जहां पे भी है नींद भी कर रहे होंगे तो उसमें पलटेंगे नींद में भाई. f4, that was a mistake. And now Arjun is better. He should have played h4, continued the h pawn advance, but he plays queen to c6, and now the game is again equal. But now rook to h3, and वो कह रहे हैं भाई मुझे ये pawn चाहिए. But g6 is automatic, right? You want to save the pawn. The question is, can you play h4 or not? I think that's the main question. And apparently you can't, because there is g4 now, and there is no end passant because the rook is hanging. So very important for Arjun not to play h4. He has to play the only move g6. But not tough at all. I think very logical move g6 here. Does Prague have some chances for FIDE circuit? Of course he has. अब FIDE circuit 2 साल का circuit बन चुका है. So it's going to be tougher for players to qualify. And the players who are more stable across 2 years get a higher chance of qualifying. I think Prague already winning Norway chess. I mean, he has gained a bunch of points there. And also playing the candidates might have gained a bunch of points there. So Prague on the right path to qualify for the next candidates. भाई एंडी वुड भी आ सकता है. आई थिंक पॉसिबल, बट आई थिंक डोमिंगेस खुद का कंफर्म नहीं है अभी वो क्वालिफाई करेंगे. सो लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. Okay. Meanwhile, yes, there will be time after the 40 move mark, chat. Yes, indeed. So we'll come to that later. But देखते हैं क्या होता है. Arjun still thinking g6 only move. अगर g6 नहीं खेला, he could be lost, chat. He could be lost, or at least in a much worse position. Only moves में गलती नहीं कर सकते. Prague is on 7th, 26 points. Yeah, but I think Prague will have great chances, Andrini, I think. Because the thing is, FIDE circuit में the first player who qualified in 2024 was Caruana. Why? Because he's a stable player. You can kind of predict his performances in the top three, top two every single time. Same for Prag. He's a stable player. Like somebody like Gukesh will have exceptional results, worse results. I think Prag is really predictable in his results. I think that's the person who qualifies. You play a bunch of events, you win enough of them, and you gain some valuable points. सिंदारा व मुकेश कौन जीतेगा भाई वही तो है ना $1 million क्वेश्चन इफ यू न्यू द आंसर टू दैट आई थिंक दुनिया ही चेंज जाती भाई होपिंग इट्स मुकेश ही विंस बट ओके सिंदारा इज अ टफ टफ कंटेंडर नेपो कितने पॉइंट्स जाएंगे काफी सारे बाय द वे नेपो इज कंप्लीटली बस्टेड लुक एट दिस आफ्टर D4 मुखीदीन फाउंड A6 and rook b8 के बाद simply you can move the knight and this is curtain. So Ian Nepomniachtchi is losing and Nodirbek game on. Oh wow! Why he completely blundered? Wait. Knight c5, f takes e6. If you take with the pawn, तो bishop h5 है, that is gone. So knight takes e6 मारना पड़ेगा. And now I think the move is bishop to h5, threatening queen takes e6 checkmate. And if king e7, there is rook f1, threatening rook f7. So king e7, rook f1. Now I'm threatening takes and takes checkmate. So that's not possible. So queen f4 only move, I think, for Nodirbek to even continue the game. You take. Now knight takes f4, rook e1. Bhai, this is looking like checkmate. So a5, rook e5 is mate. Wow. Look at this checkmate, bhai sahab. What crazy preparation here by Yakubov. Bhai, Olympiad आसान नहीं होने वाला यार. This guy is Uzbek number 3. So going back, but there's only one move, yeah? He has to take on e6. Anything else, rook b8 and black is back in the game. Wow, Nodirbek really does look cooked, chat. He does look cooked right now. And you can see it on his body language, yeah? His chair is really shaking like crazy. And he's holding his face in absolute, sort of fiery expressions. And look at how calm Yakubov is. So Nodirbek on the brink of losing his first game, going back to Arjun, by the way, quickly, because we have a move, and he does find the only move G6. Why Arjun say expected? Why Arjun bhai galti nahi karte yaar. I think we talked about Prag being predictable. So is Arjun, man. Like, even though he never played the candidates so far, which is surprising, he's predominantly been the India number 1. If you check over the last 2 years, Kaun maximum India number 1 raha hai, it will be Arjun, for sure. Oh, wow. Bhai, G4 played. So you can't take this pawn because rook is hanging. And now you have to find one of two moves. Knight G7 or knight H6. But I think automatically here, this is not a problem. The question is, which move will he play? I think knight H6 I like more because uske baad I'm threatening to take with the knight. And it kind of forces G5. Knight G7 mein kya hai? This is still not a threat. So white can play something else, for example, here. So I like knight H6, kind of forcing G5 and then knight F5 back. And I think Arjun both kind of gain from this because H5 so white को भी attack नहीं है, black को भी attack नहीं है. भाई काफी interesting position है. For example, do you know what the best move is here, chat? After knight F5, find the best move for white. Come on, chat. The best move for white is an insane move. So one of them is queen G2, trading queens, and then the position is blocked. But one of the best moves is actually king to F2. भाई मतलब कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई, कुछ भी चल रहा है यहाँ पे. And my only worry here, chat, is कि after knight H6, G5, knight to F5, is this just a forced draw? Because how do you break through as white or black? White doesn't have this, I can take. Black doesn't have this, I can take. So there are no pawn breaks. And in fact, this is the only diagonal which is kind of open, yeah, for both pieces. And black right now controls it. So I don't see how either side can make progress. Whether he does play knight 6 on the board. So Arjun chooses the forcing move. Now g5. If white plays f5, that will be open up the position. So if white wants to win, he has to go f5. He cannot play g5. If g5, the game could be a draw, chat. Crucial moment in the game for Vokidov. Does he want to challenge Arjun? Does he want to play a move like f5, try to attack the black king? He has to have the guts to go for this if he wants a game. If g5, I think it might be too kind of mixed, too फंस जाएगी गेम बहुत. Crucial moment in the game. Come on. If Anisha won the game, candidates, would he be greater challenge for Gukesh than Sindarov? I don't think so. I think any player who would win the candidates would be a tough challenge. But Sindarov right now, in the way he won the candidates, would definitely be a stronger contender. There's no doubt about it. Why Arjun, Vidit, Divya are always... Why they are fit. I think that's a good news. Like they're all fit. By the way, look at this g5 played on the board. It has been played and knight f5 back. And now the question is, can either side win this? And look at the comparisons. ये सारे pawn फंस गए. There are no pawn breaks here. ये सारे pawn भी फंस गए. White has a weakness to attack on a5, but it's well defended. I can even use the bishop. Black has some diagonal, but I can take control of it with queen g2 or queen f3. So it's not like the black has permanent control over diagonal. दोनों के एक नाइट बढ़िया स्क्वायर पे, knight on b5 looking splendid, knight on f5 looking splendid, and both these knights could open a file. So knight, for example, if rook b3, knight d6 is a move to open the b file. And at some point, if rook d8, king e8, knight e3 is a move to open the d file. So both players have a very good knight in the position. And I'm not sure if either side will take the risk required to play this game forward. This could be a draw. This could be a draw, chat. I would not be shocked. But crucial moment in the game, though. Very, very important moment. Why Sindarov is not playing? Good question by Mr. VK. I think he withdrew at the last minute. It's not known why. Maybe he was in Norway. Maybe he was chilling and enjoyed Norway, wanted to stay there for longer. God knows. But he was supposed to play this initially. So Gukesh and Sindarov both kind of withdrawing from classical events. Like very weird scenario, actually. सहज भाई की तरह सहज भाई यार इस टूर्नामेंट में आई थिंक कुछ दिन शायद आए बट मेजॉरिटी ही माइट नॉट बी हियर बिकॉज इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू हैव एवरीबॉडी फॉर एवरी इवेंट इतने इवेंट है आजकल सो इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू डू सो बट द क्वींस विल टू प्लेड a very logical move. Black has a great diagonal. Let's trade those queens. Where is Hans Niemann? Ignoring handshakes from Ian Nepomniachtchi. Hans again, by the way, this is the current position. A brief look. He's playing Nicolas Thiruru. I think he's Greece number 1. And looks like the position is complicated, but also kind of structurally equal. Like basically, queenside castles dono game ka. I feel like Hans not at the board, not stressed at all, not something which is worrying him at all. White has the bishop pair maybe. So I would say roughly balanced. Maybe white with slight minor edge. Meanwhile, chat, let's do a round of all the games, yeah? This was Nicolas against Hans. Then Mukhidin versus Ian Nepomniachtchi, completely winning for Mukhidin. Nepo is losing. Now Queen G4 aega. We have all the 5 games by the way in front of us. Let's do a round up. Let's have it directly on the screen. Badhiya. So Queen G4 now. And then, of course, white has some kingside attack potentially. G-file pay. White also has the pass pawn. So objectively, this is winning for white. But with the bishop pair, Nepo can offer some resistance. Like it's not super easy to convert because 8 square controlled there, and black's king right now at least looks a bit stable. And this is D3 threat, yeah, to attack the rook and win a pawn. So white has to be careful, but he is completely winning. Next, we have Mamidaro versus Vidit, which is like roughly balanced with it slightly worse. B4, queen D3, C5 was played, and now takes, and queen to B5. Ye queen yahan par se dalti hui. And if you move this, then B4 is hanging, and also D5 is weak. So Vidit has these bunch of weaknesses, the pawn on D5, the pawn on A5, and consequently the pawn on B4. And white has absolutely no weaknesses. Pawns bahut hi solid hai. So he will have to defend here. This is not easy. So yeah, विदित को थोड़ा डिफेंड करना पड़ेगा. 26 मिनट है उनके पास. to basically play like 19 moves, not easy at all. And now we go to the two games, Yakubov, and Yakubov has blundered. Oh, this is not nice. Arey bhai. देखा, जहां प्रेप खत्म होती है वहां से ब्लंडर शुरू होते हैं भाई. And now after knight to a4 or even just rook b8, which Sinda, sorry, no, because just played, I'm not even sure if white is better anymore, chat. I think this might be a draw. Nodirbek wins. Look at Nodirbek's body language, yeah. He वो ऐसे वो फिस्ट पंप सा किया उसने हवा में गुकेश की तरह. सडनली आई थिंक बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी भाई ये, बिकॉज क्वीन बी टू अलाउ करना इज इम्पॉसिबल. एंड इफ यू प्ले b3, आई एम थिंकिंग व्हाई कांट यू टेक दिस पॉन जस्ट लाइक सवेन डिड. याद है नाइट b3 प्रैक्टिस मारा था उन्होंने क्वीन b3 और इवन क्वीन a3 चेक. एंड इफ किंग d2 देयर इज रुक d8. अरे बाप रे, दिस इज गेटिंग वेरी ट्रिकी. भाई दिस इज वेरी टफ. सो आई थिंक याकूबोव ने कंप्लीट एडवांटेज अपनी स्पॉइल कर दी है. एंड नाउ नोदरबेक इज बैक इन एक्शन. सो क्रेजी. एंड फाइनल गेम टू चेक आउट इज अर्जुन, जहां पे आफ्टर क्वीन नाइट f5 इज व्हाट वी सॉ. क्वीन c6 वाज प्लेड, क्वीन g2 सॉरी. रुक a8, रुक को थोड़ा गेम में लाते हैं. टेक्स king f2, rook b8, and this is the life position. I think, chat, this likely is going to end in a draw. I don't see either side. I think what white can potentially do is play rook b3, bring the king all the way, then move the knight, and then put the rook on b5. That's even that looks like a hypothetical plan because black will just take and yeah, chat, it draw yogi. I think very likely a draw. Yakubov is the same guy who blundered again by taking the pawn Arjun last year. Yeah. And but he World Cup में fourth आया था भाई वो. He was the only guy who didn't actually qualify to the candidates to the World Cup. Comparing समय लेना to GMs, भाई चेस तो सेम ही गेम है ना भाई. अब चाहे विराट कोहली क्रिकेट खेले या फिर मैं खेलूं, मतलब शॉट तो दोनों मार सकते हैं ना भाई. And by the way, king e2 now is the best move. That does make sense to me. King can now come to c2 aram se. And yeah, played on the board. Tikwa, tell us about your love story. Wow. भाई ये सवाल कभी और आंसर करेंगे भाई, आज दिन इसके लिए नहीं है. Okay, bishop d8. So bishop d8 से आपने रुक फ्री कर दिया. Now the rook on 8 can also move. But where will it move? भाई ये लोग पीस तो मूव कर रहे हैं बट ये जा कहां रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो? It's like you're moving the pieces, but where are you taking them? There is no destination. It's like going to a train station and just coming back home. Like there is nowhere to go. कोई ट्रेन है ही नहीं वहां पे भाई. क्या चल रहा है? What's the idea behind rook f3? There is no move. Like ठीक है, rook b3, then what? Very interesting. By the way, Vidit game में okay, no move since then. So let's stick to Arjun for now. He's still thinking under serious time pressure. By the way, देखो भाई क्या हुआ? Oh, rook b7 played. Okay, rook b3 now. I'm guessing is the move. I got his plan, chat. So rook b3. Let's say rook b8. Let's say rook b8 नहीं खेला. Let's say मैंने खेला something random. Let's say king d7 खेला. Now he'll play knight a3. That's the plan. And if you take, then my rook is coming to b5 and this is getting scary. Because after king c6, rook b5, you have a5 pawn हमेशा permanent weakness है. So this could be kind of irritating to kind of say the least. So maybe the best plan for Arjun is to double up rooks right now. ताकि knight a3 possibly now you can just pick up the rook. So and rook b3 on the board. Rook b3 on the board. Let's play rook b8, Arjun bhai. Let's not allow him to play knight to a3. Let's kind of crush that plan in its bud. को कह रहा है knight e8, knight c8, knight a7. But ये plan से अगर आप देखो कर क्या रहे हो, अपना best placed knight, which is causing white headaches, you will move to a passive square. And then you will take on b5 and give white a protected pass pawn. It doesn't make sense. Knight यहाँ पे है, it's an active piece. This knight looks great, but not really doing something crazy. This is बात हुई, of course, by of course, बाद में बात हुई. Vishay also worried that he is still in top 50 even though he's not playing actually. Exactly, and he will be playing, by the way. Vishay sir is playing the FIDE team Rapid and Blitz, which will start, I think, around 10 days from now. Time control is 90 plus 30. 90 minutes plus 30-second increment plus 30 minutes after 40 moves. कैसे होगा, देखते हैं क्या होगा. Sir, who is spreading this fake news? अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई? Okay, meanwhile, still waiting for the moves to come in. As of now, I feel like this is not easy for either player to handle because Arjun, being the stronger player with the black pieces, likely wants to win. He wants to win this, but winning के chances बहुत कम लग रहे हैं. And to accept like a position जहां पे draw is the best you can get is not easy. It's not the best a man can get, chat. What do you think? कुर्सी में घूम रहे हैं. Meanwhile, भाई 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 नेपो ने गेम दे दी भाई. नेपो ने गेम दे दी. Rook 8, Rook A3, Queen D6, and what's the plan after Rook G3? Resigns? I think he's going to resign. Rook G3. अब ये defend करना है. You can't defend from here because Rook is here. Queen H6 पे there is Queen takes D4 पे आधा गया. So Queen F6 खेलना पड़ेगा. But then apparently there is just crazy moves. One is Rook E7. You can't take because there is mate. भाई साहब नेपो मतलब खत्म हो गया भाई इस गेम में तो. Finish. So going back to the game of Nodirbek, कुछ हुआ क्या? Ooh, now Yakubov is thinking, yeah. And look at that stare from Nodirbek. He's staring at Yakubov right now. कि भाई तूने गलती कर दी है, अब क्या होगा? Yeah, this is, I think, going to be tough for Yakubov now. You can see his hat shaking a bit. Hey, thank you, Nitya. Thanks a lot. And Olympic players कैसे select होंगे? I think it's going to be the average rating of 3 months. And these 3 months, I think, were April, May, and June. Nepo after the game, the hotel. अरे बाप रे. Yep, Nodirbek staying at Nodirbek, Karthik calling Karthik. And meanwhile, so यहाँ पे Nodirbek is gonna beat Nodirbek is my prediction. Now going to the Arjun game back, जहाँ पे he has played my move, Rook A B8 on the board, even though the players are not on the board. Chat, I think इसके बाद होने वाला है Bullet Chess Championship. Then we have GCC Zagreb also. Then we have Chennai GM. Then we have EWC. Then we have GCL. Then we have the Olympiad. Then we have, of course, October में Speed Chess Championship. Then we have Total World Chess Championship. Then we have, I mean, एक और दो इवेंट है आई थिंक उस टाइम पे. देन वी हैव द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. देन वी हैव ई स्पोर्ट्स नेशंस कप. देन वी हैव आई मीन द वर्ल्ड रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स. आई मीन इट्स एन इनसेन कैलेंडर. आई होप लाइक सारे इंडियंस वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हो साल के एंड तक. लिटरली दैट्स टोटली पॉसिबल. Okay, Ruke be played. Let's see what is his idea now. This is the crucial moment, I think. This is what will decide कि भाई क्या होने वाला है. Crucial moment in this match. Samshideen has to find some idea. There is knight a7 check, by the way. That is a draw. King c7, knight b5. That is an instant draw if he needs it. So he can play this check. You can't take this knight because rook takes b8 mar jayega. So if he wants a draw, he has it right now. Come on, come on, come on. गलती कर दे भाई कुछ उम्मीद दे दे वो की दो भाई. 1.4 billion. Anyway, what I mean is like top Indians जो है, let's say Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, like they could all be world champions. One could be world blitz champion, rapid champion, total world champion, real world champion, like lots of options available. Freestyle भी था, which I think Magnus won. Arjun with this, Arjun will win this blunder coming from Samshidi. मैं कैसे करेगा blunder भाई? I mean Bishop A5 मारेगा क्या? मतलब भूल जाएगा Bishop defend कर रहा है. Tough to blunder from this actually. Vishy will play in Total World Championship. I saw his name in the list. I think it's the list that qualifies to play. Doesn't mean he will play. So those were the names who could play, but doesn't mean they will play, if that makes sense. So I'm still not sure Vishy will play. Vishy is playing the FIDE team Rapid and Blitz, but देखना total का देखना पड़ेगा. Maybe he does play. In Arjun game, even rook g3 from white is a draw. That's a good point. Is this a draw? I think you're right. I think you're right. This might be a draw. But black has this h4 move, which gives him some possibilities. So I don't think white should do it. But I agree, this is a draw because everything is blocked. But he shouldn't do it because कभी h4 आएगा ना, like bishop e7, rook h8, h4. It might give black something to hope for. But yeah, objectively this is also a draw. भाई come on, come on. By the way, नेपो गेम में आ चुका है rook g3, queen f6 and rook b1. भाई इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस खेल दी है Madaminov ने. And if rook takes a6, you try to win this. That is curtains after queen c8 check and rook गयो. So क्या करे भाई, खत्म हो गई गेम भाई. Rook b6, oh rook b6 आ रहा है, that's resigns. Rook b6, rook takes c6, खत्म. You can't take because there is mate. भाई साहब भाई क्या, भाई सिंदालो का सेकंड क्या खेल रहा है भाई. सिंदालो तो दूर की बात है. Do seconds get paid? Of course, yes, but it depends. I mean, professional chess may seconds will get paid from $100 a day to maybe $5,000 a day. It depends on who you are seconding for and how strong you are. But Madaminov, of course, will get paid heavily because he's a very strong player and has helped Sindarov win the World Cup, has helped Sindarov win the candidates, and he would be like a star second for him. Oh no, VD has made a mistake. What happened? भाई देखते हैं. This was the position, queen b5. Look at this. He played d4. Knight h5. And now knight d7 खेलना था, but he doesn't find it. And knight takes f6 के बाद आपको pawn से मारना है apparently. If knight takes f6, queen takes f6 अगर मारते हो. Unfortunately, there's mate in 4. Queen b8 check. Resigns. Did Vidit miss this? Because pawn se marenge, this is really bad, no? Okay, ed4 attacking the knight. Rook f5. Ah, because dc5 is okay. There is rook takes c5 and it is equal. But queen a5 possible hai. This knight is pinned. Ah, that's the point. I think that's what he missed. Basically, white can chop off another pawn and black can't do anything. टिक्कू सिंदारो अपना ही बच्चा है बिडू. अरे बिडू बिडू बिडू. नेपो बाय नेपो बाय बाय. हैंड इवन वाज प्रेजिंग इंडियन चेस. टिक्कू भाई एनी कमेंट्स? भाई ही वाज प्रेजिंग इंडियन चेस की भाई सपोर्ट बहुत है प्लेयर्स के लिए, कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ट्वीट करता है कि मतलब यू नो लाइक इतने स्पॉन्सर्स हैं. अदानी है, अदानी का नाम भी लिया उसने. क्या पता था अदानी में मुझे स्पॉन्सर कर दे, यू नो लाइक कैसे क्रेजी. बट आई फील लाइक it's true. Indian chess में support है, but the support came in after the players became very strong. It wasn't like कि जब मुकेश isolated था, उसके पास insane sponsors थे. Like it also came from individual effort, I think. Of course, the federation might have supported. The government might have supported at some point. Sponsors coming in, but I feel like majority of the effort might have come to the players themselves. Like I feel like majority of investment, time की, पैसे की, वो कहीं ना कहीं players ही आएगी starting में. So that it did not a lot of risk. इट्स नॉट लाइक कोई भी टैलेंट आता है तो भाई स्पॉन्सर लगे हुए, अरे भाई पैसे ले लो पैसे ले लो भाई, ऐसा नहीं होता है. टिकू इंजन ऑफ कर तब बात करेंगे. अरे भाई यार यार देखो, मैं टॉप प्लेयर नहीं हूं तो विदित मैं ना निकालू, ममिदार तो निकालेगा ना भाई. सो विदित को देखना पड़ेगा. Yep, Yakubo blundered and now he's struggling. By the way, look at this. After rook b8, b3 played, queen a3 check, king d2. अगर king b1 आए तो भाई फिर आएगी समर रहने वाली tactic and the game is over. Complete collapse. It is checkmate. So king d2, queen b4 वापस, and now king c1, queen a3, king d2, queen b4. Wow. So they are going for a repetition. Let's go full screen. The first result coming in, king c1 is an instant draw. They're already looking towards the left. This is all to play. It's going to be a draw, I think. He's looking at Nodirbek. Wow. Do you see that? Chat. Yeah. And there it is. It is a draw. उन्होंने king निकाल draw push दिया. That is a draw. So Nodirbek survives that scare, to be honest. At some point, yeah, he's telling him f6 had to be played. He's telling him the winning move. Yeah, he's taking the winning move. Nodirbek saw it. Nodirbek saw the winning plan, but Yakubov did not. So that is a draw. Hilarious, by hilarious, actually. So that's the first result. Meanwhile, Vidit is still struggling. And by the way, look at this. Vidit has 14 minutes to play 17 moves. Okay, that's tough. That's tough. That's really tough for Vidit Gujarati here. Will Magnus agree to be someone second? I think it's possible. I think if he likes the player, if he gets paid well, he's free. It's totally possible. Like if Plug qualifies to become the world champion, I think he could totally help Plug. He really likes Plug, for example. I think Mukesh should get some very, very strong foreigner as a second for his own good. I mean, it's possible because sometimes now एक country के players एक ही तरह सोचते हैं. So getting a foreign perspective, somebody who's chess knowledge has been brought up in a different way might be very helpful. Nodirbek stares too much. That's true. That's true. अगर दिल्ली के मेट्रो में Nodirbek होता तो हर किसी को घूरता रहता. उसको फिर उसको भाई घूर क्यों रहे हो भाई घूर क्यों रहे हो उसको बहुत गालियां पड़ती उसको तो luckily he's a chess player. Arjun can flag his opponents in the end game. Tikkubai, I think. Okay, let's briefly check Arjun, then come back to Vidit. So we have a move. He did play knight a7 check, which is logical. And now, very important, king d7 played. I don't think there's much of a difference between king c7, king d7, so for example, if rook, I mean, the bishop stays open, yeah, that's the only difference I see. And now rook takes b7, rook takes b7, knight b5 is the way to continue, and knight b5 is the way to repeat. So Vokidov is now thinking कि भाई draw लेना है कि नहीं लेना है. That's going on in his mind because he gets a draw against the world number 9. That's a decent result, a decent round 1 for Vokidov, I think. मेरे घर में चूहा घुस गया टू सी उस चेस. वाओ, डिडंट नो कि चूहे भी इंटरेस्टेड है चेस की देखने में. Nodirbek's chair is provocative. I agree. Like it's also a way to tilt your opponent. I think many people do some stuff. I also noticed something in COB. I think forget COB. Like in professional events, you go to an open event or a rapid event. भाई लोग बहुत चीजें करते हैं. Some people adjust your pieces. Some people stand behind you. ऐसे वो करता था. I think Avinu Mishra had this thing of standing behind your back, which is very uncomfortable as chess. By the way, he plays rook takes b7. So no draw just yet. Knight b5 now is the move. Chu has some. Oh, wow. Nepo has lost as well. Wow. Wait, I see lost. But they are calculating. ये क्या है भाई? ये कैमरा पीछे चल रहा है भाई. I think. नेपो हार चुका लेकिन गेम चल रही है. हाँ स्लो. ओ कैमरा इज मूविंग स्लोली. नेपो स्लो मोशन में. धुरंधर भाई. Okay, that's weird, but the game is apparently over. Let's see how it finished. Queen a7 देखा था. Rook b1, king h7, rook b6, bishop h6, and now the Indians' first preference again, queen to e2. And Nepo has resigned. Yeah, camera is, I think, going slowly. And what's the idea? Let's say he plays rook a7, a random move, just to understand what's the plan. Now, queen d3 check. And there is no way. If king back, then rook b8 is mate. And if queen g6, I pick up the rook. So queen d3 check is the finale move. And Nepo just resigned. Wow. So Madaminov, Sinarov's second, defeats like a top player, yeah, a two-time world championship challenger. भाई कमेंट्री भी स्लो मोशन में करेंगे. नोपो हार चुका है लग रहा है मुझे. भाई ये क्या है भाई? What is this? भाई ये क्या है भाई? Okay, so the game has ended. So we have two results. Both Nodirbeks have drawn, and Madaminov defeats Nepo. So now we go to the Indian players. Vidit game, we have an update. By the way, he did take on f6, so bad news for Vidit. Pawn takes f6, e takes d4, rook takes f5. Crucial moment now. Queen takes a5 is the only move for Midarov to get an advantage. Let's go full screen. Super crucial moment for Mamedyarov here. Will he find Queen takes a5 chat. Yes or no? What do you think? Come on. By the way, Mr. BB6 कह रहे हैं, great point. Sindarov, Sindarov's girlfriend, and Sindarov's second, all cooking. Why, that's crazy actually. Why, I know who I want to be friends with now. It's Sindarov, yeah? Why, everybody around him is just crushing, yeah? That's crazy. Oh, he's about to take the pawn, I think. He's about to take the pawn, I think. Will he grab that if by the way, his hands folded, yeah? He's half praying, I think. He a pawn na mare. And he takes that pawn. He grabs the pawn, and now chat 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Huge chances of creating a passed pawn long term. And Vidit, under huge pressure, has to play 15 moves in 18 minutes. He has increment on his side, but this is going to be tough. Let's go to Arjun now. By the way, Rook takes b7 wasp, and they've drawn. What? They have drawn. It's a draw, chat. I don't see the result, but I think White offered a draw after. This is what we saw. King d7, takes, knight b5. White just offered a draw, and Arjun took it. And it's, I think, objective. There is no way either side can break through. B file is locked by the knight, and I think D pawn is locked by the pawn. So Arjun Erigasi has drawn his first game versus Samshidin Wokidov. So 3 result आ चुके हैं, 2 results, 3 more pending. But the main नहीं, 1 2 3 4 5, हाँ 5 में 3 आ चुके हैं. Nodirbek drew, Nepo lost, Arjun drew, and now 2 games pending. One is Nicholas against Hans Niemann. Of course, this is slightly better for White, but more importantly, Vidit Gujarati game pending hai, jahan pe he has no time on the clock. Chat question for you. Do you think Vidit holds this game? Yes or no? Right now, it's looking very, very tough. Yeah, there's no chance of winning for Black. It's that draw. Nepo, I think they over हो चुकी है यार, वो कैमरा चल रहा है स्लो मोशन में. No holds. Yes, no. What a boring first. यार boring नहीं. I think it's a games are, see हमारे दो Indians here, right? In most events जैसे Norway है, let's say Indian games finish, we can still follow Carlsen's game and so on. यहाँ पे वो नहीं है. So we are only going to focus on Indian players. And second, I think it's also not a tier 1 event. It's not like a world championship or something, but it's an event जहाँ पे 2 Indian players are fighting it out. It's Arjun, it's Vidit, and also Aditya Mittal in the challenge section. चूहा सामने बैकग्राउंड में घूम रहा है. क्या बात? Did you see a mouse in the background? Really? No way. Come on. There is no way there's a mouse in the background there somewhere. नहीं भाई, मजाक कर रहे हो तुम. Good decision by Arjun. I agree. It's a great decision by Arjun Erigasi to take that draw, I think. Smart decision, actually. Now, what do we do is the question, right? Because crucial moment. मेरे हिसाब से, I think Vidit should. Okay, so let's look at the move. So first of all, you can't move this knight. That's very obvious because यहाँ खेलोगे knight e6, I will just pick up the rook. यहाँ पे queen f5, you're lost. So आपको wait करना है white के मारने का. So what improvement can you make? For example, queen rook h5 comes to mind, right? Threatening mate in 1. And now h3. And now apparently rook d5 is the move. This is very weird, by the way. Why not rook d5 directly is what I'm thinking. Like that looks like a logical move to me as well. And now if pawn takes c5, rook takes c5. Oh, this is queen b4. Sorry, ये rook से मारना पड़ेगा apparently. Rook takes c5, queen takes c5. And if you don't trade queens, you're of course slightly better. But if queen takes, rook takes chat, this is the rook end game. It's 3 versus 3 on the king side and 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Objectively, this might still be in the draw zone. It might still be in the draw zone. But practically, I think it's possible to win. It's possible to win for white. For example, a4 is nice. Just instantly getting that passed pawn. If you take b takes a3, rook kahin pe and rook a1, I think this is lost. Rook behind the passed pawn, okay, this is lost. After a4, you will have to apparently play b3, which is not easy. Which is not easy, first of all, to just maintain these pawns. So And if not a4, you could also play the rook b1, just maintaining these pawns. Then g3 aa jayega, king g2, h4, king f3. Just improve the position at the right moment, play a4. So chances of white, but chances of it to hold also. Like he can hold this. He can hold this. Look at him, yeah. He has 14 minutes to play 15. Let's go full screen of Vidit. He looks really tense right now, unable to find the best plan. I think the best plan is forcing White's hand and forcing him to make this decision as soon as possible. Defend the rook, either with the queen or with the pawn, and force him to capture instantly ताकि queen trade जाए. Queen trade होने के बाद rook end game में chances रहेंगे draw करने के. Come on. You know, को कमेंटर होने का बहुत बेनिफिट है. um, सबसे बेनिफिट है, पॉपकॉर्न खाना बड़ा आसान रहता है. दैट्स द इजीएस्ट, दैट्स द बेस्ट बेनिफिट भाई. यू कैन ईट पॉपकॉर्न एंड देयर इज समबडी टू स्पीक, बट वो आजकल नहीं है. बट देखते हैं. बाय द वे, यू कैन सी राइट साइड में उनकी लेग्स बहुत शेक हो रहे हैं. ही इज वेरी नर्वस. वो जो कारपेट है, इट्स शेकिंग क्रेजी. एंड Mamediyarov has always been like a tough opponent for Vidit in multiple events spanning multiple years. Engine can draw this, of course. By engine can draw this, I think अगर सामने human बैठा है, तो the engine will likely draw this because it will find some perfect chess, which is not easy for humans to play. Chat सवाल, कितने मिनट और लेगा विदित इस चाल में? Already he's been thinking for how long? I think he's been thinking for 4 minutes, 5 minutes. He cannot go below 10-minute mark by. Time pressure is real. Come on, Vidi. Jaldi, 3 minutes कह रहे हैं, cookie crumb. 2 minutes. Chessify 27 कह रहे हैं. Oof, he's still thinking down to 12 minutes now. ये क्या टूर्नामेंट है? कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स कह रहे हैं भाई, ये है उस चेस कप मास्टर्स जहां पे अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग, हु हैज ड्रॉन हिज गेम, एंड नाउ इट इज विदित. यस, नमिदार की रेटिंग 27 से 17 है. ही यूज्ड टू बी 2800 at one point. He's a very very strong player right now. Is the prime coach for a Dogmas, the young talent. Yes, the 30-second increment, I know, but still the increment, sometimes is just not enough. Last time Prague won this event. Yes, Virat bhai. ये सामने वॉक मिधर भी कर रहा है क्या? सबसे कितनी वॉक कर लिया भाई? What about knight d3? Knight d3, there is the c7 rook hanging. So if knight d3, queen takes c7 simply. And you can't take the rook because the queen is hanging. So that will be a free rook as well. The knight cannot move. बढ़िया हाल है रुद्रा भाई. How are you? कितने दिन चलेगा? 9 दिन. And he's about to play the rook. I think that's one of the best moves. But where does he play it? He has to move that rook. But where? Defend that rook with it. With the queen ideally. Bring it here. ताकि भाई वो pawn, ये knight unpin हो जाए. And it forces white to take action instantly. 9 rounds का event at chat. And he does play rook d5. Best move by Vidit on the board. In time pressure. But now कितना time लेंगे यहाँ पे Mamediyarov? And what you want is everything to be traded off. Rook end game में chances रहेंगे विदित के पास, I think. भैया अपनी शक्तियों का इस्तेमाल करके विदित को जिता दो भाई. कौन सी शक्ति है विदित जीत जाएगा भाई? ऐसी कोई शक्ति है मेरे पास तो बताओ भाई, हम करते हैं इस्तेमाल. Why is there no women section? I think हर event का women section नहीं होता है. There's a challenger section. There's also like an open tournament, I think. But women section हर किसी का नहीं होता है. Also depends on multiple factors like sponsors किस में interested हैं. For example, maybe the sponsors are more interested in the challengers. And usually challengers in women section को automatically मौका मिल ही जाता है. It's not always easy to have a women section because you might not have enough players interested as well. By the way, उबासी रोकते हुए विदित उजाती वहां पे. Hans mistake कह रहे हैं भाई, really? Oh, Hans Niemann has made a big mistake. He played pawn to g5 to trap that bishop. But h4 के बाद it seems like by Hans even could also go down. भाई चल क्या रहा है यार? All the stronger players are either drawing or losing. Crazy. Because Nepo lost to Madaminov, Hans is losing to Nicholas, Arjun draw against Vokidov, Nodirbek was literally lost against Yakubov and drew, and also Vidit was against Voidalov. भाई सारे लोग मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि weaker players are winning. Vidit is not stronger. Yeah, maybe he's equal to Shaq, I think. But yeah, still very impressive. Okay, he's going to take the knight. Takes with the pawn. Nice move. Now, very important chat. हमें C वाले रुक से लेना है. अगर डी हाँ टेक सी रुक नाइस अगर दूसरे वाले से लेते फॉर एग्जांपल रुक डी टेक C5 मारते अब थिंकिंग इट्स ऑल द सेम इट्स एक्चुअली नॉट बिकॉज क्वीन टेक्स B4 मार रहा है अब एंड रुक टेक्स C1 पे आई विल पिक अप द क्वीन सो रुक टेक्स C1 क्वीन टेक्स रुक F1 एंड किंग F1 के बाद देयर इज नो मेट सो very important to take with the C rook and if now queen B4 the important difference is now I can take on C1 and the queen is defended very important. What if black tried to keep the pieces? वो white के हाथ में है so unfortunately for black white is the one who decides because pawn तो मारना ही था वो जो यहाँ पे आया था अभी यहाँ पे ये तो मारना ही है and now white chooses कितने पीस में ट्रेड करने हैं rook C5 is the only move that gives white the edge so he has to take. Arjun by the way has drawn already. भैया मैंने आपकी मायावी शक्तियां देखी हैं अरे बाप रे ऐसी कौन सी शक्ति है भाई. This is holdable, agree. I think this is definitely holdable. Vlogging generation keh rahe hain. Vidit also himself put out a vlog, I think yesterday. Haven't checked it out yet because I was very busy, but kabhi dekhunga. Apparently he challenged Nidhi to double her rating in like 2 weeks. Vidit bhai, ye challenge mujhe bhi de do. I would love to double my rating in 2 weeks as well. So in this tournament, we double tournament nahi bhai. I think single round robin also works. In fact, that's most events. Double round robin mein you have to invite half the players. जैसे नॉर्वे में होते हैं देयर ओनली लाइक 6 प्लेयर्स देयर प्लेइंग बाय द वे स्टेयर सा दिया वहां विदित ने अभी शैक को शैक बाय द वे इज प्लेइंग विद द पॉन यू कैन सी ही इज रोटेटिंग द पॉन इन हिज हैंड ही इज कैलकुलेटिंग I say interesting, yeah. Like Shaq didn't get his student for this tournament. I'm sure they could have played together. Very interesting. सोच रहा है विदित okay he is about to take takes best move takes with the queen best move now will Shaq trade queens that's a very important decision for Shaq actually. If you don't trade then black's pieces are more active right because rook is active rook is passive so objectively it should be a draw but it also gives white more winning chances. If queen c5 rook c5 this is objectively better because now my rook is clearly better than yours but practically this might just be a draw. Yeah? But it's very hard to win a rook game sometimes. So let's see क्या होता है. Let's see क्या होता है. Backrank issues, yes, exactly. There are backrank issues for white. So you can't really go and start grabbing these pawns. Yeah, you cannot do it because backrank mate hai. White will have to spend time playing g3 or h3 or rook somewhere and king f1, which takes time. Meanwhile, VT can just pick up these pawns. The opening here was the London system chat. And look at what results are delivered. White is clearly better. He takes the queen. So Shaq genuinely believes he can win this rook game. Otherwise, he wouldn't do so. Yeah, now queen c5 has been played, rook c5, and now he's about to push the g pawn, I think, to g3 or g4. Either of those moves are possible. Plays g3, logical, and now rook c2, I think. And Chad, I think Vidit should hold this now. I think g3 wasn't the best move. And rook c2 ke baad, white's only move now is rook b1 to save the pawns. And now you can play king g7, f5, and the king can never really approach because f2 is hanging. I think Vidit draws this chat now. Now this is a draw, I think. Now this is a draw. I think g3 was a bit slow. He had to do something else. And now this game should be much closer to a draw than it is to a win. So let's say rook b1, rook c2, rook b1. Let's say I play king to g7. Just kind of throwing it out there. a4, takes rook a2 and rook b3. And yahan hum aayenge chat. And this endgame is objectively a draw. Like it is a forced draw, but white will have some chances. Like white will try to bring the king up to e3. Then at some point, move the king forward, pushing the pawn. Black will pick up one or two pawns here. And then the question is the race enough for white to win? But objectively, this is a draw. The structure doesn't matter actually. Surprisingly, in this endgame, this structure is not as important because black king को वैसे भी आगे आना ही पड़ेगा. So I don't think the structure harms with too much here. So it's all about this pawn. So going back to this life position, I think g3 was a bit slow from Mamidarov. But this will take time for Vidit. Yeah, it will take time, and time is just है नहीं, unfortunately. But he will get more time after 40 moves. So उनको 11 चालें खेलनी है पहले. He's thinking, but not so clear exactly on what he's planning, to be honest. मेरे हिसाब से Vidit Gujarati here has a hard defense in front of him. In single round robin, the number of white black differs, right? Yes. So majority of players in majority of events will either have one white extra or one black extra, and that's why they do the drawing of lots. So मतलब मान लो कि initial day पे, media day पे, inauguration वाले day पे, everybody will plot a chit. And chit पे जो 1 to 5 number होते हैं, they get extra white, और जो 6 to 10 होते हैं, they get extra black. So अभी के लिए both Vidit and Arjun will get an extra black because round 1 they had black. फॉर्मेट क्या है? फॉर्मेट है 9 राउंड्स, सिंपल राउंड रॉबिन. भाई शैक कितना चल रहा है भाई. मीनवाइल स्टिल नो मूव्स. आई थिंक विदित की मूव काफी ऑटोमेटिक है. आई थिंक रुक c2 शुड बी लाइक अ डिफॉल्ट मूव. बुलेट चेस की तरह खेल सकते हैं वो. Come on, rook c2 with it. What are you thinking? Let's play rook c2, man. You need the time. You need that time. By the way, it shows 12 and a half minutes in my board, but it shows 10 and a half minutes on that board. I think 10 and a half minutes might be accurate. Why can't you see white, black, white, black? Because yeah, देखो ना, it's odd number of rounds, right? It's odd number of rounds. Traditionally, chess tournaments have been 9 rounds and 10 players. So जब 9 है, odd है number, so of course you will have one extra white or black. उसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकते. Come on. Shaq wants to be 20K. भाई that's the goal, I think. I think 20,000 step गोल लग रहा है. खतरनाक गोल लेके आए हैं कुछ Shaq भाई इस बार. Come on. Rook c2 should be the move. Why is he thinking? I mean, I don't see any other alternative here, to be honest. Like Rook c2 is the move you have to play. And white ka move be automatic. He could literally have pre-moved Rook c2. I think he's going very deep into what could be white's plan. Like why did Shaq play g3? Like Rook c2 ke baad, he's looking at Rook b1, King g7, a3, takes, Rook a2, Rook c b3. He's going very deep into his calculation. But Rook c2 is automatic. Shaq thinks he's Mukesh. Shaq, by the way, has a higher rating than Mukesh right now. So 7th rank is heaven. Exactly. For Rooks, it always is. Yes, Shaq is the coach for Dogmas, by the way. विदित भाई टाइम चाहिए होगा बाद में. अभी 11 चालें खेलनी है. खेल दो रुक c2 भाई. I think that should be automatic. Don't see any other alternative. Maybe he's thinking rook a5, but I mean rook a1 के बाद I don't know what was the point behind this. Now I'll play a4. So rook c2 is the move. b3 also doesn't work, by the way, because I can simply take, let's say 8 takes b3, rook c2 and rook to b1, again winning for white. So he needs to play rook c2. Only move, not rook c3, rook c2. Come on. Still no moves. By the way, 7 minutes for Vidit now. भाई वीडी मतलब कुर्सी की एज पे बिठा के रखता है हम लोग को, कभी भी नॉर्मल नहीं खेलता भाई, खेलो भाई जल्दी। Shaq has a rating target 2900 for Dogmas. That is actually true. So apparently they want Dogmas to be the first guy to ever reach 2900. That's going to be insane. But of course, it's going to be very tough. Magnus right now is 2-20. So to be 80 points above Magnus Carlsen, wow. Like that's like a goal which, you know, तुम किसी को बोलोगे तो लोग हंसेंगे, like वैसा गोल है ये basically. Look, C2 looks juicy. Exactly, brother. It's like, like chocolate cake. You cannot resist it by. You have to play it. That if you have chocolate cake in front of you, or black forest, your truffle, why you have to eat it. There is no saying no. Do you think autologous will be next candidate? Possible. I think possible to hai. Not likely yet because it would involve. I don't think he can gather enough points via the FIDE Grand Prix. So maybe he'll have to win the World Cup or win the Grand Swiss, for example, which is not easy, but possible to hai. भाई अगली वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कब है? दैट्स इन नवंबर, बाय द वे. नवंबर लास्ट वीक विल बी Kokesh versus Sindarov, a match we cannot wait for, I think. Or maybe we should wait for because Kokesh भी फॉर्म में नहीं है, but hopefully he catches his form back. रुके फाइव यार, पता क्या रुके फाइव में ना, I can play रुके वन and you have nothing, to be honest. B3 pe I can just play A3 or A4 also and just push this pawn and your rook is stuck forever. Rook A6, A5, rook A7, A6. I can keep pushing the pawn. So you never want to put your rook in front of the passed pawn, basically. This, King G7, let's say A4. You don't want to put your rook in front of the passed pawn. You want it behind the passed pawn here. But यहाँ white का rook आ गया behind the passed pawn. So going back, that's why rook C2, ताकि let's say A4 takes, you put the rook here. You're only losing the pawn, of course, but let's say यहाँ पे rook B1, King G7, and now A4 takes, rook A2. Now your rook is behind the passed pawn. It's very hard to push it. And this rook also attacks these pawns. So it's very hard for the white king to just move forward without losing something. So that's why rook L2 is the best square. He tells you wait, he did not play rook C2. Why not? Wait, why will you not play rook C2? Okay, I'm completely confused here. Wait, why can't I play A4 now? Because if you take rook C2, I get my rook behind the pass pawn. Very weird move by Vidit, I feel. Very, very weird move, actually. Wow. Okay, I don't know what the logic is. He's clearly seen something. He got bugged by something in that rook C2 line. But King G7, how is King G7 an improvement? I'm not completely sure. This could be close to lost now, actually, for this, because rook behind the pass pawn aa jaye na, practically very difficult to defend. Just by asking, we're trying to win? Not really possible, yaar. Rook endgame, pawn down. Like, the only way VD wins is if Shaq gives both these pawns for free or gives his rook for free. Which is not going to happen. Chat, by the way, all the other games, I think दो ही गेम बची हैं. एक वीडी की है और एक निकोलस की है, where Hans Zimmer is completely lost right now, by the way. He's completely busted, by the way. So this is going to be winning for Nicholas. That's going to be a huge win against a world top 15 player. But I think our focus should be on the Indian game, that is Vidit, because he's defending. But how did he not play rook C2, which is very, very uncomfortable? So let's see, chat, kya idea hai? Move number 30, by the way. So he has to play 10 moves in 5 minutes. He will also have 30 seconds of increment per move. So that turns out to be what? 10 move, 5 minutes. Yeah. So he has exactly 10 minutes on the clock with increment included. Come on, come on. अमित भाई थोड़ा A4 शेफर ना खेले तो भाई अच्छा रहेगा यार. थोड़ा गलती वलती करेंगे तो लाइक अच्छा रहेगा आपके लिए. मैं मतलब हमारे लिए अच्छा रहेगा. Because watching this is so frustrating. I mean, maybe he thinks this is also draw. And let's keep in mind that our engines play you should not trust completely. And also, there is nothing stopping Rook C2. That's not the problem. The problem is Rook C2 first was definitely high priority. Like I can't imagine a world where King G7 was higher priority than Rook C2. Like that's my problem with this. Even if this is a draw, it's still not the perfect move order for me, at least. Why Rook B1 would be a mistake, I think, because then we transpose exactly into what we saw, right? Because we saw this Rook B1, like Rook C2, Rook B1, we saw. That's a mistake. But what he can do is play A4. A4 ke baad, you're kind of stuck, right? Because what do? Like I'm threatening Rook A1, A5, A6, A7, A8. You take Rook C2 and Rook A1, lost, resigns. So Vidit will need a trick here, a trump card. Rook D1 is winning for Shaq. Rook D1 is an interesting move, but Rook C2 anyways. And now, for example, if you play here, I pick up this, that's a draw. So B3 only move. Rook takes A2 and Rook D4. And I think you're correct. It's not, Bar is saying it's plus 1.8. I still feel it might be a draw. Rook B2, Rook B4. But if it's a draw, it's like, बोलते ना वो barely, मतलब बोलते ना मतलब वो छू के आ जाना मतलब शेर को वैसा draw. Like it's not a normal draw at all. So any version of this position, like Rook D1 ho ya A4 ho ya whatever it is, it's a worse version for what it was after Rook C2. So I don't really get why he played King G7. Can we reach 2800? भाई अभी तो 2800 दुनिया में एक ही है. So it's very tough for anybody. Forget Vidit, who's not played classical chess for a while. Arjun game, by the way, I didn't draw all the chat. So only VD's game going on right now. He's drinking water, he's chilling, but Shaq बहुत बहुत प्रेशर डालने वाले हैं. Oh भाई, hands is completely gone. Oh, the piece ही मर गया क्या? Wait, what? Wait, he lost a piece. Wait, what? Wait, how do you save this bishop? There is no way. Just bishop f4? So queen g6, there is fg6. You attack the rook. So that doesn't work. But what if I just pick up the bishop? Isn't it lost? A queen g4 he maybe thinks, but rook f5. Wait, Hans just lost a piece. Wow. भाई हैंस नीमन ने गेम दे दिया. निकोलस भाई सोच रहे हैं भाई, मतलब इतनी आसानी से ऐसे कैसे भाई? My luck is like out of this world right now भाई. फ्री का पीस. Wait. Bishop f4. Rook d1 check है. This is what I missed actually. Bishop c1. If king moves, then the queen is gone. So bishop c1 खेलना पड़ेगा. And now it feels like we have this, but queen g6, f g6, rook h7. And apparently this pawn is just too strong, yeah? Rook f2, for example, e6, and it's lost. Wow. So Hans Niemann could be completely losing if Nicholas can find the next 5 to 6 moves accurately. Nicholas is like Greek knight. I don't know what that means. But okay, going back to the game of Vidit now. Oh no. He did find Rook D1 chat. Your move. Rook C2 only move now. B3, Rook takes, Rook D4. And Vidit Gujarati under pressure now. Still a mystery why did he not play Rook C2 directly. अरे बाप रे यार, अरे बाप रे. Okay, it's saying f5 is the best move. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, rook b2 is the move. No difference actually. Now you can play f5. Doesn't change anything. Now this is objectively still a draw, chat. I know structure damaged here, but it should still be a draw. But it's very tough. It's going to be very tough. Can 1400 play UzChess? No, yaar, unfortunately no. So why is it a draw? Good question actually. Chat basically ना हमने रुक पॉन के पीछे रख लिया है, ठीक है. सो लेट्स से मैं सिर्फ वेट करता हूं, मैं खेलूंगा किंग G6 किंग G7 एंड वाइट बस क्वीन करने की कोशिश करता है, ठीक है. किंग G6 रुका गए, किंग यहां, ये किंग यहां, ये किंग यहां, ये किंग यहां, ये एंड किंग यहां. देयर इज नो वे फॉर वाइट टू नाउ मूव द रुक एंड क्वीन. बेसिकली ये रुक अपने पॉन के पीछे आगे अटक गया है. एंड देयर इज सिंपली नो वे. सो इवन इफ यू ब्रिंग द किंग, लेट्स से मैं वेट करता हूं, मैं वेट ही करूंगा, मुझे कोई सक्सेस नहीं है. कैसे यहां से आओगे? लेट्स से यहां से आ गए, यहां आ गए, यहां आ गए, यहां भी आ गए. लेकिन जैसे ही यू प्ले किंग C6 टू फ्री द रुक, आई विल गिव यू चेक्स. किंग यहां चेक, किंग यहां चेक, किंग यहां चेक, किंग यहां चेक, एंड जैसे ही दूर गए फिर से रुक B2. So there is no way for the rook to come out. So that's why it's a draw. But white, what he can do is he can play, let's say, यहाँ पे f5 on the board and king2 on the board. And now what they can do is, let's say, h5 खेला, rook b8, king G6, let's say, b4. I'm going to play the same moves. Okay? You can basically push the pawn to b6, not b7, and then you bring the king. ताकि the king can basically hide on b7 check से बचने के लिए. That is the plan. समझ रहे हो? So इसलिए it's not easy. It will take some time, but white has a winning plan here. But and with these doubled pawns, there's also another target here. That's f5. Looks interesting. But yeah, let's see क्या होता है. विदित गुजराती under pressure. Come on, come on, come on. विदित भाई थोड़ा तेज भी खेलना है. 2.5 मिनट है by the way to play 6 moves. 2.5 मिनट है भाई. 2.5 मिनट. भाई शैक कितना वॉक कर रहा है यार. तो देखिए खुद खुद को हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो गया मैं हैश को देख के, शैक को देख के यार. Okay. Less than 2 minutes now. 1 minute 50 seconds for Vidit. He's looking at the clock, looking at the board. 30 minutes उनको मिलेंगे. 6 चालों बाद chat. 6 moves later he'll get 30 minutes. Looks at the clock again. Anxious. Ooh, come on, come on, come on. 1.5 minutes now for Vidit. Still, what, 6 moves to go? भाई भाई शैक ऊपर से वॉक कर रहा है ना, देख के डर लग रहा है. भाई कम ऑन. भाई मिनट नाउ फॉर विदित. भाई 6 चालें चलनी है. ही हैज इंक्रीमेंट बट स्टिल टफ. भाई चल क्यों नहीं रहा है विदित गुजराती. भाई 50. भाई दिस इज लुकिंग टफ एक्चुअली. दिस इज लुकिंग वेरी टफ. किंग F3 played. Engine कह रहा है H3 is the best move. I don't really see a big difference. I think it's just the engine hallucinating. King F3 is a very good move here. I wouldn't worry at all about this. And now he again has minute and a half to play 5 moves. Come on, come on, come on, Vidi. H5 played. Okay. Wait, now, what if I play something like H4? Just hear me out, chat. ठीक है? H4. Then I give the, अच्छा, you have f6, you have f6, but this still looks like a worse version, no? I feel like अगर white के रुक को ये pawn मिल गया, अब ये भी मिलेगा. So this is getting tricky. This is getting tricky now. Shaq is infamous for blundering endgames. But I don't see him blundering this one. Seventh time for a rook. This is hard for both VD and Shaq. But Shaq is the one enjoying. He can take the draw at any point of time. He has no pressure on him. He can just play around. King e3, rook b5, around say h4. Seeing other action after a long time. Agreed. He doesn't play that often nowadays. Thinking, still thinking. Shaq के पास बहुत time है भाई. He has half an hour. Literally, man, half an hour he has. And he's going to get another half an hour very soon. दुनिया भर का समय है भाई उसके पास. कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है जिंदगी में शैक की. लाइफ हो तो ऐसी. शैक भाई लिटरली मतलब बोलते हैं ना वो धुरंधर आधी देख के आ जाएंगे तब भी टाइम लगेगा उनकी क्लॉक के ऊपर. How much time? 30 minutes to be added. Vidit needs those 30 minutes, by the way. He has 30 seconds on his clock. He really needs that time. Increment is 30 seconds as well. By the way, chat, इसके बाद बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप आने वाला है. That's in the last week, I think 23rd to 27th, something like that, of June. We have Nihal and Arjun from India, but we have Firouzja as well. भाई किसने last bullet chess championship देखा था? भाई Firouzja just destroyed Nihal, man. It was like a crazy game by him. So I feel like I don't know if Nihal can pose problems because he's improved. Nihal has improved this year. Do you think he has a chance against Firouzja? Ooh, again, he plays h4, finds the best move, fixes both the pawns. विदित का गेम टफ लग रहा है भाई. You know what Shaq can do now? King e3, f3, king f4, rook b5. Is that winning? Let's try it, yeah? Let's say king, I don't know, where do you play? Yeah? For the king f6, let's say. I play king e3, you play king g6, f3, king f6, king f4. This is winning already, bhai. Ye dekho, this is winning. Bhai sahab. Check f6, rook b5. And if you wait, I still can't take. Yeah, this is hanging. Wait, okay, he played something. He played f6 directly. Okay. But wait, can't I? No, I can't do it. I can't play rook f4 at any point. Ye pawn hanging. Na. I want to play rook f4 and b4. Then it's winning. Then it's winning. Future shot bullet skills versus Gukesh in Norway chess Armageddon. That's also true, by he was very good. At one point, should have won the event. Fuja would destroy him and Magnus in 1+0 bullets. Forget that, Nihal, no one can beat him. But Fuja's injured also. I don't know if that affects him, yeah? He is injured right now. Maybe he'll recover by then. King g2, I'm not sure. Why would I go back is the question. I wouldn't want to go back. I want to go forward. King e3 is what I like. King e3 is risk-free move, eh? Because I'm still defending the pawn. So King e3, I like that move. Arjun has drawn, by the way. Rook b5, ठीक है. But what next? It's not really doing anything. Rook b5 by alone. King ऊपर ला नहीं सकते because f2 is hanging. Is Vidit on a down? अरे नहीं भाई. Vidit is just. I think his priorities change हो गई है. He's also got into AI and other stuff, which is a good field to be in right now. Vibe coding करता है बंदा अपना मस्त है. And I think it's priorities can change by for people. I think as they grow up. Shaq, by the way, on the verge of getting a winning position. The double pawns are not helping with it at all. And he plays the best move, King e3, by VD under pressure. By the way, if Vidit loses this, he will go to 2703. So he'll be one loss away from falling below 2700. That will be sad. So hoping he holds this, yeah, he draws this. Why is the clock reflecting so much light? That's a good point. I think वो angle कुछ गलत है. गर्म हो गई हुई क्लॉक भी पूरी ऐसी राइट पे करके। भाई नीमन की गेम में क्या हुआ देखते हैं भाई, नीमन की गेम एक नजर। स्टिल लॉस्ट या। वेरी टफ टू होल्ड दिस वन। भाई कनेक्टेड पॉन्स दो हो सकते हैं यहाँ पे, यू कांट इवन टेक दिस इफ नाइट F4 आई कैन जस्ट चेक एंड पुश द पॉन, या यू आई एम क्वीनिंग नाउ, खत्म। So tough position has him and likely to lose this one against Nicholas from Greece. Meanwhile, going back to VD's game, जहाँ पे सोच रहे हैं after H4 F6 was played, Shaq has played King to E3, and now Vidit is still thinking. He plays King to F7. Okay, not coming to anything just yet. Now, how does Shaq put on more pressure is the question. Very important moment. What if I, okay, let's try. What if I play Rook B8? ठीक है, I'm not committing. You play King G6. Now B4. Let's say you still wait. B5. This is getting lost. Yeah, this is very tricky. Yeah, this should be lost, man. Because पता है क्या? I'll tell you, chat, the problem. Usually, जो हमने discuss किया था winning plan कि भाई you will push the pawn to B6, then you will bring the king up, right? You will bring the king here, move the rook, push the king and the pawn. उसमें black usually has to come to these black pawns. He needs to attack these white pawns here ताकि pass pawn निकाल पाए. यहाँ pass pawn निकालना is very tough. It's very tough to create a pass from a black because ये pawn double है, क्योंकि रास्ता नहीं है. उसको एक pawn sack करना पड़ेगा just to enter the king. That's why I feel this is very tough. अगर ये pawn यहाँ होता, would have been much easier. King could have come to F5, G4 as soon as he pushed the rook. This is harsh, man. I think he's gonna need like a Herculean defense to hold this. Very tough for Gujarati. Shaq, by the way, looks very motivated. Yeah, he's like zoned in. हट ही नहीं रहे भाई उनकी आंखें क्लबबोर्ड से. I agree, Taran bhai. It did affect the end game a bit at the end. But Vidit had that chance to play Rook C2, so he didn't play it. So I need to be fluent in two languages to understand this stream. That is a fair point. But I think if you understand even one, you understand most of the context. What happened in the Arjun game? It was a draw, Divyan. So that ended in a draw, a relatively quick draw actually. And now Vidit is still fighting. What can he do? Still no moves. Tough one, tough one. Why can't, okay, ये तो हो गया. What happened in the game? Draw. Pawn structure defect. Okay, where did Nihal play his rating changed? I think Nihal has played that event, no? जो था Stefan Memorial something. He played that one. That's why his rating changed a bit, but didn't change by much. Rook knight versus rook endgame affected makes him deeply and his form is down. I don't think that endgame is the one that affected him. I think Vidit has just not played enough chess. मुझे लगता है Vidit draw करवा लेगा. भाई उम्मीद तो वही कर रहे हैं हम लोग. भाई वो क्लॉक की लाइट है, इट्स मेकिंग लाइक अ पैटर्न. लुक एट दिस, एक वी बन रहा है वहां पे. इफ यू लुक एट इट केयरफुली, है ना, एक वी सा बन रहा है. लाइक देयर टू स्ट्रैंड्स ऑफ लाइट कमिंग इन एंड टू रेज ऑफ लाइट मूविंग आउट, एंड देयर आर टू वीज, लाइक अ लोगो. डबल वी लग रहा है भाई, बहुत सही ऐसे वो फीलिंग आई देख के उसको. हाँ, इट्स अ डब्ल्यू. ओ इट्स अ डब्ल्यू, यू आर राइट, यू आर राइट. ओ धमाल मूवी इंस्पायर्ड, क्रेजी मैन. Oh, by the way, Rook B8 played. So Shaq is going for the kill. He's found the winning plan. Rook B8, B4, B5, B6, and then bring the king in. Going to be very tough for Vidit to hold this. Can he do so? Only time will tell. Lighting is nice. Agreed. 5 करोड़ है नीचे. 5 थे कि 10 करोड़ थे यार. 10 करोड़ थे ना धमाल में, आई थिंक 5 करोड़ नहीं थे। भैया अपना डेथ स्केयर देकर मैं तो डरा दूं भाई, मेरा कौन सा डेथ स्केयर है भाई, मैं तो कोई स्केयर है ही नहीं। बाय द किंग जी6 प्लेड बाय विदित एज वेल, काफी लॉजिकल चेस। बट लुक एट दिस मैन, apparently the best move was not king g6 but king g7. Okay, these differences are impossible to comprehend actually. 10 crore the, exactly. How is Shaq breaking through in the position? Looks like he has 50 moves, got a clear advantage. No, I mean, it's not 50 moves actually. Let's say Vidit has played king g6. Now the plan is to push this pawn all the way to b6, and then king will move forward. And then the rook will move here, and he will queen. And black will pick up. Let me show you. Okay, let's say हमें देखा था वैसे, but ठीक है, ये इधर. Now you play king d4. Finally, जब pawn यहां तक आ चुका है, he takes on f2. You play king c5, for example. And let's say he plays rook c2 check, king d6, अब यहाँ पे, and king c7 check, king b7, and now you try to enter with the king. Let's say you play f4 takes and king g6 finally, but rook c8, rook has to go here. Let's say rook to, why the rook c5 just ends the game on the spot actually. The king can't really go up at all. There is no race actually. The king just gets stopped instantly. Why? It is completely over actually. Wow. If this is true, then Vidit is lost. So at some point, I think, जब ये position में, he should sack the pawn right now and try to hope for the best. That's the best hope he has. I think this is borderline lost. Wait, Total World Championships in Budapest? Was this announced? ये किसने बोला भाई? नहीं भाई, I don't see anything. Really? कहाँ पे announce हुआ है भाई? I don't see it. Hmm, not yet. Don't see it, but okay. Announcing closing ceremony. Interesting. So बुडापेस्ट में होने वाला है भाई. सहज भाई तो वही रहते हैं, बढ़िया है भाई. सहज भाई हमारे लिए रिकॉर्ड करेंगे कॉम 10th. भाई सहज भाई ने बढ़िया लोकेशन चूज करी है यार. दैट इज नाइस. Do you think World Championship Championship should not happen every year? I think it should happen every year, but must have. Because it's at the end of the year, last week, मजा आता है. Rapid Blitz खेलते हैं सब लोग, chill करते हैं. It's a fun event. Last time I think दोहा में हुआ था, मैं गया भी था. My wife played actually. So was a lot of fun, भाई. By the way, Rook King got still no moves by Shaq. He is winning after Rook B8. He can just launch forward. Come on, Shaq भाई. भाई बस जल्दी खेलो भाई, मतलब लाइक वी सी, बिकॉज टॉर्चर ना करे इसको आराम से. किंग F3, किंग E3, रुक B5, रुक B, टॉर्चर ना करे बस यहाँ पे इसको. टिकवा, यू आर मैरिड? यस भाई, आई गॉट मैरिड 6 months बैक. नहीं सर, उसको बुलाएंगे यार. पता है इसमें तुम देख ही रहे हो, दिस इवेंट इज अ बिट डिफरेंट. गेम जल्दी खत्म हो रहे हैं. With the fall below 2700 in this tournament, that is absolutely true. अच्छा हाँ, played rook b8, बस moves नहीं है. This is the live position. Yes. I don't have these moves just yet. ठीक भाई, मैरिज व्लॉग लोल्स भाई मैंने डाला था. Me and my wife played a chess game on my channel, and Divya Deshmukh did commentary for it. Completely biased commentary, by the way. I disagree with what she said, but overall, डाला तो था. Is there a draw as per table base? Yeah, table base now I think is kind of sorted with 7 or 8 pieces, I think, and this is like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 पीस है भाई ये. ठीक है, मजा आ गया. 2 हफ्ते पहले चेस खेलना स्टार्ट किया और आज ब्रिलियंट मूव कर दिया. 560 किलो. अरे क्रेजी भाई, यू क्रश्ड इट. बाय द वे, देख रहे यहाँ पे बेस्ट मूव वाज F4 जस्ट टू सैक दैट पॉन इंस्टेंटली, यू सी। ये किंग का रास्ता बनाना है, बट विदित इज टेकिंग इट स्लो, एंड नाउ व्हाइट कैन एक्चुअली प्ले F4, वाओ, and stop black's F4. Okay, that is tough. That is tough for Hamidarav also. That's why he's thinking, yeah, कि should I play F4 or not? Should I play यहाँ पे B4? Um, F4 is not the only move. I think he can also play B4. Um, because even if he finds F4, I'm still not convinced it's like this is a draw. I still don't think so because ये pawn बहुत advanced है. Let's say rook D2. I will first push the pawn all the way. And king को मैं रास्ता नहीं दे रहा basically. I'm not allowing king to come up here. So let's say rook check, d5, finally king f5, b6, king g4, and now unfortunately there's rook g8 check. And again, like you can't take this pawn, and then I will play king c6, b7, b8. So I think both moves, f4 and b4, might be winning for Amidyarov if he plays perfect chess. Like if perfect chess, then I think Vidit is losing. Prague became first really to win Norway chess. Absolutely true. Um, by the way, he has played. Wait, he brought the rook back. Chad, this was the position. He plays rook b8, king g6, rook b4, and king f7 will be repeating the position once. भाई ये मुझे पसंद नहीं है, मतलब टॉर्चर कर रहा है यार, ये ना लंबा, तो टॉर्चर मत करो उसको यार प्लीज. By the, अच्छा, he want to reach the 40th move, but he had time. I don't know. By the 40th move को इसके बाद को 30 मिनट मिलेंगे. Oh, he plays rook to b1. Don't like that move actually. Because now f2 is not hanging. But he's keeping his king here because जैसे ही rook हिलेगा, he will try to go for f4. I think that's the plan. नहीं, he gets 30 minutes by 30-second increment तो है, but after 40 moves, he also gets additional 30 minutes. जैसे ही किसी का clock 0 से नीचे जाएगा, you will see the clock being added, time being added to the clock. You don't see it right now because इतना flash आ रहा है इस clock के ऊपर. By the way, accuracy पूछा अंशुल भाई ने. ऐसे टफ सवाल पूछने के लिए उनको मॉड बनाया हमने. 93 एक्यूरेसी है मोहम्मद यारव की एंड 88.8 है विदित की. सो बिग डिफरेंस, लाइक 5 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस या 4.5 का डिफरेंस इज यूजली मोर देन सफिशिएंट टू विन अ गेम. मुकेश के अपकमिंग टॉर्नामेंट्स आ दो भाई. अपकमिंग टॉर्नामेंट्स है मुकेश. द नेक्स्ट वन इज द ग्रैंड चेस टूर जाग्रेब टूर्नामेंट, जो जुलाई के फर्स्ट वीक में है, बट दैट इज रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स. So that doesn't really test his classical chess, which is the world championship format. Uska agla event that we know of is the Olympiad, which is in September. So ये दो इवेंट हमें पता है वो कंफर्म्ड खेल रहे हैं. उसके अलावा उड़ती उड़ती खबर आई है शायद वो एक और टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हैं, बट अभी पता नहीं है. बट फिलहाल के लिए दो कंफर्म्ड है. By the way, Shakir will take his time now. उनके पास technically 47 minutes on his clock now. He could literally go and watch like an entire episode of a TV season, come back and तब भी time बचा होगा. इसमें यार why no face cam? भाई face cam है भाई, बिल्कुल हम तो रेडी हैं भाई. एक बार दिखा दो भाई मेरी शक्ल भी चैट को यार, लगेगी भाई हम बिल्कुल रेडी. देखो भाई, रेडी है हम लोग भाई विद द फेस कैम. आई थिंक वो फुल स्क्रीन थोड़ा पास जाकर देखने को मिलता है, मतलब थोड़ा सा ना मजा आता है देखने में. टीवी कौन देगा उधर भाई? मैंने से कहा था ना वहां पे स्क्रीन लगा दो, फुटबॉल मैच देख सकते हैं, मतलब फुटबॉल का हाफ टाइम मैच हो जाएगा इतने में दो. सो यू मीन शायद चैनल जियो ना, पता नहीं भाई, एक्चुअली आई डोंट नो, कुड बी एनी इवेंट. By the way, let's go back full screen. At least expressions तो देखे players के. And Vidit, by the way, not even at the board. Bro, what's the next one? I think वो तो हमने discuss कर लिया. Chat, final prediction I feel. Do you think Vidit holds this? Do you think he holds this? Yes or no? Complete my first year from थापर. अरे बाप रे, congrats भाई. क्या ही घटिया, I mean बढ़िया कॉलेज आपने चूज किया है, मतलब crazy college. I want to visit थापर at some point. I will visit this year actually. This year at some point I will visit. So मेरे को please Instagram में contact करो. Um, I will be visiting at some point this year. I think very very likely. No 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 no. भाई एक ही बंदा yes लिखा है बस. So people don't have much faith in this match for Vidit. Yeah, unfortunately, no. वीआईटी वेलोर नहीं भाई, इतना दूर नहीं आऊंगा मैं. था पर उतना पढ़ा हूँ यार, तो थोड़ा मेमोरीज है. वुड लव टू गो देयर एट सम पॉइंट. मैं एक बार चंडीगढ़ गया था यार, टू गो टू पटियाला एट सम पॉइंट, बट देन आई गॉट सिक इन चंडीगढ़, कुडंट गो. सो एक बार का ट्रिप पेंडिंग है. बट मीनवाइल विद इट बैक एट द सीट, finishes his water bottle and gets up again. Wow. ये क्या था भाई, पानी एक घूंट पीने आता है क्या विद? Classic with it. What does classic with it mean? I'm not sure what that means by. Okay, what's up with Arjun? Arjun has drawn, by the way, chat. And by the way, Hans Niemann is still completely busted. Nothing has changed. So Rook F7, a plan hai F5 ka. And once F5 happens, takes, then King C2, Bishop G5 check. This should be essentially, Rook D7 is on the cards. This should be game over for Hans Niemann. Yes, more time, but position is basically gone. Going back, and by the way, kal ki pairings, just to kind of highlight, one is Arjun against Yakubov. That's going to be a crazy match. Then we have Nepo against Vidit. Bhai Sahab, इस गेम के लिए I'm hyped actually. So देखते क्या होगा कल, कैसे रहेंगे विदित नेपो को. Going back to the current game now, it's Avitarov versus Vidit. I've been to अमृतसर before, couple of times actually. मैं बचपन में चेस टूर्नामेंट्स खेलने भी गया हूँ अमृतसर. इनफैक्ट प्रखर के साथ ही गया हूँ. Used to play like CBSE, North Zone and Nationals there. Bhai, shout out what? We are playing a drinking game. Nice. Oh, nice, nice. बस के विद को ब्लंडर करना पड़ेगा यार. ऐसे नहीं फ्री का मैं तुम्हें एंजॉय नहीं करने दूंगा भाई. इफ वी आर नॉट एंजॉयिंग, हाउ विल यू एंजॉय? नेपो विल नहीं भाई. आई रियली डाउट कि it's gonna be easy for Nepo. I feel like Nepo is completely out of form. He got crushed today by Samshidin, who's 2580. So I would back Will to win tomorrow, but आज का होल्ड कर लेना तो भाई इंपॉर्टेंट है. Okay, finally he gets a new bottle, takes his seat again. विद लग रहा है वाइट कोडिंग करना चालू कर देगा भाई. lovable.com and we'll, I don't know क्या करेगा, but okay, let's go. हमें तो अपनी शक्ल देखनी है भैया. अरे क्या करेंगे शक्ल का भाई, हम प्लेयर्स की शक्ल देखेंगे. I find a pattern of Uzbek players. They always keep staring at opponent time, always get up after attacking the team. नहीं, I think, see यार, cricket होता है कई बार sledging चलती है cricket में. You know, you will say something to kind of force the batsman to react in an emotional manner. The batsman will do something sometimes. It's part of the game. As long as your opponent is not disturbed, it's not effective. Like it's not something. Staring is like you're doing without disturbing your opponent technically. So he has the option of basically doing what Shaq is doing, cover up his field of view, and focus on the game. It cannot affect him in that case. So I would say it's fair game, at least until staring. Come on. ये कैसे होल्ड हो सकता है? टू बी ऑनेस्ट, आई थिंक व्हाट ही नीड्स इज अ मिस्टेक. फॉर एग्जांपल, वन कुड बी कि ऐसे रुक बी एट, ठीक है, लेट्स से व्हाइट ने खेला, एंड आई प्ले लेट्स से रुक टू बी टू, ठीक है. And let's say you instantly run. Here I think this could be a draw. Rook takes b2, b4, and now I can even try to win another. Let's say play f4, takes, king c5, and rook h4. And I think this is a draw. Now I think I have pawns advanced, b5, and I will simply play rook h1, rook b1. I will sack my rook for this pawn, and this h pawn will be enough to draw the game. But this is not how Shaq will play it. He will wait till the last moment to give this pawn to Vidit. So unfortunately for this, it's not going to be easy. By the way, वीडियो ने शायद जीन्स पहने हैं. I don't know if it's allowed in this event. World Cup जिसमें allowed नहीं होती. Which team are you supporting in World Team Rapid and Blitz? Yeah, I don't have a clear favorite, to be honest. Um, I just want a team to win जहाँ maximum Indians हो. Basically, that's the goal. Arjun had drawn chat. Rook b1. Now, what does Shaq do? He's been thinking for 10 minutes, which is kind of crazy for an endgame जहाँ कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. Can you move the camera to the left a bit? Sayaba, is it possible? थोड़ा कट ऑफ हो रहा है वहाँ पे. लेफ्ट में एक्स्ट्रा स्पेस है वहां, तो जितने मैं खड़ा हो जाऊंगा उतनी स्पेस है लेफ्ट में. MGD1 is not playing this year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I wanted to win Max Indians. I'm not feeling exactly. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Video is still going back. He's like, भाई या तो मैं रहूंगा कैमरा में या फिर शैक, दोनों नहीं रह सकते. हाँ समझ गया. दोनों एक फ्रेम में नहीं रहेंगे भाई. I know Vidit has fallen off a bit. Well, he's not played recently. So where did he fell off? I don't know. He's not played only. Oh, by mistake by Shaq. Why? What is this move? This is a mistake because now he can play f4, I think. You can't take with the rook because rook takes b3 and that's a dead draw. And if pawn takes, I get my king in. Wait, what's his plan? If I get king g4, it's a draw, so he has to play f3. But can I just play rook h1, for example? Rook b5? Okay, this is tricky. I think this is a mistake for sure. This is a mistake from Mamidyarov. Now, whether it's still winning or not is the question. By the way, hands is lost. So we have this position, king d8, rook f7, f5 खेल दिया है और g5. Wow, getting two passed pawns. Wow. And if you take the pawn, then I pick up the knight. And if you move the knight somewhere, then of course g7, rook f8 is queen. So Hans Niemann loses to Nicholas, who has a great start to the event, will be leading UzChess after round one. भाई किस्मत मस्त चल रही है. And now going to the game of Vidit Gujarati, जहां पे the last remaining game, can he hold on here? I mean, I know you asked Rakesh Bhai ki isn't f4 easy? It doesn't matter if it's easy, it's the only way. समझ रहे हो? Basically, if you don't do this, then white is going to bring the king back, attack the rook, move the rook, and start pushing the pawn. You can resign. So you have to do this now. Otherwise, you might as well resign basically the game. So there's no alternative with it. He will find f4. I'll be shocked if he doesn't find f4. Come on, come on, come on. Greedy, greedy. Should learn the lesson and push the pawn. Yes, come on with it, bhai. Let's push that pawn. Let's gain some counterplay on the king side pawns. मौका है अपने पास कुछ करने का. यहाँ पे चौका मार दो. Both Ibn hands lose. Now draw in the match seems more fair. Interesting. Yeah, 30 मिनट डाल चुके हैं. Now he has 28 minutes for the entire game, but he won't get any more time now. ओहो, सार्थक कपूर कह रहे हैं वी नीड सहज. सहज भाई भी आएंगे. सार्थक भाई बोलो तो व्हाट्सएप पे उनकी वीडियो भेज दूं ताकि यू कैन एंटरटेन योरसेल्फ. बट मीन वाइल, भाई सार्थक भाई मेरे दोस्त हैं, मतलब इस तरह से बोल रहा हूँ. कम ऑन वी भाई, कम ऑन. सागर भाई को बुलाओ प्लीज. कहाँ बुलाऊं? वी डजंट लुक 30. हाउ डू दे कीप देयर फिटनेस? I don't know. I mean, sports persons in general are known to be fit. Like they have to keep an eye on what they eat, otherwise they'll be tired during the game. They have to focus on their fitness, but again, because they'll be tired in the game, so they have to kind of focus on their fitness. I know chess is not really a physical sport, but कहीं ना कहीं पे तो फर्क पड़ता ही है. Time increment 30 seconds, by the way. So there's no extra time. This is all VD has. Come on. 27 minutes now for VD. He has been thinking for 3 minutes. समय भाई आप कुछ कह रहे थे यार स्ट्रीम की स्टार्टिंग में. वही हो रहा है. हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब ने एक प्रिडिक्शन करी थी कि आज का दिन ऐसे जाएगा और बिल्कुल वैसा का वैसा ही जा रहा है भाई. तो समय भाई ओपन द चैट. एंड मीन वाइल वीडी भाई चिल कर रहे हैं बिकॉज ही हैज टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक, बट ही शुडंट चिल टू मच, अदरवाइज टाइम पे आते देर नहीं लगती. विद के लिए एफ4 इजी है. आई थिंक वही, इट डजंट मैटर इफ इज इजी और नॉट, ही हैज टू डू इट. ही हैज टू डू इट. According to you, when was your peak where you should destroy Grandmasters? There was no moment in my life जहाँ पे I used to destroy Grandmasters. I've won against a few, but destroy is a very strong word. Maybe in the future, why? So many mistakes by both during the last. I don't think they're mistakes. Mistakes is just a way of. Uh, there are multiple ways to try and win this end game, and White is going for the way जहाँ पे he feels the most comfortable. सागर ओपी, टिक्कू ओपी, अमृता ओपी, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? Video OP, wow. I think we should standardize normal chess time format to all. I agree, man. I love that format. Like, I think that's the way to make classical chess more interesting. No draws. Draw किया तो दोबारा आओ, चलो खेलो. They just show the eval bar to the players on a TV during the match to spice it up. Hmm, that would be funny actually. If you could see the eval bar, I think we will see more results. ये गलती करते ही players को पता लग जाएगा there's a mistake in the position by their opponent. They will think harder and try to find that win. But it's gonna spoil the game, of course, because you already have a clue that you're better. VD still thinking. According to you is Yagis and कहाँ गया? Okay, गायब ही हो गया मैसेज भाई. VD ग्राउंड ये क्या है भाई? इवाल बार दिखा रहे हो? Why not give them? Wait, what? How come you mention the theory promote the pawn, but Shaq doesn't know it? Shaq knows it. So what he's trying to do, basically, rook b4 रख के ना, he's trying to stop f4 because now he can take. So he's trying to be as cautious as possible. But that's the thing that's backfiring. तुम समझ रहे हो? Like he has a finishing blow, but he wants to keep it safe. जहां पे मैक्सिमम वो कंट्रोल में लेके खेलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एंड दैट गिव्स वीडियो अ चांस टू प्ले f4 नाउ. भाई वो तो कुर्सी कुर्सी खेल रहा है वीडियो यार. कम ऑन वीडियो भाई, f4. Yes, f4 is the only move. Anything else, Shaq is winning. Come on. f4 chat. Again, you can't take with the rook because this pawn hangs. So pawn se marna padega. And then the king gets in somehow. And then Shaq has to find f3 to even have any chances of winning this game. And then it depends, yeah, is this endgame a draw or not? I think this is what this is thinking. Ye endgame mein, am I holding? Very likely he might not be because the king still does not have a path forward. But at least he's fighting because there's no easy way for um white to move forward. Whenever you push the rook up, I'm gonna take this pawn and next take this pawn. So how do you actually win this? It's not easy. Come on, really. ब्लू arrow सोने क्या है भाई? If VD plays f4, then we'll do 1,000 rupees super chat. Wow. भाई VD की मूव्स पे बोलियां लग रही हैं भाई. VD आप तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा, देख लो. Economy is rising because of VD's moves. Let's go f4. From teaching your grandma to funding your friends climb to wow, wow, क्या क्या मस्त हम लोग प्रोमो करते हैं भाई. You create BRO. Actually, I'm not sure if I can. Ah, I can. Let's go. Let's go भाई आ गया. Why so less people? I think tournament jaldi hai. It started early. It's not the same format. Opponents wise maybe not as strong. Arjun has already drawn. I think UzChess is a new event. The first time we ever covered it was last year. And Norway Chess, for example, is a historic event. Magnus plays, has been there for so many years, decades. Tata Steel, for example, has been there for decades. Urs Chess is a new event. Like it takes time for an event to build a legacy. Come on. यार वीडी भाई ना मजे ले रहे हैं हमारे. Still no moves. भाई 20 मिनट रह गए यार, अब डर लग रहा है मुझे because he's gonna fall below 20 minute mark. One more think like this, he's under 10 minutes and then anything can happen. Arjun had no chance to push today, actually. It was a dead draw. There was no chance for Arjun. In fact, it would have gone wrong if he had tried to. So, draw was a fair result. In India, do we have such type of tournaments? We do, actually. So, classical, mein we have Chennai GM, which is going to happen in July. And last year, in fact, Vidit played it. Arjun played it. So, this year, it's a five lineup. So, बहुत मजा आएगा चेन्नई जीएम में. Then we also have Tata Steel India, which is like a rapid and blitz. Last to last year, Magnus played it. And I think this year it was not Magnus, but Nihal won the rapid. And then I think Wesley won the blitz, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember exactly. So very strong event as well. But every year यही दो events होते हैं. उसके अलावा it's random. I think you might have some, Olympiad that might happen in India. Maybe the World Cup happens in India. But जो common events है वो यही दोनों है. सर मोनाको जीपी देखो भाई यार. मैं ना F1 का लास्ट में देखता हूँ सीधा बस जाके वो ड्राइव टू सर्वाइव में. आई डोंट वॉच इट डेली बेसिस पे. GCL, yes, my bad. Sorry, GCL also. I completely forgot. GCL, I think rapid limb this hota hai. But it's only been happening in India since the last year. Pehle it was happening abroad. So now it happened in Mumbai last year, and now it's going to happen in I think it's Bangalore, na? I'm not mistaken. So I think ye char event hai. Saibhai, who will win US chess? I assume you win Uz chess. I think Nodirbek ka draw hua, so he saved that game. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Nodirbek the favorite. I think Nodirbek Arjun se ek baar jeetega. These two guys are the clear favorites for this event. Nodirbek in Chennai GM, he said, where did he say? Why didn't Nepo shake hands with hands? जाके hands का Twitter देखना भाई, you will understand. Rook b2 is not good. Rook b2 is possible. I think white will play f3, and the game goes on. And basically, फिर से आपको f4 ही खेलना है. If you sit tight, let's say king f7, then I think again rook b8 and you start pushing the pawn. So I think यहाँ पे rook b2 f3 खेलना पड़ेगा. Also rook b2 I have king e3 back, so I stop f4 technically. देखते हैं क्या होगा. I think बहुत सारे move orders हैं. In children reviews that village. Nice. So that means एक नाम reveal हो गया है. Crazy. There are other interesting games also. चेन्नई जी में बहुत crazy होगा इस साल भाई. बहुत crazy होने वाला है. Why Nepo looks so cranky? I don't know if that's the correct word. Yes, by the way, great point. With that draw, Nodirbek has lost one rating point, and Sindarov is now officially the sole world number 4 and ahead of Nodirbek, yeah? By crazy. Tiger 1, Tiger 2 हो गया है. और 2-1. बस ट्विटर नहीं तो इंस्टॉल करो भाई. इतना सिंपल क्वेश्चन मैंने आज तक नहीं पढ़ा चैट में. वीडी भाई, हम लोगों ने दुनिया भर के डिस्कशन कर लिए. क्या चल रहा है सिनेमा में, बॉलीवुड में, चेस में, सब. अब वीडी सोच ही रहा सबसे भाई. 15 मिनट हो चुके सोचते हुए उसको. Can king go to c2? Yes, that is one of the plans. If black does nothing, king c2, rook f4, and just push the pawn resigns. So that is Shaq's plan actually. King c2, rook f4, and then b4. And black can resign basically. Because rook f4 aane ke baad, this pawn can never move. This rook on f4, let me show you. Let's say king g7. Now I play king c2. Let's say rook f1 and rook f4. Now this pawn is defended. So this pawn can never be attacked. The king can never move forward. And now, let's say king g6, ये pawn आराम से b4. He can resign this. Like Vidit can आराम से resign this already. So that's his plan. That's why he played king d, because he wants to play king c2, rook f4. That's the dream position for white. Will Vulture Crown again goes from world top 20 to world top 5 player? अरे यार ऐसा ना हो भाई. Hopefully, Ukesh will no longer be a world top 20 player. He'll be a world top 5 player by the time World Championship starts. That's the dream, right? Wait. Ukesh is out of world top 30? क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम भाई? Really? Bhai, Ukesh is world number 26. Wow. He loses another game, he'll be world number 30. He really needs to gain some rating points actually. This is surprising. Hard to believe Gukesh is world number 26. Wow. And he's not even playing a classical event for the next few months. So he's going to stay there for a long time. In fact, Maksudu is playing a game. If he wins, he'll go to be world number 27. Why Gukesh I can't even imagine the amount of pressure I mean, see, Gukesh already achieved what every chess player has as his dream, right? So he's already the world champion. So you can't really say that being Gukesh is tough because he's already the world champion. So he's achieved something which every chess player has as his childhood dream. So he's achieved the impossible. But it still doesn't make it easy. Because he has to kind of stand up to that expectation कि भाई he has to play like a world champion. By the way, भाई 13 मिनट पे आ चुके हैं. भाई चल क्या रहा वीडियो तो भाई मतलब भाई वीडियो मास्टर शेफ देख रहा है क्या भाई? कम ऑन यार, चलो भाई f4. व्हाट एल्स? कोई कह रहा है Mukesh is overrated. भाई at 2717, how can he be overrated? He is clearly underrated if anything. He can't be overrated at this rating. ये क्या बात हुई? VD wants to be Wei, he will play at exactly 1 second. I hope not. If he takes that much time, he's 100% gonna lose. Prag should help Guki to, but if were Prag help Guki, right? That's the thing. Like they're not like teammates. Like it's very hard. VD calculation depth 100. I think that's the only explanation now. Depth 100 तक VD चला गया है. Harsh to say, but in respect, you can only accept that Mukesh was very lucky to make it to World Championship. I disagree. I'll tell you why. Because Mukesh's rating was 2794. So, just by that rating alone, he is a contender for the World Championship. He had an Olympiad, he had the candidates, he had Tata Steel, he had multiple events. Basically, for 2024, if you choose a player of the year, it will be Gukesh even ahead of Magnus. Go and check the results. You will be completely justified in saying, making that claim. So पूरा साल जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एंड इट्स क्वालिफिकेशन का प्रोसेस था, he performed like an absolute beast for the entire year. It was not just one tournament. The entire year he played at that level. So he became the world champion. It is logical. Now Sundarov has started in the exact same fashion. If he plays in the same form for the entire year, he'll also be world champion. So I think world championship cycle ही 2 साल का होता है. And if for 1 year you play this exceptional chess, you're going to be world champion. Basically, cycle he has set up hai. So I disagree on that count. He doesn't deserve to be there. He absolutely deserves to be there. He deserves to be the world champion. 2024 में कोई आसपास भी नहीं था उसके, मक्खी भी नहीं थी आसपास भाई उसके. He was just the absolute goat for 2024. Don't think competition with them without Stockfish Classic World Championship, like they will be surprised when we see the move. I think it's an opinion. I think many people agree and disagree with that. I personally disagree. For example, cricket se compare karo. I think chess is very complex. Let's say there was a tool in cricket commentary which would tell you the exact shot that Virat Kohli should have played on a particular ball. That information is valuable. Now, that information should be shared 100%. Without it, it's incomplete information. So I think people can debate on this, but I personally feel the engines are a great help. Rather than trying to figure out some variations, which at the end might be missing a simple detail, I think it's more important to understand the truth of the position. And while Rook B2 played, he doesn't find F4, but he finds a decent move. Now for Shaq, F3 is the only move. If King E3 back, that's basically repeating the position. Now, even that might be winning long term, but objectively, it could be repeated, right? So F3 is the only move for Shaq now. He has to find it. But he will find it, I think. I don't see any other move right now. Or कोई move है ही नहीं. Community engines like, in the future, community engines, great, for example, give Anish and Eric. Yeah, I think depends. I think both people might have a simple taste. I prefer non-engine commentary. That's totally plausible, I think, as an explanation. I personally would like to know the best shot Virat Kohli could have played. Like, that's my taste, for example. I would love to know कि अगर यहाँ मारा था, this would be the best shot on this particular ball. And how did he miss? Why did he not play that shot? It's kind of interesting knowledge. Mukesh has, by the way, अच्छा board साफ कर रहा है, sorry. Mukesh has been on this point. Yeah, so I think that's a fair statement. He might be hiding his prep, but he finished in last place. I think finishing in last place is no explanation for hiding your prep. Like, he might as well reveal his prep and at least finish first or second. Like, you give Gukesh the option. Simple choice. Gukesh finishes even second in Norway chess. Forget first, behind Prague. And all his prep so far is revealed. Complete leak online. He will take it. He will 100% take it because you can always get new prep, but you can't get his confidence by force. So I feel like that doesn't really fit in my opinion, at least. कि भाई prep hide करे तो अच्छा नहीं खेल पाए. By the way, f3 played, best move played by Mamidyarov. So again, a tough position. He can transpose directly into the other variation by playing f4. I think that's the best bet he has. Um, if king f7 back, then again, I'm going to start pushing my rook forward. We looked at the clock, by the way. He has 10 minutes now. Slowly about to fall below the 10-minute mark. एंड बाय द वे सिंदारो हमारी स्ट्रीम देखता है भाई टाइम प्रेशर में सो कल को अगर देख रहा होगा शायद इफ यू न्यू सिंदारो वाज वाचिंग दिस स्ट्रीम एंड यू कुड टेल हिम वन मैसेज व्हाट वुड दैट बी क्वेश्चन टू यू keep it positive by the way I mean the politics like not negative best way to win a match is to ये क्या है भाई विदित विल लूजेगा वाओ वाओ ये हमारी स्ट्रीम को समराइज करता है इंग्लिश विदित विल लूजेगा वाओ क्रेजी मैन if he performs poorly, he I think will be nearing below 2700. How can he reach Taiso? I mean, Vidit doesn't play enough, I think, to reach Taiso also. उतना खेलता ही नहीं है वो. 9 minutes now for VD. He's about to play something. And he plays King F7, keeps it passive for now. Okay, what does Mavidarov do now? He has to move the rook forward. Because at King C3, I think I can move the rook here now. And that should be a draw, objectively. Rook F4, let me see. Can I pick this up? B4. Okay, this is hanging. Maybe first I pick this up then. Rook H5. Ah, no, this is a draw. This is a draw. This is a draw. So, king can't move here. Here would be a mistake. So, rook has to move forward. I think that's the only move. Rook somewhere. Either B5 or B8, maybe. Will Ukesh be bored for Olympiad? Nahin yaar, I hope not. I hope he's board one. I feel like he needs that board one. Board 4 पे आप बोर्ड 2 पे भी डालना है सेइंग कि आप फॉर्म में नहीं आप पीछे जाके बैठो ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस वैसे ही हिट कर जाएगा Any tips for tournament? Why solve tactics? Insane amount of tactics. At beginner level chess or even intermediate, tactics will use most of the games. So उस पर काम करो. Shaq, by the way, 33 मिनट लेके बैठे हुए हैं. VD के पास है 9. Imagine this was poker, yeah? Like Mamedarov has, let's say, 3.5 times the chips. So, like Vidit knows he's under pressure. Like he can't really go all in. Like he knows कि Shaq is not risking anything. So very, very uncomfortable position for Vidit to be in. If Shaq goes all in and loses, he doesn't lose anything. He's still in the game. But if Vidit goes all in and loses, he's out of the game. He's lost. So very hard game for Vidit right now. He's playing for 2 results, trying to defend it in a passive position, no counterplay whatsoever. बस वेट कर रहे हो आप अपने ओपन के प्लान के लिए You'll cover the whole event alone. I think Rakesh will be here tomorrow and we'll try to get some other people as well. We'll try to get Sahaj Bhai also at some point. Depends on the tournament also, right? How it goes. Because today I think Arjun's game ended very quickly. So it might be short games also. Let's see. Still no moves. Shaq on 32 minutes now with it 9. At this point, you already have to use Shaq's time. Otherwise, you're going to be busted at some point. Man, chess is so hard, yaar. सो हार्ड. इतना घंटा डिफेंड करने के बाद भी अगर ड्रॉ ना मिले तो भाई इट पेन्स यू, इट रियली हर्ट्स यू डीप डाउन. अरविंद और विदित लुकिंग एट करंट फॉर्म, वेरी हार्ड टू नो. ऑनेस्टली निहाल जिस फॉर्म में है, you would love to keep Nihal there on board four, but Vidit has experience of winning the Olympiad. So if it was up for me and the rating was exactly the same, I might choose Vidit based on that because he has experience of winning one. So that really helps. You've done it before. You don't panic during crunch games. Like Vidit, I remember, I think, drew against Aronian against the US matchup. So I think it's very important, that experience. What happened to Arjun game? Arjun drew, by the way. Arjun has drawn, chat. So that was the result. Very quick draw, by the way. बट विदित भाई कह रहे हैं भाई लंबा दिन होगा बिकॉज हम करेंगे डिफेंड. Can we become world champion? I think he's publicly said he doesn't want to be world champion anymore. I think he not doesn't want to be world champion. He just thinks it's not a realistic goal. I think he mentioned it during that world light test tha na, with Anish. He mentioned something like that. VD draws, please. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, man. Why no Prag? यार प्रग भाई थक गए होंगे यार, अभी जीते हैं नॉर्वे, थोड़ा रिलैक्स करने दो भाई को, मतलब अभी इंडिया पहुंचा भी नहीं होगा. इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू प्ले बैक टू बैक इवेंट्स. And also, like, it's great that he's taking that pause because you win an event, you go back, you learn from your wins as well, not just losses. That's very important. Taki losses aaye na. How can we get rid of the commentator? By closing the stream, brother. Simple tarika hai bhai. Simplest solution. Nice, but this win is also nice where saying plusing still using man's Fabi. That's also nice, isn't it? Bhai, बहुत nice था उसमें, कुछ समझ नहीं आया, but अच्छा लगा. Tikubai, but Prague deserves board one more than anyone at the moment. But that can change till September, right? Because Prague, 2 months back, you would still argue whether he's in form. Now he's in form. But will he be in that same form in September? We still don't know. And Gukesh last दो Olympiad board on पे खेला है. So he has that experience. If one cannot become world champion, then what logic behind saying don't want to become world champion? I mean, it's like it's a conscious goal, right? I think okay, it's a goal I could potentially achieve. The odds are very low, but the effort and the investment, money and time wise required is very high. So Vidit ne kaha, theek hai bhai, I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to pursue my interests. Chess, of course, a bit of AI and a bit of this. I think it makes sense, right? I mean, it's not like he's forced to go for the goal just because it's like, like just because it's a goal, he has to go for it. Like only one person in the world can be world champion at a time. It's very hard to achieve it, man. Like Gukesh है, अब सिंदारो भी मान लो बन भी गया. That means 4 साल में सिर्फ 2 लोग बन पाए. 10 साल में max to max 5 लोग बन सकते हैं in the entire world. That is assuming कि somebody doesn't win it again. So it's very hard to become world champion, even if you're a top 5 world player. What happened to Sindav second? Bhai, he won. He crushed Ian Nepomniachtchi. So crazy, man. Fabi never became world champion. Exactly. Fabi never became world champion. That's crazy. He deserves to be there, but he's not there. He's never even won. Like he won the candidates once out of 6 or 7 times and then lost to Magnus. So with save my 1,000 rupees. That is true, bhai. With bhai saving money for everyone. शैक भाई थोड़ा जल्दी करते अगर आप, मतलब प्रेशर में तो वीडी है, तो आप क्या सोच रहे हो? आपका प्लान तो एक ही है ना भाई. इंक्रीमेंट है भाई, 30 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट है. नेक्स्ट बिग इवेंट एक्सक्लूडिंग चेन्नई जीएम, आई थिंक अभी बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप है. देन वी ऑल्सो हैव जीसीटी जागरेब जहां गुकेश प्रक दोनों होंगे. देन वी हैव चेन्नई जीएम एंड देन वी हैव ईडब्ल्यूसी. तो अगले 4 इवेंट ये हैं इसके बाद. Only Max can be considered world champion. I think possible है बाकी लोग के लिए भी करना, because once you're world champion you only have to play one match. जो कैंडिडेट है उसको पहले भाई कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है, then he has to win the candidates, then he has to win the world championship. 3 step process है. For the world champion, it's a one-step process. Yeah, you can do it, and you just sit idle, prepare against one guy, and win it. It's possible. We can do chess boxing. नहीं brother, not interested. Chess barely खेल पा रहा हूँ, नाक भी तुड़वाऊंगा क्या? Arjun drew, by the way, still no moves by Shaq. वो तो भाई कुर्सी पीछे करके बैठ गए, चलने की मूड में लग नहीं रहे हैं. By the end of G Gukesh will rank 30 to 40. Zagreb is rapid blitz, so I don't think it will affect his classical rating. So his rank is going to stay the same, I think, for a long time, around world number 25. Come on, Shaq. गलती कर दो भाई. Yes, the bar is accurate, I think. Not to the point, but range wise सही है. Shaq's posture not great. भाई बॉडी लैंग्वेज वाले एक्सपर्ट्स भी चैट में अपेरेंटली. भाई posture भाई चेस प्लेयर का कंप्लीटली स्क्रूड होता है इन मोस्ट केसेस. टिकू भाई आपका असली नाम क्या है? वाओ. कौन का चांस है ज्यादा ये टर्म जीतेगा? आई थिंक बेस्ट चांसेस फॉर अर्जुन एंड नोदिरबेक, आई थिंक क्लियरली. ऐसे जीतने तो कोई भी जीत सकता है, बट दीज टू गाइज आई थिंक हैव द बेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज हियर. उनका इंडिविजुअल मैच आपस में आई थिंक माइट डिसाइड द टूर्नामेंट. टिकू ब्रो हाउस मैरिड लाइफ ग्रेट भाई, ग्रेट ब्रदर, लव इट. बेटर देन सिंगल लाइफ. क्या आप विदित को हरा सकते हो? चेस में टफ है भाई. अगर विदित भाई थोड़ा एआई में और घुस जाए 4-5 साल, देन मे बी. तब भी टफ है एक्चुअली. I have a question. Does playing the top position lines of plus two advantage, does that mean it will fizzle out to draw after some time, or will the player come even? I think वो जो line होती है ना, जहाँ पे it is winning for white or it's a draw objectively, that's somewhere between 1 point plus 1.6 to +2. उसके बीच में eval होती है, which is either winning or drawn. So this is like on that border. ये +2 के आसपास है. This is right on the border of that. So objectively it might be just winning, I think, by with perfect play. um but practically chances तो रहते ही हैं. विथ लूसो साहिल इन लूडो 100%. अरे लूडो में तो भाई मेरे 6 लाता हूँ ना मैं, क्रेजी 6 आते हैं मेरे. Why is Nadal playing in this one? I think he withdrew, which is kind of a surprise for me. I thought he'll play, but maybe he was like, ठीक है यार, नॉर्वे में है, we सारा just won the event, let's just chill a bit, relax a bit. वीडी अपना टाइम सीओ में नहीं दिया तो आज ये दिन नहीं देखना पड़ता. भाई ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार. सीओबी में टाइम देने से थोड़ी कोई रेटिंग कम हो जाती है. सीओबी तो भाई इट्स अ स्ट्रॉन्ग टूर्नामेंट. सीओबी में जो जो लोग खेल रहे हैं लाइफ में बढ़िया कर रहे हैं. शाउट फॉर 2000 प्लस टिकू भाई. अरे 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 क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी. किसके हो रहा है 250 लेकिन? With is not regular in chess, what's your take? Agreed. I think he's not. He doesn't play as often. He's playing this event after a long time. He's gonna play, of course, India Rising now in July, जो final है against Benjamin Book. But in general, classical chess he plays rarely, and it's a conscious decision, which is fair. And finally जाके शैक ने इतना ड्रामा करने यार, किंग इसे खेल दिया वापस, किंग घर को. Okay, fair enough. King is killing with it. I think very quickly he's gonna play this. Yeah, played as expected. And now we need to see the plan. What is Shaq's plan? और विकेट फाइनली भाई रुका गया, फिर से. लेट्स गो शैक्स प्लान. यू कॉम बेटा प्रज्ञा अर्जुन भाई, टफ वन. आई थिंक मे बी both are roughly balanced. Cracking jokes, that too vulgar, is not doing good in life. यार लाइफ इज डिफरेंट, पता है, एवरीबडी हैज देयर कंसेप्ट ऑफ लाइफ बेस्ड ऑन देयर अपब्रिंगिंग. सो इन जनरल, don't judge anyone based on their perceptions. I think it's coming from a place of, you know, making people smile. For most comedians, that's the goal, right? To make people smile. तरीका different हो सकता है. Should not be that harsh. That's my perception also. Might be wrong. What's your opinion on Guki lost form? Bhai, of course, bhai, he's out of form. He's struggling, and our hope is best basically to hope that the Olympiad is kind of the event जहाँ पे हम comeback कर पाएंगे. टिकू भाई फिलोसफर, अरे भाई थैंक यू भाई. अरे भाई रियल प्रोफेशन तो फिलोसफर है मेरा भाई. ये कमेंटर तो साइड साइड हसल है. कि सिंदारोफ करंटली कौन बेटर है भाई? करंटली सिंदारोफ इज माइल्स अहेड, किलोमीटर्स अहेड. बाय द वे इट्स इंटरेस्टिंग, लाइक माइल्स अहेड इज अ प्रोवर्ब बट किलोमीटर्स अहेड इज नॉट प्रोवर्ब. या हम बोलते हैं ओ माय गॉड सिंदारोफ इज माइल्स अहेड ऑफ गुकेश, बट वी नेवर से सिंदारोफ इज किलोमीटर्स अहेड ऑफ गुकेश. ये क्या बायस है भाई किलोमीटर के अगेंस्ट? आई फील लाइक दिस इज अ क्लियर बायस. वी शुड एड्रेस दिस चैट. इंपॉर्टेंट या. ठीक है भाई, एक बार हंस दो, बताओ भाई. अरे विल ड्रॉ करेगा तो हंसेंगे भाई, प्रॉमिस. कुछ तो ड्रॉ करना चाहिए यार. ऐसे फालतू में हंसेंगे तो लोग पागल बोलेंगे भाई मुझे. रुग्बी वन खेल दिया है बाद में इतने, ही स्टिल वेटिंग. आई थिंक ही इज ट्राइंग टू गो फॉर दिस इफ पॉसिबल. लाइक ही इज कीपिंग दिस, यू नो, एज एन ऑप्शन. माइल्स यूरोपियन टर्म हमें बना किलोमीटर बनाते हैं ना भाई. वाई आर वी फॉलोइंग यूरोपियन टर्म्स? वी शुड क्रिएट एन ओन किलोमीटर्स हेड. ऑब्जेक्टिव विनिंग है समटाइम्स. आई थिंक ऑब्जेक्टिवली इट माइट बी विनिंग इज माय गेस. um इवाल +4 है, दैट्स अ गुड साइन कि इट्स विनिंग. um भाई प्रग तो कमबैक मास्टर है भाई. लिटरली कार्लसन ने तारीफ करी भाई, ये 4 गेम लगातार प्रग जीत गया. दैट वाज क्रेजी. एंड बाय द शैक का टाइम भी कम होता हुआ, 23 मिनट है. ही डजंट हैव ऑल टाइम इन द वर्ल्ड नाउ. टिकू इतने बिजी कि इस टूर्नामेंट में खेलने नहीं गए. बिल्कुल भाई, इनवाइट तो किया था उन्होंने मुझे, बट मैंने ही मना कर दिया. यस. हु इज बेस्ट, प्रग, गुकेश और अर्जुन? यार right now I think he's in bad form, Gukesh. So Gukesh is definitely number 3 on that list. I would say maybe Arjun number 1 and Prag number 2, but very close because Prag has only played one one event, I think. Right? So अभी और event देखने हैं हमें. टिकवा इज नेक्स्ट बिग थिंग इन. बताओ भाई, बताओ भाई. मेरी तारीफ चल रही है भाई. वीडी भाई कुछ करो. मेरी तारीफ चल रही है आपसे. लेट्स गो वीडी भाई, डिफेंड. हाउ डू यू डिफेंड दिस? नॉट इजी दो. सोच रहा है ममिद्यारोव कैसे जीतूं. इफ किंग D4, इफ ही स्टार्ट्स टू रन देन मे बी वीडी हैज सम काउंटर प्ले. रुक G1 या इवन F4. अगेन F4 इज द प्लान with king F5 to follow, and that should be a draw. So Mamidarov has to be accurate. He cannot play king D4 instantly. Still no moves. टिक्कू हेड ऑफ मैग्नस. वाह 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 वाह. झूठ भी ऐसा बोला है कि मतलब विश्वास ही ना हो किसी को. सहज मैंने एक कॉम्पिटिशन में he might join for a couple of days somewhere but not for the entire event. As you saw, this event is a bit different than the others. टिक्कू भाई 3200. वाह वाह भाई. I missed this match completely. What's time for India? It is 8 p.m. but starting time for this event every day is technically 3:45 4 p.m. Who is the best chess player in history? I think इसका नाम हम पहले ले चुके हैं. मंगेश कालीचरण. कब फ्री होगा? जैसे ही वीडी भाई गेम ड्रॉ कर लेंगे. वो होल्ड करके बैठे हम सबको. Because he loves defending worst weekend games. So मेरा कैंफलेट क्या भाई? Oh wow. I think it's by भगवान भी कुछ अंदेशे दे रहा है हमें. कहाँ गया भाई? फेल टू स्टार्ट द कैमरा. ऐसा क्या हो गया यार तेरे कैमरा के साथ? चालू हो जा. भाई मेरा कैमरा ही चालू नहीं हो रहा है भाई. क्रेजी. So my camera is gone. I don't know why it's not starting. So क्या करे फिर chat? कैमरा तो गया मेरा. टिक्कू जीएम वर्सेस गुकेश जीएम. नहीं नहीं भाई. आई थिंक जिस दिन मैं जीएम बनूंगा उस दिन पार्टी करेंगे. बट ओ कैमरा आ गया, थैंक गॉड. भाई इतनी लाइटिंग परफेक्ट है भाई. ब्लू कलर ऐसे शार्प. लुक्स लाइक सम पता नहीं क्रेजी. बट एनीवेज रुक के बाद स्टिल नो मूव्स बाय शैक हु इज फॉलोइंग योर 20-minute mark. Time is a factor in Vidit losing today. Yeah, time is not a huge factor, I feel. Even if they had 30 more minutes, I don't think he's going to hold this. It's very tough. It's very tough. I feel like the position itself is very bad. वो rook c2 उनके पास मौका था. He delayed with king g7 and this gave Shaq the opportunity to go for this. Otherwise ये शायद I think a pawn होता, which is easy to defend. Because king के पास यहाँ रास्ता नहीं रहता king के साइड से आने का. That would have been much easier to hold. कैन आई बिकम मॉड? भाई मॉड के लिए मेहनत करनी पड़ती है भाई. चैट में रेगुलर रहना पड़ता है भाई, तब जाके मॉड बनते हैं. मॉड बनने के और मतलब बहुत कम होते हैं भाई किसी के. प्रखर तो मॉड है ही. प्रखर तो काफी टाइम से चैट में आ रहा है ना भाई. सालों साल हो गए उसको. इज गुड. अबे ये क्या है भाई? कम ऑन कम ऑन शैक भाई. 18 मिनट. ये टाइम सारा इस्तेमाल करना जरूरी नहीं है. आई डोंट थिंक यू गेटिंग फ्री बाय 9. नहीं, आई थिंक आराम से 9 तो इजी. आई थिंक आई एम थिंकिंग 8:30 एक्चुअली. Because VD has 9 minutes and Shaq has 18. So that's a combined of 27. I know increment hai, but it's not easy to play this on increment. I think once Shaq finds a plan, this could end in 5 minutes. Not too easy. The question is 8:30 hoga ki nahi? I'm not so sure. Kazi from board one, Dinachi Olympiad. Yes, he should be on board one. 100%. Come on, Shaq bhai, jaldi. ये तो ठीक है भाई. भाई वीडी खुद बोल हो गया भाई. ही इज द वन डिफेंडिंग एंड इवन ही इज बोर्ड. लेट्स गो शैक भाई. भाई स्ट्रेचिंग कर रहा है वीडी भाई. भाई ऑनेस्टली अगर तुम सिर्फ बोर्ड हटाओ और सिर्फ स्क्रीन देखो तुम्हें लगेगा वीडी इज एटलीस्ट लाइक 2 pawns अप. ही इज अबाउट टू विन दिस गेम. नहीं देख रहा वीडी खड़ा है. इज अबाउट टू सेलिब्रेट लाइक टू विन द गेम. बट इतना टाइम हो गया शायद कुछ सोचते थे कि वीडी कांट सिट फॉर दिस लॉन्ग. यार टांगे थक गई बेचारे की. तो खड़ा हो रहा है वो. उसे खुद को, हाँ, खुद का डिनर प्लान है वीडी का मुझे लग रहा है एक्चुअली. एंड लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि उज्बेकिस्तान का टाइम ज्यादा होगा. उज्बेकिस्तान टाइम राइट नाउ इज 7:32 पी. आधा घंटा पीछे ही है. ओके फिर ठीक है. एंड ओ रुक बी 7 प्लेड. फाइनली खेल दिया शैक ने किंग को कट ऑफ करते हुए. एंड नाउ द बेस्ट प्लान अपनी वीडियो इज टू गिव दिस चेक. किंग को यहां लाओ एंड देन ते रुक F1. बट ओके दैट डजंट चेंज मच टू बी ऑनेस्ट. हियर F4 इज विनिंग कह रहे हैं. सीओबी विनर भाई. सीओबी विनर कह रहे तो सच ही होगा भाई. आई एम नोबडी टू डिस्काउंट द सीओबी विनर भाई. बिल्कुल सही बात है. ठीक है. वर यू इंजीनियर? यस भाई ऑन पेपर डिग्री है मेरे पास इंजीनियरिंग की. बट क्या मैं उसके स्किल्स हैं? नहीं. अब 9 मिनट वीडियो के पास. व्हाट विल ही डू नाउ? Apparently the best plan is rook e1 check. And if let's say you play something like king d2, now rook f1 attacking this pawn. And if king e2, then rook wapas b1. So basically, wait, what? Rook c1? Are you freaking kidding me? What is rook c1? Why not in a million years will he find rook c1? Ah, but why can't I do this from rook b1? Okay, this is weird chat. Very weird defense for Vidit. I don't think it's findable. He has to play rook e1 and then play rook c1, which makes zero sense logically. You always put the rook behind the passed pawn. Like intuitionally, that makes no sense. He's not gonna find it. He's not gonna find it. VD will hold. Let's hope so, Janvi, but I think it looks tough. He plays a check, okay. Now the crucial moment. He has to find rook to c1 now after the king moves. That is the tough move actually. That is very tough. Do I LinkedIn shows will training and last run too, bro? हाँ भाई, I've trained. I've been a trainee there. Nightmarish on a great 5 months actually. Amazing 5 months, bhai. Great training. By the way, where does the king go? So many options. चार ऑप्शन है भाई. यहां 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 या बोर्ड के बाहर. पांच ऑप्शन. ठीक है, अगर आप कोचिंग करते हैं, अगर रहते हैं तो 1 घंटे का फीस कहते हैं. मैं कोचिंग करता नहीं हूं भाई. आई ओनली डू इट फॉर कंटेंट बेसिस. तो अगर कंटेंट है तो भाई हम कोचिंग करेंगे, वरना नहीं करेंगे. बाय द वे, स्टिल नो मूव्स बाय शैक. उनका भी समय खत्म होता हुआ. वीडी बोर्ड की छुपते हुए. एंड ही प्लेस किंग डी2. सो क्रूशियल मूव. एंड इसके बाद रुक एफ1 खेलना जरूरी. ही हैज टू प्ले रुक एफ1. कैन वीडी विन UzChess मास्टर्स? यस भाई. टाटा स्टील तो हुआ नहीं, but he can win this. But can he play rook g1 is the question now. Why can't I play rook g1 and pick up this pawn? It looks like a move, no? I think Shaq just blundered, brother. He just blundered. Oh my god, the piada is gone. Why? Vidi is back, I think. Wait, b4, rook g3, king e3, and now just rook h3, b5, rook takes h4, b6, rook h1, rook b8. Why? ये तो, I mean, what's the problem here? I think he blundered. Wait, he played rook b4, however. If rook g... he wants to play rook f4. So tricky. Shaq is so tricky. Rook g3 पे rook f4 खेलेगा and then b4 and this winning for white. I think it's winning because black के पास entry नहीं है. भाई क्या खतरनाक आदमी है Shaq. King f7 is the only move. अरे बाप रे, कितना टफ है वो खेलना भाई. Bhai, that's tough, man. But wait, why can't I play king f7? Because f5 is hanging. So if I play king f7 now, he can take on f5. That's why you have to first play king f7. Taki rook f4 pe I can first play king e6 and then you take. Bhai, this is tough. This is tough. This is tough. I hope samajh aayo chat. He has to play king f7. Taki rook f4 pe king e6. And then you take. Not directly. King f7, king f7, VD. Come on, he has 7 minutes on the clock. Can he defend this? Do you ever beat GM in any format? Yes, but I've beaten many GMs. But it's not an everyday occurrence though. Come on. What do you do? He should find it, not gonna lie. Hoping for the same. But it's very tempting to chop that pawn off as well. फ्री का पॉन है, लग रहा है मार देते हैं, खत्म करते हैं. शैक बाय द वे खड़े होके पानी पीते हुए एंड ही फाइंड्स किंग f7. वाओ, ग्रेट मूव. Great find by Vidit, and now it's technically objectively a draw. Wow. King e6 now only move. And very important chat, रुकी थी बात. At जो हम यहां से नहीं कर पा रहे थे because there was the h pawn, we can always attack the rook from e5. So the rook on f4 is not stable. Now king e6 only move. Come on, king e6. तो जो भाई जो कोचिंग करवाते हैं उनका फीस कितना डिपेंड्स है. आई थिंक इफ यू फाइंड अ नॉर्मल कोच इट माइट चार्ज यू 500 rupees an hour. If you go for somebody who's very strong, it might charge you 10,000 an hour. There's no fixed range for a coach. I think it really depends. I think he's played best move, and now I think Mamedyarov might realize he's kind of screwed up the game a little bit. And king e5 only move. Wow. Wait. So if I take on g3, why doesn't that work? b5. Rook behind the passed pawn he'll get. Ooh, this is still winning for Midarov. So the only move is actually king e5. And if b5, Then rook b1. Oh, why he has to find king b5. Only move. Come on, Vidit. King e5. King e5. Don't take that pawn. Don't take that pawn. It's bait. My coach doesn't charge 25 an hour. I don't know by how much he charges, but possible. Come on, b5. Can he play cg5? Nice move. Let's go. Why great defense by Vidit. Absolute engine level defense by Vidit Gujarati at the end. By what a defense here. By these moves were clinical. Look at this. First of all, he finds in this position, mistake by Shaq, finds the only move rook e1 check, finds the only move rook g1, finds the only move king f7, finds the only move king e6, finds the only move king 5, and now it's a draw. I think it's just a draw. There's nothing white can do. Wow. Beautiful defense by so far. Great plan by Vidit to understand कि भाई ये pawn मरेगा but जल्दी नहीं है. कोई कह रहा है my charges 6 rounds per hour. भाई ये वियतनाम करेंसी में बोल रहे हो क्या? Wow, great plan. And now chat, see, if you play b5, rook b1, the pawn is gone. It's over. The pawn is basically gone and they can shake hands and go home. So what is White's plan? If he tries king c3, कि भाई king से pawn push करूंगा, then I think rook g3 के बाद, like even black can win this. Because rook हटना पड़ेगा, then rook f3. भाई, who is playing for a win? So you can't do king c3, so you can do king e3 instead. But now what if I play rook to b1? Is there still any chances to win this? Let's try to look at this. So rook b1. If the king moves back, we can keep checking it, so no problem. And if rook c4, then rook b3 check. King has to go back. Check. Why? It's an instant draw, no? You can't even move forward. Can I take here? I think I can take. Yeah. Okay, b5, let's say in this position. Rook takes g3, I'm guessing. b6. And now I can basically come via this path, I think. Is rook g8 draw? Please, rook g8 be a draw. It is a draw. It is a draw. So chat, oh, he finds king e3. Now rook b1 again. Bhai, look at this. Rook b1 only move. VD, bhai, only move. Khatam nahi hui hai. Don't take that pawn. If rook takes g3, then b5, rook g1, rook b4 wins. Bhai, rook b1 only move. वो प्यादा नहीं मारना है. Yes, Vidit may not lose actually. Why? It's possible. Rook b1. It looks easy. Yes, it is one of the easier moves. He's found tougher ones. But he's been defending for a while and he has 6 minutes on the clock, chat. He won't get any more time now. It is not possible. There's no extra time now. Only 30-second increment. Crucial moment for Vidit Gujarati. He will likely be part of the India Olympiad team. He's not played for a while. Can he find this important move here? Rook to b1. Stopping that pawn in his track. The only move, the blue arrow showing us, or koi bhi chaal khelenge to he's busted completely. For example, if you play rook g2, yeah? Just trying to show you a waiting move here. Then rook c4 and check ke baad king will come to f4 and again white is winning. So very important to do it just now. Rook b1 and if rook c4, I instantly have checks. Before you can check me, I will get to check you. If he takes that pawn, greedy Vidi will be immortalized. I agree. He should not take the pawn. For once, he cannot be greedy. He's thinking 5 minutes on the clock, chat. Chat, do you think he finds rook b1? Yes or no? Does he find rook b1? Important. Important moment in the game. No keh rahe hai. Go VD. Yes, yes, yes. No, his luck has run out. Hopefully, yes. Shaq pani pite hue. Showing that he's winning. No stress on Shaq's face. But he should be stressed. Come on, Vidit. Now 4 minutes on the clock for Vidit Gujarati. Now he's playing classical chess after a long time. He has been defending. He was, I think, objectively lost at some point. But somehow, one mistake by Shaq. The game is back. He has an opportunity here. But Rook B1 nikalna. Yes, Super GM should find it easily. But time is a factor. He has 4 minutes. He looks at the clock again. holds his head again, trying to calculate. Shaq gets up. Opponent जब भी उठता है confidently, it puts a lot of pressure on you. 3 minutes for VD now. Come on, Vidit. I think he's about to play in the next minute or so, chat. And he needs to find that rook. And look at Shaq holding the pen, ready to write his move, putting pressure psychologically on Vidit again. Looks at the clock again. Nods. He's nodding. He's kind of calculating in his mind right now. You can see him in real time. See, he's not nodding his head still. Rook b1, rook b1. He's trying to go through the variations in his mind. It's important to stop this pass pawn. If rook g3, b5, white will put the rook on b4 and it is resigns. So he needs to put the rook behind on the pass pawn instantly. Rook check will not work. If rook e1 check, it gives white time to stabilize. King d3 now. And if now rook b1, I have king to c2. And the pawn is defended. Next, when the rook moves, b5, rook b4 and resigns. So no time to waste. Shaq gets up again. 2 minutes for now, Vidi. Come on, Vidi. ठीक है भाई, अगर आप खेलो रुक बी1 निकाल देते, मैं रुक बी1 निकाल देता, but I would likely miss this king f7, king e6. That's the one I would miss. Very likely. But this I would find. Given this position, I would find rook b1, I think. But problem है Vidit काफी टाइम से डिफेंड कर रहा है, right? He must be like exhausted of defending. It's not easy. 2 minutes for Vidit now. What will he do? If he loses, he could drop very close to the 2700 margin. If he draws this, he's going to gain half a point from this. And he could try to cross occasion the ratings. He's nodding. He's happy with what he's seeing so far, but rook b1. What are you going to do after the stream ends? I think we have a call with Sagar Bhai and Prakhar, jahan pe kuch, we'll look for COB games. Come on. And he finds rook b1. Let's go, brother. Why? He's not giving up just yet. ये फंस गया सीएम. अरे भाई, इंडिया में कभी कोई सीएम नहीं फंसता. By the way, rook b1 played. And now I think the problem is the rook is tied down. If you move the rook, I will give this check. You can never really move the king away because I will pick up the pawns. I'll pick up 2 pawns. So king d3, nice move. And look at this chat. Rook b2, only move for Vidit. Why? Because the plan is king to c2. So you play rook b2. You don't have king c2 now. And if king to c3, there is rook to g2 now. Oh man, this is so tough. b5, rook takes g3, b6 पे rook hanging है, and if rook यहाँ पे, then rook f3 comes with check, king b2 and वापस rook भागेगा. Bhai, this is very tough. Rook b2 only move for Gujarati. बहुत tough है ये. And no wonder Shaq thinks he's winning. Even he's not seen it likely. By Vidika defense has been spectacular, but can he continue? Come on with it. Rook b2, rook b2. He's moving the rook, but where? No! Arey yaar, no! That's the blunder. Arey yaar. Now b5 is completely winning. And Shaq plays it. Wow. Almost, yeah. Rook b2 was the last move. And chat, now if you come if rook g3, of course, rook b4, and that's lost. So, oh wait, that's not lost, yeah? It should be lost. King e3 is the move you have to find. Bhai, this is so tricky. Even after rook g3, he has to find king e3. So it's not over, chat. Shaq has to find king e3. But after rook b1, which I think is the crucial move, yeah, white has king c4. And now the king can basically support the pawn. By the way, look at this. Vidit takes the pawn and king e3 only move played. Chat, now it's simple chess. It's over now. Let's go full screen. I think this is out to be over in the next 5 to 10 minutes now. Now I think Vidit knows it's over. Because rook एक behind the pass pawn आ गया, there's no hope. There is no hope. Now king e3 is what I think Vidit missed. This is the move he missed, I think. And now it's gone. Completely gone now. But yeah, man, I mean, there was great defense by Vidit Gujarati, but he just couldn't finish it off. Very tough, man. Agar time hota na, he would do it. टाइम ही नहीं था. That's why I told you, like, it's not easy when you have 2 minutes on the clock. He right now has 1 minute, man. That's so hard to do. Yeah, he knows it. He knows it now. You can see that, वो एक स्माइल ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस ऑन हिज फेस कि भाई गड़बड़ हो गई. रुक ट्रेड होगा भी तो इट्स स्टिल लॉस फॉर ब्लैक, राइट? बिकॉज हमारे पास आउटसाइड पास पॉन है. So rook trade doesn't really help with it here. Yeah, I don't know what he does now. I think because everything is defended. So that normal, I think let's just see what he plays because it's 30 seconds. अभी कैलकुलेट करने का भी मतलब नहीं है. He has a million moves he can play. So let's just see what he does now. I guess rook g1 is what he'll do, but then rook b4 and you can resign. Doesn't matter. Like white is moving rook b4, I think. 17 seconds, by the way. Come on, Vidi. 12, 10, 8. Has to play now. 6, 4. Is he going to resign? 2 seconds. Ooh, he plays rook g7 with 4 seconds on the clock. But now b6, rook b7, and rook to b4 is basically game over. Wow. What a day, man, for Vidit Jati. I think this was tough. A great endgame by Shaq at the end. He did make a couple of big mistakes, but the defense wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Now I think his plan is very simple. He can just play b6, push the pawn, rook b7, only move, rook b4, defending the pawn. And now black is in zugzwang, so to speak. He has no moves. King back, king forward is winning. He can play f4, but I'm in no hurry. I can play king d3 and just bring my king to a6 and win the game. And if check, king to c4, rook b7, king to c5, and game is over. So, and the black king cannot move forward. I think we will resign now. In the next couple of moves, Vidit could just resign. Yep. Moves, not minutes. Very important. Why rook in front of pawn would work? Because rook in front of pawn, for example, let's say rook b7, sorry, first b6, rook b7, rook b4, you are in zugzwang. If black could forever pass his move, there would be a chance. But you are in zugzwang. You can't do much. You have to move the king or the pawn. And both lose. If king d5, for example, then king f4. I will try to go after these. King e6, now rook b5. See how I cut your king off? And now if you play rook b8, then b7. If you move the king back, I pick up the f5 pawn. So zugzwang is the problem here. Lag gaye bhai. Yeah, b6 played. Shaq is not missing this now. Rook b7 and now rook b4 automatic. This is where I think Vidit could resign as well. It would not be shocking. He's playing on. He's going to play f4 check, I think. So rook b7, so b6, rook b7, rook b4. And f4 was the last move. He's hoping he rook takes marenge. Then rook takes play, rook b6 is a draw. But of course, Shaq plays king d3. And this is where Vidit can resign. He can basically just resign. I think he'll play king d5 first. And then after rook b1, he'll resign. Next match, I think, is VD versus Nepo. Why? That's going to be a crazy matchup, actually. Yep, king d5. He's trying to block the king, but white has infinite number of waiting moves. Like rook b2, rook b1, rook b3. White can just wait for a long time. So, जैसे ही wait करेंगे यहाँ पे, then if you go here, I go here. If you go here, I go here. f5 भी चलोगे कोई बात नहीं. I'll keep waiting. Like rook b1, f5, rook b2, I mean, king यहाँ पे आएगा, for example, king c3, you take, I take, you take, and king d4 wins the end game for me. We have moves, by the way. Okay, yeah, and king d5 on the board. Yes. Arjun drew his game chat, by the way. Crazy endgame, man, for Vidit. And heartbreaking, of course, but he will have a chance to come back. Shaq, by the way, the coach of a dogmas. टिक्कू भाई को रोना आ रहा है. नहीं नहीं यार, राउंड वन है भाई. ऊंच नीच लाइफ में चलती रहती है. एंड आई थिंक राउंड वन कुछ भी नहीं है. Still no moves. Shaq is, I mean, to be honest, I can win this endgame now. Kere Anshul. I wouldn't be so sure, but for a player like Shaq, I mean, yes, 100%. Like if they played 100 games from here, Vidit loses 100. Like genuinely, the only way Vidit wins this game is Shaq clock के बारे में भूल जाए और 16 मिनट सोचने लग जाए. There's no other chance. तो ये शक्ल दिखाया करो, शक्ल में नजर नहीं आता. अरे प्लेयर्स की शक्ल देख, एक्चुअली ना चेस में क्या है ना, प्लेयर्स डोंट रिएक्ट मच ड्यूरिंग अ क्लासिकल गेम स्पेशली. सो उनको अप क्लोज देख के ना वी कैन सी द सटल डिफरेंसेस इन देयर बॉडी लैंग्वेज, देयर फेस. Like it just gives us more information as to how they're feeling. Like Ruby 1, see, like instantly best move played, and now do you क्या सीन है? I think this will end in the next 5 minutes. Bye. I told you 8:30. It's over, completely over. I think he might even just resign right now. It would not be surprising. So king a5, king c4, and the king walks up. King yahan pe, then here, and f5. One more waiting move, and then king c5, king c3. And you take as we saw, and the king moves to the pawn endgame and wins the game. So completely over. And Vidi, by the way, has 50 seconds on the clock. Any chance of it against Arjun? I mean, of course, good chances. Also depends on the color. I'm checking which color and which round that match is. So VD Arjun play in round number 4 and Arjun has white. So Arjun, of course, will be the default favorite because of the white pieces. But definitely chances, man. आवाज से भाई मेरा गला खराब है. It's not because of the game actually. I was so throaty. A lot of commentating and a lot of screaming at Pakhar, while he's playing his games, and blundering his pieces. But okay, 10 seconds of that. Will he resign? Or does he play on? He plays on f5. Okay. Now I think even this might be winning. I'm just checking if this is winning. King takes f5. King takes b6. Yeah, even this is winning actually. So that, or not this. King e4 first. Taki rook cut off now. But he won't go for this. He will just kind of bring the rook back. Like rook b3. King c4. Very smart actually. Very smart. Very simple and sound. Yeah, this is just over. King c4 now is the winning move. Which Indian has the best chance? I think Arjun, of course, because he's Indian number 1 and also because he drew the first game compared to Vidit losing. Score sheet ला रहे हैं लोग. पता ये score sheet ना बहुत torture लगता है because you know you're about to lose in 2-3 moves. क्या करूं मैं score sheet का? ये feeling आती है. What is Prakash's rapid rating? I think around 1850. I think is his rating, if I'm not mistaken. वीडियो का टाइम 0 दिखा रहा है by the way मुझे. I don't know what happened there. तो क्लॉक पे लाइट इतनी पड़ रही है भाई, समझ नहीं आ रहा उस पर क्लॉक पे टाइम क्या है. He resigns now. Yeah, would not be surprising because rook b8, there is b7. He tries, man. Okay, king c5 now, I guess, is winning. King d5 is winning. Rook d5 is also winning, man. Rook f5 is also winning. Everything is winning. But king d5 is the simplest, actually. Prakash's FIDE rating, I think I would say 1400. I don't think he has a FIDE rating. Does he have a FIDE rating? I think he had one, maybe. Yeah, maybe he had a 1400 rating, but I think maybe it's more so. It's not a true representation of his skills, though. Could be higher, could be lower. Nodirbek drew his game, by the way, was dead lost, survived by a miracle. Come on. 1570 है. अच्छा वो फिडे ने फ्री के पॉइंट दे दिया ना. Yes, I forgot. Sorry भाई. One of the most crazy end games ever. भाई, you have no idea. I think आपने चेस अभी फॉलो करना चालू करा. They have been crazy end games. मुझे रोना आ गया. मैं तो ड्रॉ कर लेता. अरे I doubt it. Okay, rook b8, b7. I think VD can resign now, especially because it's 8:29 and I told Prakhar कि 8:30 बजे खत्म होगा. So let's go VD भाई. Oh, king c6, easy. Ah, you know what he wants to do? King c6 chat, black to play. What do you think he plays? You know what he wants to do? He wants to play rook c7 check. And you can't take because it's stalemate. Aye, stalemate trap. Really, bhai, stalemate trap. Crazy. Wow. But okay, बबीता कहता है भाई कोई stalemate नहीं करने दूंगा तुम्हें. And he is, oh, he's not resigning still, क्या? King b8, okay. Now rook a7 is winning actually. Simplest. Just trade off rooks, give up the pawn, and your king. After rook a7, yeah, he resigns. I think it's where he resigns. वाओ, तो मैंने 8.5 कहा था और डॉट 8.5 मैच खत्म है. प्रखर भाई, मतलब क्या प्रोडिक्शन है मेरी यार. क्रेजी ब्रो. आई लिटरली द एग्जैक्ट टाइम जहां गेम खत्म होगी. Oh, he's still playing. Interesting. Wait, why is he still playing? That's surprising. Because I will chop off all these three pawns actually. You can't stop me. I don't even need this pawn. I can stop these both off. I think he resigns now. Wow, he still plays. Okay, king f4. What's wrong with this? अभी भी 8:30 है भाई. रिजाइन कर दो यार. 8:30 पे हो जाएगा. Yeah, he has to resign now though. It's plus 86 by the way. 8:31 हो गया. अरे यार, shit. Missed my prediction by 1 minute. No, you can see him. Yeah, he's about to resign. Yeah, this is lost. And yeah, Shakir Amidov maintains his great record against Vidit. I think there seems to be some psychological block there, but Vidit found some great defensive moves, man. That was very tough. But at the end, he was one move short. I think time pressure was the issue. I think time may he couldn't find the final defensive move, Rook B2. He still plays on. Wow. Wow, he's playing, yeah. But what if I just play King G5 and pick up these pawns? I mean, FNH pawn draw hote hain, but with rooks on the board. Wait, King E7, King G6. Yeah, I'm surprised he's still playing. And like, yeah, Vidar threw him that look, yeah, ki bhai kyun khel raha? And he resigns now. Yeah, wow. He resigns, and there is it. Vidit resigns at 8:32, 2 minutes late, but theek hai, very close prediction. And with this, day one of UzChess is over, and Vidit Gulati loses, and Arjun Erigesi draws. So, chat, that was day one. Thank you for joining. And Kal, really back at the same time, that is 3:45 p.m. ke aspas. So be there to support Arjun. Tomorrow it is Nepo versus Vidit. Crazy match. And Arjun versus Yakubov. So Arjun क्या पता वो वर्ल्ड टॉप 5 के अंदर एंटर करने के लिए कोशिश करेंगे. So बड़ा बड़ा मजा आएगा. So thank you chat. Thank you Sayo for the amazing broadcast and hard luck to Vidit. And we're gonna hope that both the Indians win tomorrow. Thank you chat. See you tomorrow. Take care and good night.